Our customers always say it's so easy to do business with Steep Ponte Chevy on Route 28 in Herkimer.
Customer must qualify for educator, military, veterans, first responder, and healthcare discount. Must take delivery by March 31st, 2025. See salesperson for details.
This is Anthony Constantino, CEO of Sticker Mule. I'm a proud Trump supporter, running for Congress for the seat being vacated by Elise Stefanik. I built a successful internet company with nearly 1,000 people in upstate New York. However, much of upstate New York suffers from lack of access to high-speed internet that's necessary to build great companies and enable high-paying remote jobs. In fact, much of our district lacks access to strong, dependable cell phone service too. Of course, we must have both for public safety and to grow the economy. When elected to Congress, I will work quickly with President Trump to fix this problem. With high-speed internet, dependable cell service, and by renewing President Trump's tax cuts, both for businesses and individuals, we will create jobs and return economic prosperity to upstate New York. Follow me, Anthony Constantino, on Facebook today to learn more about my plans to make New York great again. I'm Anthony Constantino, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Constantino for Congress.
Does this sound like you? You own a house in central New York, and there's one home improvement project you keep putting off because it's stressing you out. Maybe it's a leaky window, a shaky deck, or replacing that old fridge. Well, that's why you should listen to The Money Pit. Hi, I'm Tom Kreitler.
And I'm Leslie Segretti, and our show is all about helping guide your home improvement projects. Our combined expertise will point you in the right direction no matter the dilemma and get you right back to enjoying your home.
Listen to The Money Pit every Saturday morning from 8 to 10 a.m. only on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
All right, I have a few pretty cool stories I want to throw your way. You want to call? You want to complain about something? I get it. You want to do it on the message board, whether it be on YouTube or you can watch live through the app where you can listen anywhere, through your phone. And or some people have phone numbers and they're texting us.
Yes.
Feel free to bitch and complain all you want by calling right now, 315-736-0186.
There you go.
315-736-0186.
Yeah,
right
don't
now.
fight like Gen Z in a TikTok comment section. Give us a call.
I thought this was interesting, and I wonder if it is true. A new study shows that almost half of all Americans feel like people have become more rude since COVID.
Oh, absolutely.
On top of that, a third of people say they almost always or often see people acting rude in public. I told you that the situation that I had at the hockey game, and this was last year's hockey game, the Pioneers. And the guy yelling at these two girls. They had to be like 15, 16 years old. I couldn't stay out of it. Like,
no, you had to step in. They were young girls.
Making us look like idiots. And then I wrote about one that occurred that we had more than, I think we had 3 listeners who were at the game witness. And they all said this guy was terrible to Geneseo fans. And it's like, I don't know. Is it COVID or were these people born this way? Kind of wonder. Here's
a little entitlement.
Here, Jake. Good morning. You're on the radio.
Yes. Good morning, Bill. Good morning, Megan.
Good morning,
Bill. Are you an ordained minister?
I am. Bless you, my son.
Is that no? Seriously,
it's legitimate. It is legitimate.
He will marry you.
I've
been there. Thank you.
Officiate your marriage.
I really don't plan
Bill,
on
turn off my microphone.
Marrying anybody. So I am. So for those that don't know, the reason Jake is asking is on Saturday, I will officiate the ceremony with Andrew and his wife to be.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I got to say that it's funny because and Jake, Andrew and his fiance chose there are different.
He's going to rise from the ocean.
There are different scripts that you can follow.
Like Aphrodite.
And Andrew sent me basically the script that he wants me to follow. I have to do. It's very religious. I was really surprised. I mean, I am currently working on my sermon that I will give. So, yeah, it's
I think it's great.
It's free parking and everything. I'm going to tell you, Jake.
There you go. You get to park in the parking lot with the big cross on it.
Yeah, it's
now. Do you have to go? Do you have to take a course or something for it? I don't.
Now you're going to feel much less of me when I start answering these questions. You sure you want the answer?
Yeah.
You could always lie.
You just sign up. I signed up. I paid the price, and boom. I even have. I don't even know what they call it. It's the green thing the priest puts around his neck, or any color. I could have picked any color, and it goes down. And mine I had to have shortened because I was stepping on it. It was a little long for me. But you fill out paperwork. It is meant for people who maybe don't want to have a religious ceremony, or someone who wants to have a ceremony outdoors, and the priest won't do it outside the church. So I
think it's wonderful.
And I've done one ceremony previously, and I will be just very much like going to having a state senator. Joe Griffo's done a lot of weddings. So, or a mayor could do a wedding ceremony. So
I think that's cool.
Yeah.
I have one more thing. Can I tell you?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Now, that woman they calls Katie Aiello, is she the one that lived in Herkimer, then Utica, or something like that?
I don't want to open that can of worms here, but I'll tell you this. She says her residence, she has a residence in Utica, which allows her to be on the Common Council. Her critics say that her kids go to school in Herkimer. That makes that her primary residence. All I can tell you is everybody's dropped it, and they're moving forward. But you're right. That's the controversy.
She's talking to you more now than ever before.
Well, she's seen the light. She's seen the light, Jake.
After he got ordained, everything changed.
Well, once I became a minister, it changed everything. And God bless all people, even those who I disagree with.
I think Megan's got the answer.
I think she does. All right, Jake. Thank you, man.
Listen, have a great day, guys.
All right,
bye.
You do the same.
Bye-bye.
Ann in Rome. Hello, Ann.
Hi,
Good
Ann.
morning.
Good morning. I have 2 points I want to make. First of all, they flew these illegals in illegally. Joe Biden. Of course, we can't say it was him because he probably didn't know what he was doing anyway. But they came here illegally. Get them out of here. They're criminals. We don't need them. And anybody that wants to support them, they can have them, take care of them themselves, and let them go live with them. That's the first point.
Well, and you know, Ann, you and I have so much in common. And
yes, we're both cute.
And that is really the most important thing in common. And, I'm just not I ain't arguing with you. So
it's okay.
Yeah. So your second point.
The second point is hats off to the county executive and all the legislators for voting to sue Governor Hot Mess, because you know what a fan I am of hers.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to send a message to Tony Pacenti. Tony, if you ran for governor like I told you, you wouldn't have to be going through all this nonsense.
Yeah.
Run for governor. That's all. That's it.
All right, Ann.
Thank you. Have a good day, everybody.
And thank you.
He would do very well in upstate New York, but he has to do the southern tier and Albany.
And do I want to comment on anything there with Ann? I nothing further except she's going through her own battle, and we're thinking about her at all times.
She sounds feisty as ever.
Everybody is as well, and she is feisty. Sue, good morning in Utica. Hi, Sue. Or wherever you are.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. You're on. You're on the radio. Hello, Sue. Test 1, 2. Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear?
Good morning.
She's gathering her thoughts.
All right, Sue, go ahead. Tell me what you're thinking.
I'm calling to complain about politicians.
Okay.
Especially this new one, Constantino.
Yeah, he's on the radio this morning. Anthony Constantino. He'll be actually in studio at 8:40 this morning.
His call to fame is a sign worshiping Trump. I think we need to get rid of the extremists on both sides.
Okay.
Come to the middle and stop the insanity a little bit.
Yeah. We do seem to be at a very heightened level of insanity right now. Would you? Yeah, I know you agree with that.
And our politicians seem to just try to advance themselves instead of looking out for the district they're supposed to represent.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Constantino realizes there's a lot of federal workers in this area, and the VA clinic is in Rome.
Right.
And he just goes along with everything Trump. I just don't think it's a good idea for any politician, Democrat or Republican. And by the way, I am a Republican, but kind of an old school Republican, a little bit saner than what's going on right now.
I know. Well, I will have him in studio next hour, and I promise you I will ask that question.
Rake him over the coals. Do a good job.
Okay. I will do my best.
We don't do that here in the Keeler studio. We treat everybody fairly.
Thank you, Sue. All right. Thank you. And there she goes. Okay, I got a break.
Mattress Express's closeout sale on brand new leftover inventory and floor models. Right now, buy a king or queen and get a free adjustable base. Take up to 5 years to pay with no money down for qualified buyers and no credit check payment plans available as well.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/radio. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
All right!
Unbelievable!
Those are the sounds of tax accountants rejoicing after experiencing the power of BlueJay, the leading generative AI solution for tax research. With BlueJay, you instantly get better tax answers to even the most complex questions, saving you time and helping you maximize your clients' refunds. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. BlueJay, better tax answers. Tax fees may apply.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
I want to switch gears completely. And what do you do when you're in the maybe in your backyard, somewhere you come upon an animal that has been injured? Can you take that animal in? Can you begin to mend that animal back to good? Should you call someone? What do you do? Turns out there is an option in New York State right now. Kimberly DeFisher is on the line right now. Good morning, Kimberly. Thanks for coming on. Hey.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
There should be a hotline to solve political problems within Common Council and mayoral chambers, right?
Yeah, I couldn't really speak. I couldn't really speak to that very much, but there should be.
So you pushed. Tell me, you pushed for this is your baby, if you will.
It is. So this has absolutely been my passion project that I have spent a just tireless amount of time on the last few months because I know it is a much needed resource in our area, really in all of upstate New York.
Yeah. It's a new wildlife hotline, which can you call? So you only call if there is an injured animal? Explain what the hotline does.
Yeah, absolutely. So I created something through my nonprofit organization, which is called Arctic Fox Daily Wildlife Rescue, something called Finger Lakes Wildlife Hotline. What it is one central number that people call into, and it's going to provide a more efficient way to connect finders of injured and orphaned wildlife with the right licensed wildlife rehabber. So let's say you stumble upon a baby animal that clearly has no parent nearby. If you see an animal on the side of the road that was hit by a car, but it's clearly still alive, who do you call? A wildlife rehabber is who you have to get in contact with.
Right. I don't think I would know who to call. Right? You might call the police. Right. But right? So what is the hotline number? What is the number people would call?
Yeah. So the phone number is 585-880-0168. And the problem when people try to reach out to rehabbers, to be truthful, is that there's a lot of frustration involved for members of the public usually because they often have to call multiple rehabbers until they get to the right one for the species that they need help with. Not everybody works with every species. So our hope here is that this will definitely not only lessen that frustration for members of the public and get animals help faster, but also if you think about it, we really want these volunteer rehabbers to be able to spend more time caring for animals instead of spending so much time answering and transferring calls and messages for species that they don't even work with.
Yeah, and time is of the essence, especially when in some cases.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right, probably in most cases.
Yeah, there's most cases, exactly. Most cases, this animal is going to be distressed. If it's an orphan animal, of course, you're working with a time crunch with how long has it been without mom? How dehydrated is it? Same thing. There's a lot of adult injuries that even if it's something that could be kind of basic, could get really serious and really detrimental really quick. And a lot of times people just have to spend a ton of time, hours, sometimes days, finding the right help because, again, not every rehabber works with every species.
So in our backyard, we had a deer, a young deer, and a broken leg.
Oh.
So it was hobbling around on three legs, and we didn't know what to do. So we looked it up, and it seemed the right thing to do was just let it go. Don't try to do anything with it. Chances are the deer would not survive because there would be another animal to be able to catch up to it and probably kill the deer. This would be an example where you might be able to call and at least get somebody on the phone to say, here's the proper protocol.
Absolutely. That's a perfect example, especially because you're talking about a fawn, not a big adult deer.
Yeah.
There are honestly going to be some cases where humane euthanasia might be the best option, or there might be some cases where an injury could be mild enough that it would cause more stress and probably end up with a worse result if you were to try and capture them versus letting them kind of heal and compensate. But with your exact example, yes, we have a deer rehabber connected to our hotline, and there's actually not many deer rehabbers in New York State. So I'm very excited that we do have one connected. And if it was a fawn, she would go through the steps with you. She'd figure out how young it is. We'd figure out how bad the injury is. And then she could advise you based on her years of experience rehabbing deer what the best option is. Because it's not always, you have to leave this animal there. If it's young enough and somebody can get their hands on it, there is a good chance you could have set that leg.
Right.
Exactly. In the Finger Lakes Wildlife Hotline, you mentioned that there are people who can take on deer. Are there any animals that if a person comes across in distress, is there a certain species that the wildlife hotline doesn't serve?
So right now, the only ones that come to mind that we don't have connected to our hotline are the rabies vector species in New York State. So this is a good educational point in itself. This doesn't mean animals that can get rabies, because almost every mammal can theoretically get rabies. It's rabies vectors in New York, which are listed as three things: skunks, bats, or raccoons. Again, like deer, we have a major lack of RVS, it's called licensed rehabbers in the state. So unfortunately, we do not have one directly connected to our hotline, but we do have a blurb to help people, which directs them to the exact DEC website to go to that will list all the rabies vector licensed rehabbers in the state.
Yeah, it's good because I hate to say it, if you feel like you've come across a rabid animal, who do you call? You probably call the police and hope that they know where to go. In this case, you'd have at least this hotline to call. Again, I want to make sure we have that phone number, and we'll post. Is it already posted, the story? It's 885, sorry.
Sorry, 585.
585, yes.
585-880-0168. And like you were just saying, with a lot of people do assume they have to call the 911 operator, call the police, even call the DEC. But actually, you almost always, 99% of the time, it is a wildlife rehabber you want to get in contact with. The police could potentially come out and dispatch an animal if needed, same with the DEC. But we as wildlife rehabbers are actually kind of the DEC's front line for wildlife distress calls. That's what we're licensed to do through the DEC. So oftentimes also, a lot of people don't recognize what the symptoms of a neurological virus like rabies really are. A lot of times, it might be something as simple as head trauma. And this is why this hotline is going to be great, because you really need to talk to an expert in that species before making any assumptions or before panicking hardcore, you know?
Megan, final question.
Yeah, Kim, thank you so much. We could talk forever about this because we are both animal lovers here, but how can people support you, your work, and this new hotline?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now, all of us rehabbers who are volunteers are actually funding this out of our own pocket, and we would love to see this resource so deeply embraced by the community that it is funded by public support. So if they go to our website, fingerlakeswildlifehotline.org, there's a very simple donate button you can see. Even a few dollars is really helpful just to help us offset the cost of this monthly service that we have.
All right.
Great. Thank you so much, Kim.
585, so Rochester area, 585-880-0168.
That's right.
Okay.
And we have rehabbers already over 8 counties. Sometimes wildlife travels hours to get to the right rehabber. So we expect to continue to grow that all over upstate New York.
All right, Kimberly, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Nice job.
Nice. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Have a great day.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
It seems like the prices of everything keep going up.
But we can't tell what's going to happen next.
But we can tell you we have over 250 new Kias at pre-tariff pricing.
With no money down leases on all of them.
Like a new 2025 Kia Seltos S all-wheel drive for just $388 per month for 36 months.
And that's with 0 down, 0 due at inception, even sales tax included.
Only during the pre-tariff March Saveness event at Destination Kia of Utica.
Keeping your money in your pocket. Now that's kooky.
Make that short drive to save.
So go kooky for Kia at Destination Kia of Utica. Puppies and babies not included.
2025 Kia Seltos S all-wheel drive. STK number 25E0629. MSRP $28,155. 36 months, 30,000 mile lease. 20 cents per mile over. $0 due at inception. $0 security deposit. 8.75% sales tax and $650 acquisition fee included in payment structure. 720 plus FICO score. Offer expires 3/31/2025.
Are you a CDPAP home care user or caregiver? Switch to PPL before April 1st to ensure a smooth transition. It's fast and easy, over the phone, online, at an in-person or virtual session, or with a CDPAP facilitator. Call PPL at 833-247-5346. That's 833-247-5346. Visit pplfirst.com/CDPAP. Register today. A message from the New York State Health Department.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
Speaking of doctors, I have a lot of questions about all of this. Dr. Ken Hall, good morning. He was the, of course, former, now retired MVH Chief Physician Executive. Doc, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing this morning?
Good. I got to tell you, it's that osteopathic approach, right? Where you allow your body to help repair your body, and I have to say that Revive, it definitely, all I can tell you is it relieved my pain.
Yeah, it has been shown in a number of studies to actually be very effective in the decreasing pain from mostly from musculoskeletal injuries, which is why the sports folks are really big into it and stuff. And yeah, it basically, for lack of a better term, it agitates the tissues, which stimulates the body's healing, internal or native healing mechanism.
Right.
So, it has been shown to be good. Most of the studies that have been done have been both small and relatively short-lived, so we don't know how long the effect is. But certainly from a short-term standpoint, definitely has a real promise.
Do you know you would know this, but it is the same technology they use when they break up like kidney stones. It's used at a different level. I guess you turn it up. I don't know. But that it's the real deal. It's really quite impressive. All right, I want to switch gears, and because cancer does affect everybody, it seems. There's not a family that I know of that isn't in some way affected. And Megan had a story today. What was the story that you had? Again, very promising when it comes to treatment of cancer.
Yes, it's a new treatment to deal with an intestinal cancer, stage 4 abdominal cancer. So it's called hyperthermic intraperitoneal chemotherapy. Try saying that three times fast, but it's basically involves removing the tumors, heating chemotherapy drugs, and administering them directly into the abdominal cavity through a catheter for a few hours. And it says it reduces therapy time and side effects, and it's usually covered by medical insurance.
Yep. So that's basically getting the chemotherapy drug or the anti-cancer drug directly to the tumor, as opposed to putting it into the bloodstream and having it flow through. So there are certain chemotherapy drugs that are more efficacious for that type of a way of putting it in. And obviously, because we're talking about intestinal cancer and you're putting it into the abdominal cavity, that makes sense. You wouldn't do that for if it was lung cancer or brain cancer or something like that. So, again, like I've said before, we talk about cancer as if it's a single medical entity, but the reality is it's 200 plus different diseases. And so each one is going to have its own best way of being treated. And so this looks like it has some real promise in terms of decreasing side effects and increasing the effectiveness of treating intestinal cancer. But we'll see. Right now, it's still in its early stages. We don't know what the long-term benefits are. Is this really going to show, good benefits in terms of long-term extending life and things like that?
And then there's the study. So. The previous cancer that I had was colon cancer, and it was caught early enough where I didn't have to go through chemo and I didn't have to go through radiation. They just did an operation and took out 11 inches of the colon. This study at Sloan Kettering in New York is, Doc, I don't know if did I see it right? And because I don't want to report the wrong thing, but this is for people with tumors, with colon cancer, and they not only reduce the size of the tumor, but eliminate the tumors using immunotherapy. And the study is small at this point, about 65 people, and it is a 100% success rate at this point. Or did I read this wrong?
No, you read it exactly right. So this is where a lot of energy and research and resources have been devoted in cancer therapy, which is immune therapy, which is basically finding a piece of the cancer cell that does not exist in the normal cells for that. So in this particular instance, we're talking about rectal cancer, which is a type of colon cancer, and what they're doing is they found pieces or protein entities within the cancer cells that do not exist in the normal cells of that tissue, and then they have developed antibodies against those particular proteins within those cells, and then when they inject them in, then the antibodies attach, and then the body starts to attack those cancer cells, leaving the normal cells alone. And this particular study, again, it is small. It's only about, like you said, about 60 to 70 people, but it has shown, believe it or not, a 100% effective rate for it.
Yeah.
Now, it is a small subset of even people that have rectal cancer, because you have to have this particular protein that the antibody can fight against. So it is, it isn't for everybody who has rectal cancer, but it is promising. And this is the groundbreaking cancer therapy that we all really want to be looking for. It gets you away from having to go through surgery and chemotherapy and radiation therapy and all those things, and doesn't give you the side effects of the chemotherapy. The GI issues with the vomiting and the hair loss and all that stuff. So it is. We can really hope that this will be another step along that path.
The woman that I saw they were interviewing had stage 4 rectal cancer. The options for her were radiation and chemotherapy and an operation. She would have had everything basically removed. She would have had to wear a colostomy bag for the rest of her life, and she was younger and would no longer be able to have children. Wow. And this is stage 4. This therapy eliminated her tumor. She had no operation, no chemo, no radiation. I mean, Doc, that's just unbelievable.
Yeah, this is the kind of almost feels like a miracle cure.
Yeah.
But it is scientifically based, and it is, I believe, now this is my opinion, but I believe that this is going to be the future for cancer treatment, is getting this kind of targeted treatment that is highly effective.
And then there are times that I feel guilty based on the leukemia that I have, because I know so many other people who are going through a difficult time, whether it be chemo and an operation and radiation. And here I am. I'm lucky enough to have this pill that I take, and I complain about the side effects, but I should be doing no complaining, because I can still work. I can still live a normal life. And these 2 pills that I take once a day eliminate the cancer. It doesn't eliminate it, but it basically regulates the cancer to the point where you couldn't even detect it in a blood test, as long as I can take this medicine twice a day, which prior to the year 2000, people died from the leukemia that I have. I mean, I begin to feel guilty when I see someone like Ann in Rome telling me she starts her chemo tomorrow. I mean, I've been pretty darn lucky. In both cases, I've been very lucky.
Yeah, so it is. So this goes to what you are really a significant proponent and a driver of, which is early detection. And making sure that people get tested for whether it's colon cancer or prostate cancer or cervical cancer in women. Early detection and early treatment, whatever that is. And then so that's part of it. The other part is, continuing to advance, different therapies that are more effective, but have less side effects and less problems. So that, we really need to continue to kind of beat that drum of we need to find it early, and we need to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to have the treatments be safe, so that people aren't afraid of them. I mean, right now people think about cancer and they say, "Oh my gosh, I've got to tolerate all these different side effects and stuff." We need to be able to say, you need to find out early, because when you do, we can treat you in a way that is not going to be as bothersome, similar to what you just said.
Pretty incredible. And you know, you had talked about this during when they were working the vaccine and with artificial intelligence. All of these things that are beginning to come out of this are positive in the research that was done during COVID, and I'm assuming before as well.
Yeah. So, you know, we think about, you know, we tend to compartmentalize things and say, oh, you know, this is going to fix this problem. But the reality is that we in the science area, you know, look at that and say, gee, maybe that would work here too, and maybe that would work here too, or maybe it's an offshoot, and that's really benefited, you know, what we're doing for whether it's cancer treatment, whether it's infectious disease treatment, whether it's heart treatment. You know, all of these things are really starting to move. Now they aren't moving in leaps and bounds, but they are definitely moving.
Yeah. Okay, Doc, not a fun topic, cancer, but really the optimism that's coming out of the research right now is just pretty astounding.
Absolutely true. Yeah. Absolutely true.
All right, you have a wonderful day, Dr. Kent Hall. We appreciate your insight. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great day. Please be safe.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
The line right now is Ryan Schmelz, Fox News Radio. President Trump spoke yesterday with Vladimir Putin. Interesting that Putin didn't cave as much as we were anticipating. Maybe he would, or maybe we weren't. Ryan, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Yes, it seemed like a pretty disappointing phone call for Volodymyr Zelensky. I mean, obviously, I think he's happy with the progress, the fact that talks were happening, but the fact that Putin rejected an outright ceasefire and that the only ceasefire they were able to get was one on energy infrastructure and all that was, I think, a little disappointing. And, you know, keep in mind there was an attack on a Ukrainian city not long after this phone call that knocked out power lines there.
You know, I think we have, and listen, what Zelensky had said all along is Putin is not going to want to end this without getting more land. He's going to want more and more out of this. And then Zelensky's worry is that when it's all said and done and there is an end to the war, he fears that there'll be a land grab all over again going forward.
Yeah, and I think going into these negotiations, the possibility of land seizures or ceding some land to Russia was always on the table because, as Marco Rubio said during his confirmation hearing, there were going to be some very uncomfortable conversations and uncomfortable things that were going to had to be given up in order to end this war. And you know, I think people would have hoped that we would have never been in this situation in the first place, but the reality is Russia's been invading Ukraine, and they've got North Korea there now, too. People like to forget about that. The North Koreans have been a part of this war now also. Mm-hmm. You know, there's if you're going to stop an invasion like that, there's going to be uncomfortable conversations. But at the same time, I think Zelensky has been very clear, and I think this has always been the worry that even if you get Putin to leave, well, is he going to just come right back? You know, he's violated a lot of ceasefires in the past. He's violated, the Russians have proven over and over again, they can't really be trusted when it comes to these negotiations. So I think that's always been the worry is that this will just be the beginning if in fact they do leave at some point.
And Ryan, I'm glad you brought up North Korea because yesterday, didn't Kim Jong-un say that they're going to resume nuclear tests for like nuclear bombs?
Yeah, that's what I understand. Yes, I believe President Trump has said that he wants to start negotiations on a new nuclear agreement with them and Iran, but I don't know where that's going to go.
Yeah. Zelensky says he plans to speak with Trump today to get more on this, and Kim Jong-un makes a lot of claims quite often. You never know what is real and what isn't, but. You can count on the fact that they're trying. There's no doubt about that.
Yes.
All right, Ryan, interesting stuff. This lingers on. We appreciate the update.
Thank you, Ryan.
Of course. Thank you.
Have a great day. Ryan Schmelz with Fox News Radio.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
All right, on the line right now is Chris Wilbrat, and Chris is the co-founder of Echelon Financial. And right now, the Better Business Bureau is warning of ghost preparers. Chris, good morning. Thanks for coming on. What do we know about this? I'm going to try it with you like this, see if that works. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
I'm here.
Gotcha.
Good morning.
The Better Business Bureau warning of ghost preparers, people who aren't really tax professionals, but they would love your information.
Absolutely. This can show up in two different ways. One is online services that pop up for free tax preparation, or even storefront tax preparers that will just pop up for a season. They'll get all your information and disappear.
Yeah. Which is why you want to go with someone who has a reputation, I'm assuming.
Absolutely. So if you're going to use an online service, use one of the big ones like TurboTax, or if you're going to use somebody locally, I would go to either the Better Business Bureau or start asking your friends and family.
Yeah.
Who do
you use?
Exactly. It's a really important event.
There are a lot of different opportunities this year and there are a lot of promotions out there. In some cases, the preparers will say, hey, we'll give you your refund in advance. You're going to pay for that though, right?
Oh, absolutely. You're essentially paying interest on it. So they're advancing your refund, they're making their interest, and then whenever they get paid, then the interest stops accruing.
Are you a tax preparer yourself?
No, we have our CPAs that do that in-house.
And that's the other thing. Talk about the difference between a tax preparer and a certified public accountant.
Sure. So a tax preparer could be an enrolled agent. They could work for one of the big, like an H&R Block, where they're trained on how to use the software. If you have a very simple tax return, like just a 1040 with a W-2, mortgage interest, et cetera, they could do a good job for you. CPAs, on the other hand, they've gone through a lot of training. They've taken their CPA exam, and they have to keep up with lots of continuing education. So they can do the simpler returns, but they're also trained to handle more complex returns, like business returns, or if you have if your personal return has a lot of complexity to it, like a lot of rental properties or something like that. They might be better tuned to that because they might be able to identify some tax strategies to save you some money and maybe cover their fee.
Here's the other part of that. CPA can represent you if you're audited by the IRS. Your tax preparer, I don't think can.
No, and the thing about it, the advantage to having a CPA is that they prepared a return. So if there's something on there that was an error that the IRS is looking at as potential fraud, you have that line of defense where, like, well, my CPA prepared it for me. I didn't do it. If you prepare it yourself, then they could potentially come at you with a claim of tax fraud.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Interesting stuff. Just beware. You really today, Chris, every move we make, and I feel really bad for people who are not technically aware, because between text messages coming in, emails, phone calls, these scammers are getting so good, and in some cases using AI, so their voices are different. It's harder than ever to avoid being scammed.
They are becoming more adept at scamming. But there's one thing you can remember that will protect you. The IRS will never call you, they will never text you, and they will never send you an email. The only way they communicate with you is by mail. So if you receive any type of voicemail or text message stating that you owe taxes or the IRS is after you, just know automatically that is fraudulent.
Yeah. Okay.
Gotcha.
All right, Chris, thank you. We appreciate it. From Echelon Financial. Thanks so much.
Have a great day. Thank you.
All right, you do the same. Rich Masucci and Pete, how do I say, Pete, your last name? Right up on the microphone there.
Potasowitz.
Potasowitz. It's just not spelled that way, but I get it. Gentlemen, you have an event coming up that, by the way, just so happens to be benefiting the Humane Society in Rome, which is currently in the news. So tell us about what's happening. It's the 16th annual, by the way.
Yeah, it's 16th annual. It's a 3-day event that's going on up at 12 North Sports Bar in Marcy.
28th, 29th, and 30th.
And 30th, yeah.
Okay.
And 21 bands we have up there this time. So it's chock full of music. And, should be quite the thing. $15 gets you in the door. And if you want $5 off that, there's an incentive you can do when you walk through. We'll walk you through it. And yeah, it should be a great time.
You want to name some of the bands that will be performing?
In fact, I can name all the bands. Let me get my handy-dandy list here.
I got a sheet here too. So yeah, you got some great acts.
So Friday we have Ashley Dakar and Bob Moore. Mason's Revolt, Riptide, which is Max Sheldon's new band.
Yeah.
Slug, which we're very excited about. Pepper on the Salad, and Simp Biscuit. On Saturday, we have the Midnight Shadows, the Jake Lozo Band, Uncle Charlie and the Meatballs, Square Pegs, which is a great one on that.
Yep.
Screaming Nurse, Motorlord, Hammered, which is the, I guess, second incarnation of The Bomb.
Okay.
The Ward, they'll be doing like a reunion type show.
The Bomb is calling themselves now Hammered. I love it.
I know.
Because whenever you go to I love when the Bomb would play.
Yeah.
And you look under the stage, that's where all the beer cans went, the empties. So
you're not wrong.
I love it.
Yeah, The Ward, A Dying Breed, My Darling Dreadful, and then on Sunday, Send Flowers, As If, the Brothers Grimm Band, the Stan Primo Project. There's Max Sheldon playing. The Max Sheldon Band is playing a different version of it. And actually, nobody even knows this. I haven't even added this to the list last night. We're just doing it now. Is Tony Muccitelli is going to be doing Acoustamous down there. So
okay, cool.
Yeah. So did I just go through all the time on the show? We got to go now.
No. You did well. So you have a $5 off promotion that'll be available at the door each night. Get tickets at the door is the best place to go.
Yeah. They're available right there.
Okay, Pete, you want to add anything?
It's just that this is just a great benefit. And like you said, Rome Humane Society was
in
just
the news
again.
Yeah.
So this benefit is going to greatly help them just take care of the animals and everything that's up there.
All right. It seems like in that case, somebody just put the puppy over the fence and just dropped the puppy in there. And the dog died. So it really is. Okay, great stuff. It's at 12 North. Great venue for this.
It's a perfect venue. It gives us a lot of size.
From the Stanley Theater Studio, WIBX Utica, Rome. W295EI, WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM, a Town Square media station.
More talking to stop the fighting in Ukraine. And I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
Our job is to narrow the issues, bring the parties together, and stop the killing.
That's what Special U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff told Fox News Sunday. He expects real progress.
Officials from the United States and Russia are meeting now in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. They follow talks between the U.S. and Ukraine last night, described by the Ukrainian defense minister as productive and focused. The Trump administration wants an immediate partial ceasefire and later a comprehensive peace deal.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. Israel bombed a hospital in Gaza, killing a Hamas political leader and a teenage boy. Palestinian officials say as they put the number of deaths in the war in Gaza now over 50,000. Venezuela's accepted a flight of 199 illegal immigrants deported by the U.S. as a court fight continues today over flights a week ago.
The Trump administration is defiant. They say they have the authority to deport migrants whom they say are national security threats. They are expected to double down on that argument today. This comes as the administration's standoff with federal judge James Boasberg escalates. Boasberg calls the president's expanded use of the Alien Enemies Act problematic, and he's also promising to find out whether the administration flouted his order to turn deportation flights to El Salvador back around.
That's Fox's Madeline Rivera. The Senate's Minority Leader Chuck Schumer insists he's not stepping down, as Fox's Gernal Scott reports, pushing back on the push from Democrats.
Senator Schumer on NBC's Meet the Press said he'll continue to lead Senate Democrats despite calls within his party to step down for voting to back a GOP continuing resolution to avoid a government shutdown. He said Republicans would keep going
for 6 months, 9 months, a year, till everyone was furloughed and gone and quit, and there'd be no way to stop it.
Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders, who caucuses with Democrats, said on ABC's This Week,
well, Schumer is the leader of the party, and it should not have happened.
America's listening to Fox News.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. But don't just take our word for it. Here's Jackie and Veronica, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Just call or click to see how much you can save today. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com. That's 1-888-FREEDOM or consumercellular.com today. Real people paid to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
The Supreme Court will consider a race-based case this morning in a challenge to congressional redistricting.
Justices are trying to figure out if lawmakers in Louisiana violated federal law when they redrew the state's congressional districts last year. A group of voters say the map amounts to an illegal racial gerrymander by diluting the state's black population into just 2 majority black districts. Courts threw out an earlier map drawn by the legislature in 2022 with just a single majority black district and ordered a new plan. Louisiana argues divvying up Americans by race is a stain on the nation's history and should become a relic of the past. The Supreme Court has upheld previous racial gerrymander challenges. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
On Wall Street, stocks could surge to start the week. Dow futures are up more than 300 points. It's down to the Sweet 16 in the men's college basketball tournament.
After the first 2 rounds of play, there are still 7 teams from the SEC in the tournament, the most ever for one conference in the round of the Sweet 16. Sunday night, Ole Miss knocked out the number 3 seed of the South region, Iowa State, 91-78. The Rebels became the 7th SEC school to qualify for the Sweet 16. Kentucky, Alabama, and Florida also scored wins Sunday to make the next round. Florida ended the run of the 2-time reigning national champion UConn Huskies, winning 77-75. UConn's record streak of 13 straight wins in NCAA tournament games ended.
Fox's Jared Max. Also advancing yesterday, another top seed, Duke, and Arizona, Michigan State, and Maryland, which beat Colorado State on a buzzer-beating shot. In the women's tournament, top regional seeds UCLA and South Carolina advanced to the Sweet 16. So did Duke and Kansas State, Mississippi, Notre Dame, Tennessee, and TCU, and there'll be more games today. On the NASCAR track, Kyle Larson won the Cup Series race at Homestead in Miami on FS1.
One of the coolest wins, I think, in my Cup career just because of all the heartbreak I've had here.
Alex Bowman finished second to Larson. I'm Dave Anthony. This is Fox News.
Good morning. WIBX 950 AM 92.3 FM news time is 7:05. It is 34 degrees under cloudy skies. Your full weather forecast is coming up next. But first, let's get through some school delays for this morning. I know, winter, one last bite. We have 2-hour delays with no AM BOCES for the following schools: Adirondack, Holland Patton, New Hartford, New York Mills, Notre Dame, Poland, and West Canada Valley. Notre Dame also has no AM pre-K, as does Camden. And under just a regular 2-hour delay is Clinton, Oriskany, Remsen, Webb, Westmoreland, and Whitesboro. You could head on over to WIBX950.com to see the full list of closings and delays for today. I'm Megan Stone. 2 Utica men were arrested on weapons charges. According to Utica Police, Oneida County probation officer searched a Faxton Street residence relative to the supervision status of one of its residents. Officers say they found a loaded .380 handgun in the kitchen and contacted police. Officers arrested 45-year-old Aki Lockwood and 40-year-old Ramel Lockwood. Both were charged with criminal possession of a weapon in the 2nd and 3rd degree, as well as criminal possession of a firearm. A man who was wanted for a 2023 shooting on Elm Street in Utica has been apprehended. Utica police say authorities, including the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force, arrested 26-year-old Amhiz Hall. Authorities say on July 16th of 2023, a 17 and 19-year-old were shot and suffered non-life-threatening injuries. UPD and the Major Crimes Unit, as well as the Oneida County District Attorney's Office, brought the case before a grand jury and obtained an indictment for Hall. He was charged with first-degree reckless endangerment and criminal possession of a weapon in the 2nd degree. Hall was taken to Oneida County Jail. Local drivers are finding lower prices at the pump when it comes time to fill their vehicles. AAA says the average cost for a gallon of regular fuel right now in the Utica-Rome area is $3.28, which is down a penny from last week and 5 cents less than this time a month ago. The cost of gas is about the same in Herkimer County. Meanwhile, motorists may find cheaper prices in Madison County, where the average cost of a gallon of fuel is $3.18. The least expensive gas in central New York remains in the Syracuse area, with gas going for about $3.06 a gallon. Currently, the state average is sitting at $3.10 and the national average is $3.12. And protesters at Columbia University are calling for a student walkout Monday after the school decided to change its policies amid a dispute with President Trump over federal funding. Trump recently revoked $400 million in funding over pro-Palestinian protests happening on the school's campus. On Friday, Columbia said it's hiring 36 new campus police officers to deal with protesters, limiting locations where demonstrations are allowed and banning people from wearing masks at protests. The university also promised to expand intellectual diversity and assure fairness in Middle East studies. Your WIBX news time is 7:08. Here is your weather forecast.
Scattered rain and snow showers this morning, becoming mostly rain showers as we head through this morning into this afternoon. Highs around 50. They'll taper off tonight, mid-30s. Cloudy and cooler Tuesday, Wednesday with just a slight chance for a rain or snow shower both days. Highs right around or just over 40. I'm meteorologist Ken Boone from the Weather Channel on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
34 degrees under cloudy skies. In sports, the Yankees and Tampa Bay Rays played a 3-3 tie in Tampa. Max Fried made his final start of the spring. He allowed 3 runs on 4 hits and 3 walks over 5 and a third frames. Anthony Volpe and Austin Wells each went deep. New York closes out Grapefruit League when it plays the New York Mets this afternoon. Speaking of the Mets, they rolled a 10-2 thumping over the Marlins. Griffin Canning collected the victory after allowing 2 runs and striking out 6 over 4 in third innings. Alexander Canario led the way, 2 at the dish, with a grand slam and solar homer. The second round of the NCAA men's basketball tournament has come to a close. St. John's was eliminated after falling to Arkansas 75-66 in Providence. The Red Storm finished the season 31-5. UConn's quest for a three-peat is over after falling to Florida 77-75. The Huskies finished the season 24-11. The tournament continues Thursday with a Sweet 16 at Prudential Center. The Orioles are starting the season without their star shortstop. General Manager Mike Elias announced Sunday that Gunnar Henderson will begin the year on the injured list. The Knicks provided a health update regarding one of their stars over the weekend. Guard Jalen Brunson is expected to be out of the lineup for at least one more week as he recovers from a sprained right ankle. The Knicks will continue their 3-game homestand tomorrow night when they host the Mavericks. New York is third in the East at 44-26. The Nets could be without a couple of key contributors for tonight's game. D'Angelo Russell and Zaire Williams are both listed as questionable on the injury report. The Nets hope to snap their 3-game skid when they host the Dallas Mavericks at Barclays Center. Brooklyn is 12th in the East at 23-48. Victor Hovland is celebrating a victory after finishing atop the leaderboard at the Valspar Championship. Hovland finished 11 under par to collect his 7th career win on tour. Justin Thomas finished in second at 10 under par. Jacob Bridgman was third at 9 under. Defending champion Peter Malnati failed to make it past the cut. And Kyle Larson is on the board for the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series season. The driver of the number 5 car earned his first win of the year after cruising to victory in Straight Talk Wireless 400 from Homestead Miami Speedway. Alex Bowman, Bubba Wallace, Chase Briscoe, and Denny Hamlin rounded out the top 5 finishers. The field heads to Martinsville Speedway for the Cookout 400 next Sunday. We have a couple of closings and delays. These schools have a 2-hour delay and no AM BOCES. That's Adirondack, Holland Patton, Camden, New Hartford, New York Mills, Notre Dame, Poland, and West Canada Valley. There is also no AM pre-K for Camden. And 2-hour delays, and also Notre Dame has no AM pre-K. And the following schools are just under a 2-hour delay: Clinton, Oriskany, Remsen, Webb, Westmoreland, and Whitesboro. Again, you could see that full list of closures and delays on WIBX950.com. It's 7:11, WIBX 950 AM, 92.3 FM. I'm Megan Stone.
It's hard to know what to do when you lose a loved one. You need someone you can trust to help you navigate all the options. Mohawk Valley Monuments has been providing comfort and delivering quality memorials in our community for over 95 years. Mohawk Valley Monuments has experience with all the local cemeteries, from simple grave markings to intricate family mausoleums. For personalized service, call us today at 315-724-7629 or visit us at mohawkvalleymonuments.com.
BME Company Business Machines and Equipment has been delivering office solutions for businesses in upstate New York for over 30 years. Their success comes from finding the right document management strategies and software solutions for streamlining workflows. Simply put, BME provides fast, reliable service at the best value to keep your business running smoothly. Through BME's strategic partnership with Hummel's Office Plus, they distribute supplies for just about every machine in your office at a great price. BME welcomes the opportunity to serve your business, selling, leasing, and service in Canon and Kyocera devices, as well as FP mailing solutions. An important part of BME's culture is supporting the communities they're fortunate to work in, and BME recognizes that support is one reason for their success. The future of business in BME's area is encouraging, and the company is grateful to be a part of that growth. Call BME Company at 315-574-8200 or visit BMEcompany.com. BME Company Office Solutions. Made simple.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Before there was social media, streaming, and even color television, there was radio. Remember the golden days when you had to tune in to hear what happened to Hopalong Cassidy, or perhaps the Green Hornet? What if you could relive those days again? Hi, I'm Greg Bell, the host of When Radio Was, a show that's dedicated to the very best of radio's golden age. From classic performances by Jack Benny to tales of terror on Lights Out. It's all here on When Radio Was, starting every Sunday at 11 p.m., only on WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM. Which classic broadcast will you hear next?
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
Been a pretty even keel week for you.
Yeah.
You've matured so much since your birthday. 50.
I wouldn't say that.
50. Oh, you're still the wild man.
No wildness. I haven't done any wildness in a long time.
So what do we have?
Them days are over.
Those days are over.
That was back in the old DJ days.
Pepsi Monday said it is acquiring the prebiotic soda brand Poppy.
Yeah,
it's supposedly good for you.
Is this sold locally or something? I saw that scrolling on the news last night.
Well, I think it is sold locally, but it's a national brand. Yeah.
Have you ever had it?
No, but I know my wife gets it. It gives PepsiCo a fast-growing brand in the popular functional beverage category. They say more than ever, consumers are looking for convenient and great-tasting options that fit their lifestyle and respond to their growing interest in health and wellness. Do we really think this is healthy? I guess
totally. It's 100% healthy. Yeah. I trust it with my life.
There's orange flavor. There's grape flavor. There's all sorts of flavors.
I'm getting RFK Jr. on the phone right now.
Oh, he's probably all for it. The brand took off in 2018 when it was pitched on Shark Tank, if you remember.
Oh, my gosh.
That's where this whole thing came from. Pepsi says, or the brand, the makers of the Poppy soda, of course, are very happy. We're beyond thrilled to be partnering with PepsiCo so that even more consumers across America and the world can enjoy Poppy, said the founder of the brand. Last year, multiple lawsuits were filed against the brand by consumers who said the products do not improve gut health as much as their marketing may suggest. I'm sure there are other ways you can get gut health. However, if there's a soda that maybe they should pitch it by saying the soda's not as bad for you. Maybe that would be a better way to pitch it.
Yeah, this soda is going to kill you a lot slower and rot your teeth a lot slower.
Crew 9 splashed down safely yesterday with NASA's Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, Nick Hague, and a Russian cosmonaut. splashing into the water. The parachutes deployed. This was like a perfect ending. Everything went exactly as it was supposed to. The parachutes deployed perfectly. The sky was blue. And even in the background, if you saw this thing splash down, dolphins popped up and started swimming and playing all around.
So it looked like a Lisa Frank photo.
It was really like something that believe me, they couldn't plan it as well as it all worked out.
So it was like this.
I guess it was kind of like that, or this.
Brace for splashdown.
And splashdown. Crew 9 back on Earth.
And then in came the dolphins. Cue the dolphins, and it was quite the scene. I don't know. Speaking of scenes, if you had a chance to see the video that's been being circulated online, where a Maryland man was arguing with a ticket agent at a United Airlines check-in at an airport, and cold-cocked the ticket, punched the ticket agent right in the face.
Oh, jeez.
Knocked the ticket agent right to the ground, and I think knocked him out. He's now in trouble after punching the agent in the face. Here are the passengers reacting to Christopher Critiden's actions, and it was I believe, a right hook that just was so fast the ticket agent never could have prevented it defensively. It was a quick move. Here we go.
Unacceptable. No reason for anyone to ever punch anyone, period. I don't care.
Yeah, he's on the no-fly list.
Oh, my gosh. That's unacceptable. That is really unacceptable.
He needs to go to jail.
Well, he did. And he is in trouble, and there probably will be a lawsuit, and he will never fly again. Really will never fly again. Maybe he'll fly off to jail.
It's the phrase, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I
do understand that it gets frustrating in airports, but there's no, it's going to be what it's going to be. And the other thing is, if you see any of these, they have videos on YouTube at airports of people behaving badly. And if you look at the trend, if there's a common denominator here, the people, whether they are behaving badly or they're not, whether they're justified in their anger, the airport, the airline, the ticket agent always wins. Mm-hmm. Because the minute you begin to raise your voice, they are very quick to say, okay, I'm sorry, you've been bumped. We think you've been drinking alcohol, or we smell alcohol
under
on
the
your
influence.
Breath. And immediately you're sitting there for 24 hours.
There you go.
They have all the power. Be polite and be careful and hope to get home.
Think you know history? Think again. Journey through time and explore rare, one-of-a-kind artifacts that span from the Revolutionary War to present day. Don't just read about history. Experience it at Sticks and Stones Museum in West Winfield. Open Sunday 10 to 3.
Fix all your fender benders, small or big. Call Malgeri's Auto Body before you call your insurance company. Let Malgeri's take care of everything from start to finish. They work with all major providers and use factory paint and parts, plus laser measuring to make your vehicle new again. It's 100% guaranteed, and Malgeri's always details your car before they return it. Malgeri's Auto Body, now located at 1216 Bleecker Street, Utica. Call 315-735-4488, keeping you on the road since 1928.
Are you concerned about age-related macular degeneration, or AMD? If you're over 50, then you should be. AMD impacts as many as 1 in 10 Americans over 50. Now, protecting your eyes is easier thanks to New Nordic's Blueberry Eye Supplements. New Nordic's Blueberry Eye Supplements not only protect your eyes, but help improve night vision, as well as helping to relieve eye fatigue caused by digital devices. Enjoy healthy vision with New Nordic's Blueberry Eye Supplements. Available now at Amazon.com or NewNordicUSA.com.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
In studio right now is Joe Rinkowski. Joe, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Bill.
Anthony Constantino, who says he's the guy. I'm assuming, would disagree with that. We're talking about NY21 here.
Well, I mean, you did ask him yesterday several times where he's at with the chairs. I don't think we got a full answer.
I did not. There were several questions that I had asked. Another one was, will you run? If you're not selected, will you run? I asked him that question. Let me ask you that question. If the chairs didn't select you, would you run as an independent?
No, absolutely not. It's going to take away from Trump's agenda completely. It's not something anybody should do, in my opinion.
Is your business, by the way, talk about your business in a nutshell.
So locally, a lot of people know who Mohawk Valley Materials is. And, we go way back talking about Mohawk Valley Materials from the days we sold firewood out of a dump truck.
From the day that years ago I bought
that's how we met.
Mulch.
Yes, you bought way too much mulch.
I bought a lot of mulch.
Yes.
In fact, we had an entire field in my backyard that was filled with mulch. I had nowhere else to put it.
Classic story. Yeah. So early on, Trish became the principal in the business, and
Your wife.
100% woman-owned. My wife. Today, she holds several certifications, and these are all programs that run through the SBA as business stimulators. This is what grows our economy. There's a whole program with the SBA from the federal and the state levels.
He almost said it's a scam.
He called it DEI, which means didn't earn it. Is that what it means? I think.
Well, the DEI.
So don't say. So yesterday we were listening to the show, and I gotta tell you, Anthony, he caused a little bit of friction in the house yesterday when we listened to that. And because a lot of people don't know Trish, she is the hardest worker in the business. If you drive by the office at 7 o'clock, she's there. But a lot of people don't realize that the first thing she does in the morning is she orders the stickers for the company. So needless to say, she won't be buying any stickers anymore. So.
Okay, so there go the stickers.
There goes the stickers.
I do have to say, somebody had said to me yesterday, before a nickel is spent, it goes through her.
Yeah, so if you call me and say, hey, Joe, what are the assets in the business? How many bulldozers do you own? And where are they? That is, I do not know. I have been demoted several times with the business. I have people who help run the business. It's kind of a family joke, because Dad and what was my position as VP is now being taken over by many people who are chief of operations, director of operations, accounting people, et cetera. There's over 100 some people, and she manages sometimes up to $250,000 a week in payroll. So the company has grown, and I have been very focused on the race. So she doesn't even know where I'm at half the time because I'm on the road meeting with chairs.
So you feel your wife certainly knows it is a legitimate female-owned business, and she plays a major role in the business.
Yeah, she could give a class on it to any other small business. She could mentor any other, not just women, but small business people. Because in the small business arena, if you've ever seen that movie War Dogs, that movie's based on building a business using federal business opportunity website, which is now called SAMS.gov. And she's the expert on it. So we have grown through these small business programs through the years, and then you grow out of them, and it works very well. It's what the federal government wants. They want to incubate small businesses in the large. You graduate, and you're competing in an open marketplace.
You messaged in yesterday and said, let Anthony know I'd love to sit with him and have a cup of coffee. What is the intention there?
Yeah, I see Anthony much differently. We are in alignment on many things, and supporting President Trump is one of those things. And I applaud his energy in the race, okay? I do, because he's got a lot of energy, he's got a lot of resources. And I'm 52 now, and the way I look at things in my 50s versus my 40s and my 30s is much different. You mature and you see things differently. I would encourage him. He spent a lot of money on a sign. He got a lot of notoriety for it, and it was a hit. Now he's got a statue, and the statue is big and beautiful. But
what is the statue?
It's a statue. It's a statue of President Trump, and it's probably very beautiful. I haven't seen it in person, but I would say this is a different world we're in. If that was me, and I challenge him, I hope he's listening. Take the statue, auction it on the world stage, and donate that money to a good cause. That's what I would do.
Okay, fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
What would you? Let's talk about. We have news now that as soon as the Florida special elections are complete, very quickly, Elise Stefanik will be confirmed. It's expected within a couple of days. That will start the process where the governor has to set the special election, which under Republican rules will then allow, once she exits and resigns, it'll allow Republicans to pick their candidate. The way it's being done, while it almost seems as if there is a campaign going on right now, there isn't. The only real campaign is between anyone who is interested, like yourself in NY21, and the chair people in each of the counties in the 21st Congressional District. So running commercials now is kind of falling on deaf ears because it's how many chairs are there?
There's 15 chairs, 15
chairs.
counties, and one of the chairs is running as well.
And one of the chairs is running. Oneida County, very important in this. Herkimer County, very important. But counties beyond. You have to be a congressperson for all of the counties. Where do you stand? What conversations have you had? And how do you feel about this process right now?
So interestingly enough, yesterday, I don't know what happened. At 7 a.m., my phone started ringing. And I spent until 11. Many of the phone calls were talking to county chairs and scheduling those final rounds of interviews. The enjoyable part about this is I have a bunch of new friends. These county chairs are really good people. A lot of them are blue-collar people. They really care. And we speculate that the election in Florida will trigger the special in New York.
Yeah.
Who knows? There could be a recount. Who knows?
That's true, too. That could change everything. But right now, Axios is reporting that that's going to...
they gave the date April 2nd.
April 2nd is when they feel the confirmation hearing will begin. But again, anything could happen. They could be so close we don't know. That would slow down the process for Mike Johnson. This is really all about having enough people in seats to cast votes to push the Trump agenda forward.
100%.
Yeah. So your conversations have gone well.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, Bill, I'm going to win this thing. And I'll tell you why. I've got support. There's three bases to cover here, first, second, and third. First base is covering with the chairs. The challenge I had early on is no one knew who Joe Rakowski was. Who's this construction guy that says he moves dirt? And over many meetings with the chairs, and I am an in-person guy. I have not spent the money that Anthony has on polls and radio and all these things. I have been going to each chair, visiting them in their hometown, in their office, in their place of business, breaking bread, driving the miles, covering all four corners of the district to show that I have what it takes. Those who know me here locally know that I get up, I work hard. I've been building a business for almost 20 years, so I have a reference here. Many of them don't know me, so that is step one. Step two, I very much feel and believe that Elise, who has done incredible things in the district, should have a hand in this, should weigh in at some point. Maybe it's a wink and a nod, maybe it's an endorsement, I don't know. And then number three, Washington has to know. If President Trump has any issue with a candidate, I don't think it's going to happen. So he, in my opinion, this is Joe Rakowski speaking, that he has not weighed in, he has not paid attention, he has staff for that, he is letting the chairs, I don't want to say letting, he wants the chairs, I'm assuming, to do their job, and that's put up the candidate. And they've been working at this for 4 months. Yeah. This has been going on for a long time.
And I think the Democrats have a strong candidate. If you could pick a Democrat, knowing where the world is right now with Democrats, if you could pick a Democrat that could actually accomplish something in this district, I think the Democrats have done that. So the challenge is, by the way, it's still an uphill climb for Democrats. Mm-hmm. There is an advantage, a significant advantage for Republicans, but the key is to put the right person in this campaign to run and win. If you were to lose this, I guess what I'm saying is the president, Elise Stefanik, Mike Johnson, Republicans want to make sure who they put in is going to win.
A tremendous amount of pressure because this isn't just a congressional election. This is an R+13 district. We've got a slim majority in the House. Okay, the country's still divided. Okay, we've got a lot of big changes coming out of the White House, and I think that people want. I think it was smart putting Jen Devine up because he's a blue collar worker, and he's not a political entity. He's a farmer. He's not a political entity. It's going to take someone like that to beat him.
And this is something to focus on. Once this is set, this will be the only special election in the country. All eyes will be on upstate New York here.
Yeah, I'm going to have to graduate from the Keeler show.
Yeah, that's well. Listen, I hope we've helped tune you up a little.
You have. You've been a great supporter, and I thank you because we've known each other a very long time.
Yeah.
So
I truly have. I mean, and I didn't say this to Anthony Constantine yesterday, and I wasn't grilling him because I'm friends with you. I
didn't get that impression.
I was asking him tough questions because he was making statements that, like the poll. Well, where'd the poll come from, by the way? And what does the poll have anything to do with selecting the candidate? Nothing, because it's the chair people that are selecting. So I just think these were things that he put me in a position where I had to follow up.
Yeah, and 100% he's paying for these polls. And, who's bringing in the results and measuring these polls and the results? And if they're on payroll, it's going to be skewed. And really, it doesn't matter. You have to have the support of the chairs and Washington, et cetera, et cetera. So out of all the candidates, and from what I can tell, I'm the only one that sat at the round table with President Trump here in Utica. I've been to Mar-a-Lago, invited to Mar-a-Lago. There's a difference than paying to go to Mar-a-Lago. And I've been invited to Bedminster, and that's where I met the First Lady. So I have those circles in the Trump camp. And it's, this poll thing and all the radio, that's great, but it's not time. It's bad timing.
Now, once as you say, once you are selected, now everything changes. The district becomes everything. This is you got to win the election. You got to win this special election.
You have to become the candidate for the special, and then you got to win the election.
And a short window, by the way.
Yeah, so it brings up another point. I don't think Washington's going to show up on the first day after the candidate is selected with millions of dollars to throw into this. It's very important the candidate can self-fund, and that I can do. I've committed a minimum of $1 million into this race. It's going to take more. But the other thing that I really have an advantage over is because I have done business nationwide. People in Congress say they're responsible for the declaration of war. They make policy that affects the world trade issues, not just local, not just New York 21. So I have those contacts nationwide that are going to want to support me financially to win the race, because it comes down to putting up millions of dollars for advertising and running the race and putting your name out there to get the votes.
Joe Rakowski, good luck.
Thanks, Bill.
We're just weeks away from getting some resolution here finally. So, and thank you for coming in person. I do appreciate that. And it's important to go to these counties and meet the chairs where they are. They want to know that if you're the guy that you're going to be representing them as well, not just this area. Very important.
No, they want to know that you can show up and help support their local races too.
Thank you. Good luck, and keep us posted.
Thank you, Bill.
Joe Rakowski, keep your eye on NY21. It is going to be the race coming up whenever it actually happens here.
Mattress Express's closeout sale on brand new leftover inventory and floor models. Right now, buy a king or queen and get a free adjustable base. Take up to 5 years to pay with no money down for qualified buyers, and no credit check payment plans available as well.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the easy-to-use app that uses immersive lessons to teach you a new language in a way that sticks. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text radio to 64,000. That's radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/radio. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
Hey, if you have ugly,
yellow toe fungus, you gotta hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflesh.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflesh.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflesh.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflesh.com.
Everybody thinks when you buy new windows, you just rip the old one out, stick the new one in, and voila, you're done. Nope, not the case at all. Scott and Jill here from New York Sash.
The truth is, over 50% of the time, the window frame that you pulled that old window out of has all kinds of problems, and it needs to be repaired at a minimum, and a lot of times, completely replaced.
If you just stick a beautiful new window in an old, messed up frame, you're asking for problems.
And guess what? Most of the companies just use the old rip and stick method. It's easier, faster, and yep, cheaper.
At New York Sash, we carefully inspect the frame for rot, bug damage, messed up trim, and fix it or replace it.
Hey, do it right or don't do it at all.
Call New York Sash now and get 15% off windows, doors, or bathrooms. 315-624-7344 or online at newyorksash.com. That's newyorksash.com.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX. WIBX. This is Keeler. WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM. Now back to the Keeler Show.
All right, so on the in studio right now, in the hot seat, if you will, is Joe Rakowski. Joe, businessman, looking to vying for that spot on the Republican ticket in the special election that will be announced when Elise Stefanik steps down, and that is expected to come probably sometime in the first week of April, we're now being told. Yes. Joe was done, but we had several questions, and if you want to call in one or two, 315-736-0186, feel free to do that. We'll start with Megan. You have a few over there.
Yeah, some guy in the 315, he says, how come no congressperson is just honest and says, I'm running because all congresspeople turn into millionaires in a few years, and I can retire being a pawn for my party? And it brought up a story about how I remember watching Pelosi's coverage of the state of the nation, I believe in 2017 or 2018. It was one of those years when I was just really starting in this industry, and people and all those fashion bloggers were talking about her $5,000 Chanel suit that she wore, which I was so appalled because I didn't even make half that in a month. So I'm thinking, what is this woman doing wearing a suit that most Americans don't like, that's worth more than what most Americans do not even make in a month?
I'll start by saying you chose radio. It's your own fault.
Well, that is true.
So the initial question.
The initial question is, so what the idea of congresspeople going into office?
Are you going in to get rich?
There you go.
Absolutely not. I would love to change those things. I mean, if you think about the amount of hours it takes to be a congressman during the week that you're going to put in, not only to do your job, that's the first function. The second thing is you got to raise money for your next election, right? So I know a lot of people in Congress, their weeks are 60, 80 hours a week. Where do they find time, and how would you become a multi-hundred or 200 millionaire? Like, what's Pelosi, 260-some million dollars?
Yes.
Okay, so that only comes from insider trading, is my guess. Okay, this is the way I see it. I'm calling a spade a spade. There's no way otherwise.
Most people say that you have the opportunity to make far more money in your line of. I mean, you're a businessman. Richard Hanna, you'd fall in line with a Richard Hanna who was in construction and didn't need to play those games in Washington because he was already self-made.
So really what you're asking me is the why. Like, I get this all the time.
Why?
And when early on in the race, I would get the why, and I would kind of feel like, what do I say? I could tell you the why. There's 100 whys, and that's one of them. Put honest people into leadership positions in the country and lead the country. Trump's not in it for the money. Okay, he doesn't need the money. He's been fighting his whole country. They tried to kill him a couple times. So the answer to the question is put honest people in. And what people have forgotten is that people have the power to vote. So vote the bad ones out, keep the good ones in, and term limits. I don't know anybody that needs to be in Congress at 80 years old. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
What is one of the things that is lost in all of this, and we don't really talk about it at all, the questions aren't being asked about it, is what do you want to accomplish? I mean, there's a lot going on in this world right now. If you are the candidate and you win the race, you're going to be plopped into the middle of world chaos, it seems. What do you stand for?
The number one reason that I'm in the race is, and it took me a little bit of time to kind of formulate this statement, but I have and I am living the American dream. A kid from Pennsylvania, I bought my own school clothes. I worked on the farm growing up. I went in the military. They helped make me a man. I've had many mentors over the years. My advice to young people is, align yourself with successful people. Learn how to work hard. Learn how to tell the truth. Be honest, and you will be successful. And I've proven that. My business now is approaching, roughly, I say my business, the conglomerate of businesses that we have. But Mohawk Valley Materials started with a dump truck and now is at $50 million a year. And you can do it. So the American dream, I don't want it to die. That is the answer to the question. And I would love to be part of the solution in Washington to rid the system of corruption, align with President Trump, and make sure that when he leaves office, because this is it, he's done, that he has the team in place to follow on and carry on with his policy, his agenda, and continue to make America great.
Because what we do see often is, depending on a president comes in, policies. That president leaves, those policies are reversed, and it's almost like a yo-yo effect when Democrats have control, and then when Republicans have
and think about this. So that's why we have to win. We have to be pro-business. The biggest issue with the country is we have inflation. The dollar's worth, I think it's worth 50 cents on a dollar. You cash your paycheck, you made $1, you pay 35 to 40% in tax, and then you go down the street and you buy a gallon of gas with another 13% tax on it, and then the price of eggs are up. What is the dollar really worth? If we become energy independent, which we were on that path with Trump, and then look what happened. We got to go back to energy independence, because even if inflation's high, if the dollar's worth 80 cents and you get more out of your dollar, we've won. And you can't have manufacturing leave and then invite them back and then leave when it doesn't work. Trump has to leave this term and bring manufacturing back to stay. That has to happen.
Megan.
The Guild OBS asks, what are your views on supporting law enforcement in the district?
You're a former cop.
A former cop, all right? So let's just not talk about law enforcement. Let's talk about first responders. From the time that the police officer makes the arrest, till the time that person ends up going through the court system and maybe potentially incarcerated, all those people are key, and we're losing them. We're not paying them enough. They don't have good policy. They're being attacked. These CEOs it's incredible what
has happened in the prison system is just terrible.
When you drive down the road, you think about maybe getting pulled over, you see a cop. Nobody thinks about the CEOs. Nobody thinks about the paramedics or the ambulance drivers or the people who are trained to take care of you. The one thing that I would champion, and I would do this immediately, is work on some type of reciprocity for first responders nationwide. So if you're a state trooper in Pennsylvania and you want to transfer to, Idaho, you have some way to do that because you're already trained. We don't have any of that now. It's a shame because it's the same bad guy in Idaho that it is in New York State.
Yeah.
So that would benefit the country.
And that seems to go all the way to the top. We are still a country where I thought we would have learned from 9/11. We're still a country where the agencies do not talk to each other. And
they can't in New York.
If you look at what happened, how that kid was able to get so close to Trump and get a shot off and somehow was allowed to climb on top of that building. You had police officers with reports trying to report it, and it couldn't. There wasn't a network built to be able to communicate properly from agency to agency.
Let me put that in perspective for you. On that scene, right, we had that problem. but I can put you in Italy tomorrow. You can swipe your credit card, and they'll take the money out of your account, and that technology exists. Is that ridiculous or what?
I know. Think about it.
But we couldn't communicate on the same.
Anything else?
Oh, well, my question is, if elected into office, how are you going to bridge the divide? Because a new poll came out yesterday that the number one Democrats' modus operandi, let's say, is to go against the Republicans no matter what. And it seems that's happening on the other side as well. How are you going to work and reach across the aisle to get stuff done? Because right now we're seeing a lot of hitting the head against the wall and not a lot of unity.
Love it. So you're talking to a guy that's been trained to interrogate and interview and negotiate on the street as a police officer. And that is tough to do with criminals. In the House, and my understanding is back in the day, the Democrats and the Republicans would sit amongst each other. If you take a picture of the Congress today, one side of the House is Republican, the other's Democrat. The first thing I would do is I would say, we've got to sit together. You know, what do you do with people who don't get along? You put them in a room, you make them do an activity. I don't think they even have lunch anymore together, right? It's this war that we have in America. Democrats, and I have Democrats in my family, you know, and you have to get along and we can talk about things. That's the first thing I would do is I would reorganize the way they even sit in Congress.
Joe, we appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for staying longer. We're going to know a lot more in a couple of weeks, and we'll see where all of this goes.
Thanks for having me.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
Yeah.
President Trump saying that those pardons by Joe Biden on the January 6th committee and others, null and void. Ryan Schmelz standing by right now from Fox News Radio. Ryan, what do we know about this one? Good morning.
Right. So President Trump fired off some pretty harsh tweets yesterday, or a True Social post, alleging that President Biden, his pardons are no longer void because he believes they were signed by AutoPen. And this is stemming from a Harris Foundation investigation, or an investigation through one of their watchdog organizations, the Oversight Project, saying that we gathered every document we could find with Biden's signature over the course of his presidency. All used the same AutoPen signature, except for the announcement that the former president was dropping out of the race last year. So Trump is alleging that because this was an AutoPen pardon, therefore they should no longer be void. So I think that'll be up to the courts if it gets to that point.
How does this, listen, when I sign a document online, I use the Adobe system, and it's an electronic signature. That flies.
Yeah.
That's a legal signature.
And that's the thing. I think this accusation probably would have been a little more sturdy if this would have happened back in the mid 2000s and not in 2025.
Right.
Yeah, everyone's making legal signatures by AutoPen and they're being accepted in many legal documents. So yes, I think there is that question would certainly come up. So I think it just depends on, what the Trump administration or Congress wants to pursue further with these individuals who were pardoned. I've had some Republicans say to me that, well, because they're now pardoned, we can get a lot more answers from them. They have really nothing to lose. So, if that's the route they want to take in the future, we'll see.
You think Liz Cheney's coming before their committee? I don't think so.
Yeah, we'll see. It'll
be quite. And by the way, I signed 2 documents yesterday. President Joe Biden through Adobe. It's incredible. You can sign under. It's amazing what you can accomplish with electronics today. Yeah, that's just not true. Okay, Ryan, interesting stuff. We always appreciate your update. Thanks, man.
Hey, thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Ryan Schmelz with Fox News Radio.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
And you know who told us all about it? Tanya J. Powers from Fox News Radio. She warned us. Boston is the place where they party hardy, and New York as well. Good morning, Tanya.
Hey, good morning.
Yeah. Did you know what a Borg was? B-O-R-G?
I don't remember it having a certain name before, but I don't think that's new.
I don't think it's new either. No, you're probably right. It's the modern day version of a flask, only much bigger.
And made of plastic.
Yeah.
I tried to stay away from drinks that have like a current running through them. That are large enough to,
That's
sustain a small boat. Yeah.
That's a very, very good point. It never ends well, does it? It just never ends well.
No.
You have an interesting story. New York Hospital partnering with an Israeli hospital to deliver cutting-edge care to soldiers. What do we know about this?
Yeah, it's NYU Langone Center for Amputation Reconstruction. They're teaming up with a hospital in Tel Aviv, a medical center there. It's a partnership that was actually facilitated by a nonprofit that's also an Israeli rehab center for wounded IDF soldiers. And the NYU folks are going to give the Israeli hospital techniques for a surgical procedure that actually connects a metal implant or a prosthetic limb to the surrounding bone tissue. It's called osseointegration is the procedure's name. And what it does is it makes the connection between the implant and the bone a lot more stable, eliminating the need for like a traditional prosthesis. So it is something that apparently is much preferred. It is also something that, after this training, they're training the Israeli doctors to be able to perform this in their own country. Apparently, the surgery can also alleviate phantom limb sensation and some of the pain that's associated with amputation and wearing a traditional prosthesis. The folks at NYU, the Center for Amputation Reconstruction, have also had experience treating Ukrainian soldiers after the Russian invasion there. After the October 7th Hamas attack and the war in Gaza, that has greatly increased the need for prosthetics in Israel. The process that they're teaching them had not yet been widespread there. So that's one of the reasons they're teaming up to teach them how to do this procedure. So the greater need for it to be done there can, maybe they'll have a lot more, luck and stability, and, these patients will have a much better outcome.
Yeah. It is incredible how, I thought about this when I was recently thought about this and thought about a time when I was in high school and one of our classmates had to have, he came up with cancer and had to have his leg amputated. And I wonder today, by the way, if there would have been an amputation today. Probably not, based on what we know today and how we treat cancer. But the prosthetic, how amazing that was back then. But when you look back 30 years ago or 40 years ago, how far we have come with these. They're so realistic. They can accomplish so much with prosthetics today. It's incredible.
Mm-hmm. It really is.
Yeah. Okay, Tanya. You have a wonderful day. We thank you for the update.
Sure. Thank you.
Tanya J. Powers from Fox News Radio.
First News with Keeler in the Morning on WIBX. This is Keeler in the Morning. WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
All right, Davey, what do you have for me in there? What do you have? I'm seeing a little look on your eyes.
Our main man with the plan, Stefan, is on the line for you.
Hello, Stefan Rubitsky.
Well, hello, Bill.
Listen, I want Stefan has a very interesting story to tell, and it is quite interesting, I must say. By the way, I saw you. I think I was watching TV last night, and you were at that Common Council meeting last night.
No, I was not. That was an old.
It's old video.
Meeting. Yeah.
Oh, so that was not current video of the special meeting. That was old video. Did you see yourself?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, but you weren't there.
No, I was not. I was at the South Utica Neighborhood Association meeting at the new Children's Museum, the ICANN building on the Parkway.
All right, that's going to be opening soon, right?
Yes, it will be. And the main topic was what to do with the old St. Elizabeth campus on Genesee Street.
Yeah, did you? I'm sure you spoke.
Yes, I did. There's some historic parts of the old St. E's, and I suggested maybe making it what the historic parts, making what West Utica has in the old Psych Center, Old Main, maybe making it that if it's historic.
What you mean, like a museum of some sort?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, let's talk about, you had the inspiration on Friday night. And by the way, did they win, Utica?
Utica University basketball men's team played in the NCAA tournament.
Yes. Did they win?
Down in Montclair, New Jersey, just close to New York City.
Yes. Did they win?
They lost,
oh, boy.
And the game before them, Hamilton College basketball played, and I had the pleasure to stay for both.
And they won?
Hamilton lost as well.
All right, so both local teams lost. All right, but you won.
I won.
You won. Let me explain. Let me just set this up a little bit. I always know, Stefan, when you're not calling me, you're up to something. And Friday night, sure enough, I would have expected to see you at our broadcast at the Heart Run and Walk. And when I saw the radiothon, you weren't there. I'm like, what is Stefan up to? And it turns out you hopped on a bus and you went to New Jersey to watch the two teams play.
Yes, I did. And I had no way home, and
let's just talk about that for a second. You got, how many times have we talked about, when you go to one of these things, you got to know that you have the money set aside and that you will have a ride home, right?
Right.
However, you got saved, tremendously saved. On Friday night,
I did.
You had no ride. You had no ride home. I got the phone call as well. Stefan is stuck in New Jersey after the Hamilton Utica game. Davey, you got a call too? Yes.
I got the text from
Joe.
From Joe.
Yeah. Okay, but you had something amazing actually happen in your favor here. Now I'll let you explain.
Yes, well, I talked to the Utica University players and the coaches, and I'd like to thank head coach of the men's basketball team for Utica University, Sean Coffey. He let me ride the bus to the hotel with the team, and the driver wasn't going to stay in the hotel, so I had the driver's room from the night before, and then on Saturday, I traveled with the team back here to Utica.
That is unbelievable. I mean, that's really very nice of the head coach and of the Utica, and probably
from the Stanley Theater Studio, WIBX Utica, Rome, W295EI, WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM, a Town Square media station.
More Venezuelans in the U.S. illegally kicked out. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. 199 of them, some accused gang members, landed back in their home country, Venezuela, early this morning, as a court fight continues today over flights of Venezuelan gang members deported to El Salvador over a week ago. Fox's Peter Ducey's at the White House.
And I talked to President Trump about this on Friday. He did not have any regrets about the way these deportation flights have gone so far. And today's hearing is not going to be before the same judge that thinks the administration may have defied his order to turn plane loads of accused gang members around. And it's not because Judge Boasberg has been removed from the case, but the next step in this process is for arguments to be before a 3-judge panel in Washington, D.C.
There's a new round of negotiations going on now in Saudi Arabia between the U.S. and Russia, hours after talks between the U.S. and Ukraine.
The Trump administration wants an immediate partial ceasefire and later a comprehensive peace deal.
President Donald Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff says he believes we'll see real progress today, but Russian officials are more cautious. Last night, at least 7 people were killed after Russia launched another barrage of drones at Ukraine.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Israel keeps up the attacks in Gaza, where Palestinian officials say more than 60 people were killed in bombings. A Hamas operative is among them, hiding out, Israelis say, with the civilians in a hospital.
Reports on the ground inside Gaza indicate that Ismail Barhoum, a top Hamas political official, was the target in this strike.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv. The Senate's minority leader has a message for some of his fellow Democrats who want to replace him.
Look, I'm not stepping down.
Chuck Schumer defending his vote for a Republican spending bill to avert a government shutdown, telling NBC's Meet the Press the GOP funding plan was bad.
But a shutdown would be 15 or 20 times worse.
Former Congresswoman Mia Love has died. She was the first black Republican woman elected to Congress. She was only 49, had brain cancer. America's listening to Fox News.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. But don't just take our word for it. Here's Jackie and Veronica, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Just call or click to see how much you can save today. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com. That's 1-888-FREEDOM or ConsumerCellular.com today. Real people paid to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
While the U.S. tries to stop the wars in Ukraine and Gaza, there's also a renewed focus on Iran, and not just its backing militants like Hamas in the Middle East, pressuring Iran to stop its nuclear program that's feared to be closer to making weapons.
U.S. Middle Eastern envoy Steve Witkoff on Fox News Sunday said President Trump has given the Iranians 2 months to decide the course they will take. America wants Iran's nuclear program ended. Witkoff said right now it's up to Iran to decide how this plays out.
Let's sit down and see if we can, through dialogue, through diplomacy, get to the right place. If we can, we're prepared to do that. And if we can't, the alternative is not a great alternative.
Witkoff says that alternative does not rule out military action under certain circumstances if Iran opts not to walk away from nuclear development. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Stocks could surge on Wall Street to start the week. Dow futures up almost 400 points after last week's slight gains for the Dow and the Nasdaq following a big sell-off to start March. At the gas pump,
gasoline prices lost another 2 pennies per gallon. The regular grade average is now $3.15. In the past 4 weeks, it's down 9 cents.
Analyst Sylvia Lundberg surveys gas stations across the country, just like AAA. Its national average for regular $3.12 a gallon, a little less. Now to the college basketball tournament.
16 teams are left in the men's NCAA brackets, including all 4 number 1 seeds. Duke and Florida scored victory Sunday to join fellow top seeds Houston and Auburn in the round of the Sweet 16. Florida ended UConn's run of 2 straight national titles. The Gators knocked out the Huskies 77-75. Ole Miss made the Sweet 16 for the first time in 9 years. The Rebels beat 3rd seed Iowa State 91-78.
That's Fox's Jared Max. Also winning to advance yesterday, Alabama, Arizona, Kentucky, Michigan State, and Maryland, which won on a buzzer-beating shot over Colorado State. I'm Dave Anthony. This is Fox News.
Good morning. WIBX 950 AM, 92.3 FM news time is 8:05. I'm Megan Stone. It's 36 degrees outside and cloudy. Your full weather forecast is coming up next. A Utica man was arrested on menacing and weapons charges. According to Utica police, officers were called to the 900 block of Schuyler Street last Thursday for a menacing investigation. Police were told by several individuals that a person they knew became violent outside of the residence and walked away, only to return with a large kitchen knife and then threatened the group. The victims hid inside the home, and the man, identified as 42-year-old Somse Sazamouth, tried to break into the residence. When officers arrived, Sazamouth had entered a nearby residence. He was arrested and the knife was secured. Sazamouth was charged with 2 counts of menacing in the 2nd degree, criminal mischief in the 4th degree, and 3rd degree criminal possession of a weapon. And a Oriskany Falls woman was arrested for driving under the influence. The Oneida County Sheriff's Office said they conducted a stop at the Cliffs in Clinton and arrested 43-year-old Tara Godin after determining she was under the influence of drugs. Police say they also found 2 bags of heroin. Godin was charged with 2 counts of criminal possession of a controlled substance in the 7th degree, as well as several vehicle and traffic violations. Godin's license was also suspended due to her refusing to be drug tested. She was released and is due back in court at a later time. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik now knows when the Senate will vote on her confirmation to become a member of President Trump's cabinet. The vote to have the Republican Stefanik become the next U.S. ambassador to the United Nations is April 2nd. Stefanik's confirmation vote has been on hold for weeks because the GOP only has a slim majority in the House of Representatives. Once she's confirmed, a special election will be set to fill her spot in the 21st Congressional District. Immigration officials are asking a pro-Palestinian Cornell student to turn himself in. That's according to lawyers from Mamadou Tal, who has been taking part in pro-Palestinian protests at the Ivy League school. They say ICE has sent Tal a notice to appear, which is one of the first steps in the deportation process. Tal is a dual citizen of the UK and Gambia. He filed a lawsuit last weekend to block the deportation of protesters. And the owner of a Harlem funeral home is speaking out after he was beaten, robbed, and threatened with a machete last month. 66-year-old Daniel Wilhelmina tells the Daily News he was stunned by the holdup. He says he told the 2 robbers, "This is a funeral home, not a bodega," as they relieved him of his wallet and cell phone, and then later used his credit cards to buy a pair of sneakers and a bottle of liquor. Wilhelmina told detectives that with tens of thousands in available credit, the thieves could have bought so much more. He said they should go to jail for just being stupid. One of the alleged robbers has since been caught. Your WIBX news time is 8:07. Here is your weather forecast.
Scattered rain and snow showers this morning, becoming mostly rain showers as we head through this morning into this afternoon. Highs around 50. They'll taper off tonight, mid-30s. Cloudy and cooler Tuesday, Wednesday with just a slight chance for a rain or snow shower both days. Highs right around or just over 40. I'm meteorologist Ken Boone from the Weather Channel on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
36 degrees under cloudy skies. Here's sports. The Yankees and Tampa Bay Rays played to a 3-3 tie in Tampa. Max Fried made his final start of the spring and allowed 3 runs on 4 hits and 3 walks over 5 and a third frames. Anthony Volpe and Austin Wells each went deep. New York closes out Grapefruit League play when it visits the New York Mets this afternoon. The Mets rolled to a 10-2 thumping of the Miami Marlins. Griffin Canning collected the victory after allowing 2 runs and striking out 6 over 4 and a third innings. Alexander Canario led the way to the dish with a grand slam and a solo homer. The second round of the NCAA's men's basketball tournament has come to a close. St. John's was eliminated after falling to Arkansas 75-66 in Providence. The Red Storm finished the season 31-5. UConn's quest for a three-peat is over after falling to Florida 77-75 in Raleigh. The Huskies finished the season 24-11, and the tournament continues Thursday with the Sweet 16 at Prudential Center. The Orioles are starting their season without their star shortstop. General Manager Mike Elias announced Sunday that Gunnar Henderson will begin the year on the injured list. The Knicks provided a health update regarding one of their stars over the weekend. Guard Jalen Brunson is expected to be out of the lineup for at least 1 more week as he recovers from a sprained right ankle. The Knicks will continue their 3-game homestand tomorrow night when they host the Mavericks. New York is third in the East at 44-26. The Nets could be without a couple of key contributors for tonight's game. D'Angelo Russell and Zaire Williams are both listed as questionable on the injury report. The Nets hope to snap their three-game skid when they host the Mavericks at Barclays. Brooklyn is 12th in the East at 23-48. Victor Hovland is celebrating a victory after finishing atop the leaderboard at the Valspar Championship. Hovland finished 11 under par to collect his 7th career win on tour. Justin Thomas finished in 2nd at 10 under par. Jacob Bridgman was 3rd at 9 under. Defending champion Peter Malnati failed to make it past the cut. And Kyle Larson is on the board for the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series season. The driver of the number 5 car, he earned his first win of the year. He cruised to victory in the Straight Talk Wireless 400 from Homestead Miami Speedway. Alex Bowman, Bubba Wallace, Chase Briscoe, and Danny Hamlin rounded out the top 5 finishers. The field now heads to Martinsville Speedway for the Cookout 400. That's next Sunday. WIBX News Time is 8:10. It's 36 degrees and cloudy. I'm Megan Stone.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Mattress Express's closeout sale on brand new leftover inventory and floor models. Right now, buy a king or queen and get a free adjustable base. Take up to 5 years to pay with no money down for qualified buyers and no credit check payment plans available as well.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text radio to 64,000. That's radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000.
Stop putting off registering for the 2025 Boilermaker Road Race because it's almost sold out. People are sprinting to Boilermaker.com to grab their racing bibs before they're gone. Reserve your spot at the starting line now and punch your ticket to the world's best post-race party, where there will be live music, drinks, food, and plenty of surprises. This year's Boilermaker will be bigger and better than ever, but the window to sign up is closing. So run, don't walk, to Boilermaker.com and sign up for one of America's most famous races. See you at the starting line July 13th.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
It all began in 1985 with a single goal, a commitment to brighten our community. And with your kindness, that light grew brighter. Because for 40 years, you've helped Food Bank of Central New York deliver healthy food and hope. But that need continues to grow. So this year, please consider giving a little extra and make sure the light we shine together never goes out.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
Robin Kaminsky is the manager at the Humane Society in Rome, and she's on the line right now. Robin, good morning. Thanks for coming on.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right. This story last week was really disturbing, and
heartbreaking.
It is the story that you have a puppy corral, and explain how this person dropped off the puppy. Ultimately, the puppy died when you guys was passed away by the time you guys came in the morning. Walk us through what you believe happened.
Okay, so just the way the corral is set up, it's closer to the road. And the gate was open, so if it was a dog put in there, which quite often will come in the morning, people have surrendered a dog into there, but the gate is closed, obviously. This morning the gate was open, so we all came on in. Still a lot of snow, banks, but some had melted.
Yep.
And one of our employees went out, nice day, dogs could go out early in the morning, went to walk the corral just to make for sure appropriate toys and such were out there, and found the puppy passed away. So, hard to say, was it alive? Was it dead? Obviously very ill because it didn't make any attempt to walk around. And the ground just looked like they had maybe dropped it over the fence because the ground was kind of patted down. So best of our guess.
What kind of dog was it?
Probably a pit bull mix. You know, it's hard. We try very hard not to say what breeds they are because, indeed, you can get quite tricked by that.
Right.
You know, they may look a certain breed, but looked as if it had some pit bull, maybe some Rottie, but young, probably around the 4-month age.
Yeah. Do you have you made any progress? Have police made any progress in trying to find out who dropped off the puppy?
So I can tell you the Sheriff's Department has been absolutely gold star wonderful.
Yeah.
We've built a new relationship with them, and they are our go-to people for anything that happens like this. And the one deputy that came out has been great. He covers this area. He's, you know, building a relationship with us, which has been very helpful.
Yeah.
We had some neighbors that heard some commotion over at the shelter with a loud truck that early morning hours, but couldn't really see anything. We also have had a couple of phone calls in with, I think I may have known, but as we take a description of the dog, it hasn't been anybody that fits.
Yeah.
So
right now it's been a dead end.
Yes. And often that happens with the abandoned animals. But what we try to do here is, first thing, we all support each other because we're here for the well-being of the animals. So we have everybody get-together meeting. We can maybe complain and gripe and groan and moan and be upset and angry, and then we move forward. But this is why we're here, to take everything that happens and put it into a positive light.
Yeah.
So educating the community is going to be top on our list. Compassion, caring needs to be taught in the schools to young children.
Right.
Not taught, but explained and encouraged. It's not a learned thing. It's an encouraged thing. Maybe they're not getting it at home, and there's such a strong link between animal abuse, domestic violence, child abuse. It's all interlinked.
Yeah.
So we're just a part of that wheel to make the world better. And that's kind of where we try to go.
And do you feel obviously when something terrible like this happens, it does give you the opportunity to inform the public, in some cases educate people who might not know. What do you do? Because we had a lot of people say that part of the problem is that when you surrender a dog, you end up having to pay money. And for people who don't have that money, they probably shouldn't have the dog in the first place, but they're trying to give up the dog. What do you, if they feel like we can't afford this, we don't have a way to turn, we don't have anywhere to go, what is your suggestion to those people? And please, it is no excuse. I'm not implying that, but what do you tell those people who feel they don't have an option?
Yep. So they can give us a call. We can try to brainstorm some solutions.
Yeah.
One really important thing we have is a pet food pantry. You know, you get in a bind. If I could just get dog food for the next 2 weeks, I'd be okay.
Right.
So we can sometimes set people up with food. We can also encourage them and talk them through making a savings account for their dog or cat, which, $5 a week. You put it aside in a little piggy bank, and you don't touch it, and you have it there. We also very much encourage them to just get to a vet for a well check, because then you become an established client.
Right.
And it changes the whole aspect of things. If you tell us, I haven't taken him anywhere because he's never been sick, it's a red flag, because you're not going to be able to get in. But if you can get yourself established with a veterinary clinic, they'll see you.
And explain why
better.
If you can, explain why that's important. Like anything else, you need to protect the animals that you currently have, right?
Yep. Taking ownership of an animal, again, it's education that you really have to think about it before you make that commitment. And veterinary clinics can only see, the local veterinary clinics can only see their clients. So you have to get established as a client, or else you're going to end up going to one of the emergency clinics, which are very expensive.
Yeah.
And so just get yourself established with a local vet. The importance of that is huge. Just a well check. And you can talk to any veterinarian and say, I can only do this, what would be the most important thing I start with? Get your rabies vaccine done and then pick away at the other vaccines. Most veterinarians will definitely work out a plan so you're not hit with those huge veterinary bills. Those come from lack of veterinary care.
Right.
It, kind of spirals.
Mm-hmm. I spoke with a farmer who said that they have animals dropped off all the time. I think this is more common than we really know.
Yep. So people think, I'll just take that cat, I'll drop him off at a farm because it's a farm. I personally live on a farm. Mm-hmm. And so I can tell you that farmers aren't necessarily looking for dropped-off animals, but it's just a misconception that people have. And again, getting out in the community, if we can set up some sort of an educational program to tell people farmers aren't looking for you to drop your dog off there.
Yeah.
Call a humane society. Let us talk you through. We may not be able to take in your pet, but we have lots of networks for organizations that maybe will be able to help you.
Mm-hmm. I'd said that if I guarantee if somebody were to call the radio and say, I have a dog that I can't keep any longer, we're gonna drop it off unless somebody would adopt the pet. I feel like there'd be 10 people on the line saying, I'll take that dog. I will take the dog to prevent anything bad from happening. There's a community that is really sympathetic to animals, and it's a pretty large community.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I agree. And there's some great new foster-only networks that have started up that are beyond fabulous, because a dog skipping the path of an animal shelter and going to a home and being fostered in a home is huge. And so they were brilliant to set up that network. But when we talk to people on the phone, we'll encourage that.
Yeah.
They may not be successful here at the shelter. It's a long road for some dogs or cats.
Mm-hmm.
So try a neighbor maybe will foster your cat or dog till you can find a forever home. And sometimes that buys us enough time to find a solution.
Well, Robin, you guys do a great job out there. And I'm sorry this happened, but it is a moment where, things, you get publicity and people talk about it. And that conversation I do think is important.
And hopefully changes some outcomes in the future.
And maybe does prevent this from happening in the future. Obviously, if somebody has any bit of knowledge where they saw something or something showed up on their Ring camera that might maybe lend something to police to try to find out who dropped this puppy off, they would reach out to the sheriff's department.
Yep, the sheriff's department, or they can call here, because I have one deputy who's reached out and has been helping us. I could contact him. So either way, sheriff's department or the Humane Society of Rome.
All right, Robin, thank you so much.
Yep, you have a nice day.
Thank you, Robin.
Thanks. Robin Kaminsky is with the Humane Society of Rome.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/radio. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
Every once in a while, something that sounds too good to be true is actually, in fact, true. How would you like up to $4,000 of free windows? And when I say $4,000 of free windows, I mean $4,000 of free windows. No gimmicks or games. You don't have to buy $4,000 to get $4,000 free. You just get up to $4,000 of free windows through Patriot Home Solutions and NYSERDA. Of course, some restrictions apply, but none of these restrictions are income-based, and you don't have to sit through a long, drawn-out sales presentation. Give Patriot a call at 315-401-0440, and they can quickly tell you over the phone if you qualify or how you can get qualified. That's 315-401-0440. These aren't any windows. They're high-quality, custom-fitted windows designed to save energy and keep the cold air out all winter. Your window solution is Patriot Home Solutions. Online at patriothomesolutions.com.
This is Anthony Constantino, CEO of Sticker Mule. I'm a proud Trump supporter, running for Congress for the seat being vacated by Elise Stefanik. I built a successful internet company with nearly 1,000 people in upstate New York. However, much of upstate New York suffers from lack of access to high-speed internet that's necessary to build great companies and enable high-paying remote jobs. In fact, much of our district lacks access to strong, dependable cell phone service too. Of course, we must have both for public safety and to grow the economy. When elected to Congress, I will work quickly with President Trump to fix this problem. With high-speed internet, dependable cell service, and by renewing President Trump's tax cuts, both for businesses and individuals, we will create jobs and return economic prosperity to upstate New York. Follow me, Anthony Constantino, on Facebook today to learn more about my plans to make New York great again. I'm Anthony Constantino, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Constantino for Congress.
Are you sick of being just a number or doing a mindless job? Become a craftsman in a trade. Become an IBEW electrician. The IBEW and the Electrician Training Alliance will give you all the tools necessary at their state-of-the-art training facility. Earn as you learn. Paid training while you get your certification. What are you waiting for? Become an IBEW Local 43 electrician. Call or go online today to learn more. Find your career at IBEW and let the Electrician Training Alliance light up your future.
BME Company Business Machines and Equipment has been delivering office solutions for businesses in upstate New York for over 30 years. Their success comes from finding the right document management strategies and software solutions for streamlining workflows. Simply put, BME provides fast, reliable service at the best value to keep your business running smoothly. Through BME's strategic partnership with Hummel's Office Plus, they distribute supplies for just about every machine in your office at a great price. BME welcomes the opportunity to serve your business, selling, leasing, and service in Canon and Kyocera devices, as well as FP mailing solutions. An important part of BME's culture is supporting the communities they're fortunate to work in, and BME recognizes that support is one reason for their success. The future of business in BME's area is encouraging, and the company is grateful to be a part of that growth. Call BME Company at 315-574-8200 or visit BMEcompany.com. BME Company Office Solutions. Made simple.
Okay, we need brakes and tires. Check the battery too, please, and how about an oil change?
There's one local shop that really knows how important it is to keep our youngest passengers safe. Mulgeri's Auto Repair, family owned and operated since 1928. That's 3 generations of family that's been looking out for your family. Trusted for nearly 100 years to keep your car on the road, plus towing, brakes and tires, and good, low mileage used cars. Mulgeri's Auto Repair, 501 Albany Street, Utica. Call 315-733-5033.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
Okay, I do have a lot of questions about they're pushing the Real ID right now. Well, we've spent the extra to have the enhanced license, which means you can fly into Mexico. You don't need a passport. You could go into Canada. You don't need a passport. I think the enhanced license would cover it. I don't know. It might be an idea to check in with the county clerk, Mary Finnegan. Mary, good morning.
Good morning, Bill. How are you?
Good. Good to hear from you. And
yes.
I am wondering about, why the push on the Real ID? Have we reached that deadline where you got to at least have a Real ID?
Well, yes, correct. So Homeland Security, after 9/11, implemented this new law. So it's finally upon us. And May 7th, 2025 is the deadline. So you will need either a real or enhanced ID to fly domestically. You'll also need it to enter a federal building.
Oh, you couldn't fly to Florida without the Real ID.
Exactly. Any domestic flight.
Wow.
However, hold on. If you have a passport, you certainly still could.
Okay. So passport trumps everything, right? You can
Exactly.
you could go overseas with a passport.
Of course.
What about if you have the enhanced driver's license?
So if you have the enhanced driver's license, so I like to do it this way. We're going to take it in three steps.
All right.
If you have just a basic driver's license, you'll still be able to use it, obviously, to drive.
Okay.
So many older people, let's take for an example, you know, they may never plan on boarding a domestic flight again. They may never plan on entering a federal building again.
Mm-hmm.
So for their purposes, for an identification, that is fine. If they still drive, God bless them, that is fine.
Mm-hmm. God bless us.
They don't need a passport. They don't need a real or enhanced ID. Their regular license is fine.
Can I stop you? I know you're doing this in 3 parts, and I apologize, but I'm very slow. I'm on all the spectrums, I think. We were just talking about that. That's why I said that. Okay. So you can't enter a federal building without an enhanced ID?
A real ID.
A real ID. Wow.
Exactly.
So, okay, you're doing it in 3 parts. I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Unless you have a passport.
A passport.
Trumps all.
But an enhanced ID won't get me in?
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay,
but I'm saying if you only got the real, either real or enhanced, of course. And you know the symbol.
I don't. Hold on. I'm pulling my wallet out. Hold on. I got to do this.
Okay.
This is... So I literally, when I got the email from you to say it's time for an update, my wife and I were literally trying to go through our license to be able to determine if we have the enhanced license, and I'm pretty sure we do.
Okay.
So how can I tell?
What does your license show me?
Okay.
Does it have a flag?
It does. I have a flag in the lower right-hand corner.
You have an enhanced ID.
Okay. And on the flag it says, "Don't let this man drive." I don't know what that means. But,
now, if you had a star, that's a real ID.
Okay. So that means this is as good as a real ID, but it also allows me to drive. This will get me into Canada. This will get me on a domestic flight. It'll get me into Mexico.
It'll only get you into Mexico by land or sea. You would still need a passport you'd still need a passport to fly to Mexico or Canada. It's only by land or sea.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Very confusing. Very confusing.
I'm not going to fly to Canada. I'm not going to fly to Canada.
Well,
anyways.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, you know, I always say obviously you have a lot of hockey families here. So if you're going to drive into Canada, which they do quite often, an enhanced ID is what they would need.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Okay.
So then and obviously you should check with, if you're flying overseas, you got to have a passport.
Of course, yes. Which is also my office. We also, issue passports as well.
Can I tell you, we did the whatever the fast pass is for when we travel overseas. And you can get them all over now. I think we got ours at Staples, and you have to fill out these certain things. And so
yes.
So what was the coolest thing is you go to the airport and there's a long line for security, and there's what is it called? Is it the
Clear check, I think.
Clear check? Whatever it is.
Yep.
Fly right through the line. Fly right through security. No lines. Now.
Don't have to take your shoes off.
You don't even have to take your shoes off. Now, what I find interesting, though, is over the course of the last 2 or 3 years, the pre-check, over the last couple of years, the pre-check line has gotten longer and longer.
More guys like you announcing it on the radio.
That's exactly right. I should have kept my stinking mouth shut. So, and if you look over at the non-pre-check, the line was short. So even though we had that pass, I'm like, there's no line over there. Let's just go over there.
Yeah, I know. It's like a good restaurant. You got to keep that to yourself.
That's right. Don't tell anyone, otherwise you won't get in.
Anyone.
Yeah, that's a good point. I still can't get into this new place in Utica, the dessert place.
Which dessert place?
It's sold out. What's it called again?
With the fancy drinks?
Yeah.
Silk.
Silk.
Yeah. Have you been there yet?
Nope, can't get in.
Can't get in. Not even the county clerk.
The county clerk can't even get in.
You got to pull their license.
What is this world coming to?
This is terrible. They should be like, we're going to put you right in front of everybody else. Don't you know who she is? Listen, the place has got to be good because you can't get in right now.
I agree. I agree.
All right. So, where do you go to get obviously you have to go to the DMV to get your real ID, or
exactly.
You can do it. Yeah.
So, just one thing about it. we really do not want anyone to be doing it online, because what we're finding is, which is also confusing, because it will say, if you go online, it'll say that to upload your documents. Well, those documents are not coming to us, because as people may not realize, the DMV is run by New York State.
Right.
We're simply, an agent of the state. So please do not upload your documents. You have to come in person, either to the Utica DMV or now. I'm very happy to announce that as of tomorrow, the Rome DMV is open again.
Wow. I was just going to ask you about the Rome DMV. Yeah.
Yes, it's open tomorrow. And I just want to give a shout out to my staff, my first deputy, my supervisors, my MVRs, my assistant supervisors. Literally could not have done it without them. My staff is amazing, both in my office and in the DMV. Great staff.
That is Romans are going to love this.
Yes, but let's back up for 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Rome will be closed from 12 to 1 because we are a little short-staffed, because after the tornadoes, we had to combine offices. Some people retired. Some people, just didn't like the situation. So we're a little understaffed. So there will be lunch closed from 12 to 1, and we are also only taking appointments, by appointment only in Rome. In Utica, you still come in person. Rome, by appointment only. You can go on the website to make an appointment. It's very simple. When you make that appointment, they're going to send you a text message. They're also going to send you an email. You're also going to get that a few minutes before that appointment is going to be upon you. You're also going to get that 24 hours beforehand. So a lot of checks and balances. Should be a very smooth transition. We're hoping to open late May, early June in person. We're just trying to get the staffing up there.
So right now, you cannot walk, even if you have to renew your registration or whatever, you cannot just walk in. You have to make an appointment to Rome.
Have to make an appointment. Yeah.
To be honest,
you can do that right on our website.
To be honest, I kind of like that. I mean,
you know what? It's really worked great in Utica. It's been working wonderful. We've really tested it over the past 6 months, and it's just been great. It's been flawless. I think people really, really, really appreciate it, and it's really working well.
Yeah. Let's see. So Donna ask if when renewing the license, not to have a middle initial, but the full middle name. Ask her if when renewing the license, if you have to have a middle initial, do you need the middle initial? Is that on your license?
No, you don't have to, but it's whatever your legal name is. If that appears on your birth certificate, whatever you're using as your legal name. Like I only use Mary Finnegan. I don't use my middle initial.
Mm-hmm.
So it's whatever you're using as your legal name.
Okay, whatever you're using. So, all right. I never lie on any of those documents, only about my height. I'm a pretty tall guy when you look at my driver's license.
I mean, you really are.
Yeah.
Yes,
yes. Yep. Especially compared to really short people.
Yeah, you're doing well.
Okay, so Rome DMV opening, and these are the rules. Anybody else with any other questions on this stuff? How long before, now you have a Connecticut license. Did you get a New York license yet? I'm talking to Megan, who's...
I was going to say, no, I don't.
No, sorry. This is Megan.
Here's the thing.
Hi, Megan.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing good. Happy Monday.
Do you have a Connecticut license?
You.
I have a license where I really like the photo, and it's not going anywhere until it expires. And it's like a unicorn when you have a good driver's license photo.
Let me ask you.
I'm going to really bum you out.
Yeah.
I'm going to really bum you out now. Everyone be prepared. Hold on to your seats.
I'm holding.
You have to get a new photo when you get a real or enhanced ID. I know. I'm so sorry, but I figured it's better to break it to you now, Megan.
How long?
To break it to you now.
How long can she be here without and keep her Connecticut license?
It's going to be May 7th, no matter what. So you're going to need to change that.
Okay, by May.
Gotcha.
Oh,
yeah, May 7th. May 7th. That's the deadline.
All right.
It's gonna be May.
Okay, and Rome opens by appointment only tomorrow.
But yes, and I'd also like to say just very quickly that April is National Donate Life Month.
Okay.
And for anyone that doesn't know, the DMV is a big partner with Donate Life America. So if you're thinking about becoming a donor, April will be a great month to do it. Getting your enhanced or real license, you're going down. You may want to consider it. It's noted by a little heart on your license, and it says, I am a donor. So if anyone's thinking about it, that would be, it's just a great thing to do. Saving a lot of lives.
Saving a lot of lives. All right, great stuff. And we appreciate the update. We should do this more often because people have a lot of questions.
Absolutely.
So. All right, Mary, thank you.
I'm more settled in. Thank you so much for your time, guys.
Awesome.
Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
All right.
That is County Clerk Mary Finnegan, and that is pretty interesting. I do like I know that it's considered maybe an inconvenience, but I like the appointment thing. Sometimes you go to the DMV and you've got the longest of lines. You're going to stand there for an hour, maybe longer, Davey.
So with me living in Rome, with the office being open, I have to do my license. Obviously, I have to take care of the license now because I don't have an enhanced license. I just have a regular driver's license.
By me, you got to do it.
So I have to make an appointment on the line to go there now?
Right now. But you could go to another DMV.
Yeah.
You could go to another DMV.
Yeah. Okay.
I think there are 3 in Oneida County, right?
I rather just go to Rome because it's close.
Yeah. But starting tomorrow, appointment only, which I like because you're not going to be standing there all day. And she said that probably will go to just in person without an appointment later in the springtime. So there you go, Davey. But by May, you got to get that. Everybody's got to get it, apparently. Okay.
First News with Keeler in the morning on WIBX.
All right, in studio right now, before I go to the mayor, I did see a comment on the phones being eliminated. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, how are you?
On the phones being eliminated from restaurants, and that was Cordelia, right in your backyard. Yeah. We should eliminate phones, she says, from restaurants, and Mike brings up an amazing point. If you take away my phone, I'll never be able to read the menu. Because I don't know about anybody else, but I've gotten to that point where if it's dark enough in there, I got to use a little flashlight.
I'm not there yet, but I've seen several people that have.
Oh yeah, and the best way to do it is if you have it's dimmed enough, but there are those that it's on full brightness and light up the whole corner of the.
Gentlemen, all that I can say is don't use a candle to see your menu like my dad did at Tavern on the Green in New York. Oh. He lit the menu on fire, and in a panic, he stuffed it into the butter to put out the fire on the menu.
That's good.
Well, dinner and a show, right?
It was definitely dinner and a show.
That must have been quite a show. Mayor Lanigan, good morning. Thanks so much for coming in. I'll hit you on a couple of Rome issues in a second, but first, this book is really a cool idea. It's called Twister in a Tiny Town. Let's talk about it.
Absolutely. Yes, this was a great idea that was presented to my office several months after the tornado, and they had reached out to me and sent kind of a draft over and said, hey, we would love to have an introduction from you written in the book, and I read it, and they really were spot on.
Yeah,
they did a great job with this.
And it's a kid's book.
Yes,
it's for kids. Who is the author, by the way? And I believe they are not living in Rome currently.
No, I think they're in North Carolina now. But
okay,
they were former Romans, lived there in the past. J.D. Wise is the author, and I believe he lives down there with his family, and he's got 3 or 4 kids, and he's an author that does children's books, and this just kind of touched on him that he wanted to do something for this community, and part of the proceeds from the sales go to our relief fund, and so it was a great thing for us to.
And is the book basically allowing kids to understand, young kids to understand what happened?
Yes, absolutely, and it kind of shows a little bit of the turmoil that we went through and kind of all the damage to the city, but then talks about how the community came together and how that made it possible for us to recover as quickly as we did.
Yeah.
And it was truly a touching story. So he did a great job.
It's available on Amazon, I'm assuming. Twister in a Tiny Town, and you write the foreword in the book. So.
Yes, it's on Amazon. I believe Barnes & Noble also.
Okay, as well. So very cool. Because a tornado touching down, as strong as that tornado was, touching down in a city like Rome is really unheard of.
Absolutely.
Never certainly expected it.
No, definitely wasn't expected. But to really come through, honestly, our most congested area of the city. Before we'd had one that went up in the town of Western, which isn't as congested as the city.
Right.
Really come right through our downtown.
Yeah.
And 2 of our most occupied neighborhoods was devastating.
Yeah. Can you talk about where you are on recovery? What does this spring look like? Because there are still places that are in need of help.
Absolutely. So we're kind of at right now is we have some demolition that needs to be completed. We were hoping to get all that done before the snowfall, but as you guys are aware, we got hit
The
with
snow fell.
Once January 1st hit,
That was
everything
it.
came to a
It just-
standstill.
It never went away. And
How much do you think you guys got in total in Rome?
we've got to be close in total to probably 80 inches of snow total throughout the winter, I got to say.
Yeah, and then you just go a little bit north, and you're
And
talking
300, 400
they're
inches.
well over.
It's incredible. In fact, there's just a story where they've rallied a whole bunch of volunteers to go to Oswego to dig them, to continue to dig them out. They're still not
buried.
Yeah, and some of those snow banks as you go to the north are just surreal. Stuff we haven't seen in a long, long time.
Yeah, it's been
some people have never seen.
Yeah, it's been quite a few years.
Yeah.
I've kind of dubbed myself the natural disaster mayor.
Yeah, you're there.
I know you got elected, and next thing you know, Mother Nature said, "Okay, Jeff, let's put you to work."
Yeah, exactly.
What a one-year period. Yeah.
But we're kind of right now, we're getting back into the demolition side. We have a couple of big buildings that are coming down within the city over the next few months. And then once we get to that point, we've been continuously working on a plan for rebuilding. And, hopefully that's going to start coming out within the next month or two and kind of show what the next steps for Rome are.
Yeah.
We're using this, as devastating as it was, we're kind of using it as a kickoff to really start to do some great things in Rome and rehab some of the areas of Rome that needed it prior to the tornado. So,
and then you obviously it's that time of year. You have a budget coming up.
Well, my budget mine's not due till October.
It is October.
Yeah,
okay, that's right.
Yeah, that's
Gives
right.
you some
I
grace
go off
periods.
the calendar year, and so I obviously Mayor Galimi's going through quite a bit right now with his.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's crazy.
It's insane.
It is.
Really,
Yeah.
I've been tuning into it every day, and I feel bad for him.
Yeah, he's certainly going. Last night it was heated there last night as well.
Oh, I'm sure. I haven't got the updates from last night, so I got.
So you you don't anticipate going through. I feel like Romans have really come together, and you got a lot. I'm assuming this budget may include some of the things that you're going to be doing to really take that next step after the disaster.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough budget. I mean, we're at right now. We're roughly around 40 properties that have been demoed, both private and public buildings that are going to be coming off of the tax rolls. So obviously that's difficult for us and something that we have to look forward to for what we're going to do over the next couple of years. We did plan a little bit for that during last year's budget with anticipation that those numbers were going to actually be even a little bit higher. So we did do some forward planning, and it will be a little difficult, but we do a great job there. A lot of the city employees do an incredible
And I'm assuming you're banking on the fact that this crazy weather that we've had in the last 12 months is not becoming the new norm.
I am truly banking on that. I really hope it's not. But we got through it, and we prevailed. So.
All right, now you have a book written about Rome and the tornado. Twister in a Tiny Town.
Is that it? Right there with you?
This is it right here. I brought the draft.
Oh, it's a
that they had
printout.
sent. Yeah, this was what they had sent me originally, and that's the introduction that I sent.
Okay, cool.
Wow.
But yeah, they did a great job. They got the B-52 in here. They've got the St. Mary's Church.
And that was a tough loss.
Yes, it was. It
Yeah,
definitely was,
So that's kind of, they live on in the pages of a book.
Yes.
Yeah, very cool. Mayor, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
And I would just say congratulations on having the extra time in Rome to be able to put that budget in October.
Absolutely.
So, although it didn't feel that way last September, I'm assuming.
No, we get to that crunch time in August.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Quick break, and we'll come right back at WIBX. Some interesting things to get into with Sheriff Rob Machel, who is in right now. Sheriff, good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
Good. All right. Let's start with a rundown of the cases that have hit you guys in the last week.
The last week or so has just been incredibly busy for the sheriff's office. Probably a run of 5 or 6 days that we've not seen in quite some time. But since last week, obviously we've had 4 serious car accidents.
Yeah.
One in which 2 buses collided and a bus driver was killed. Another where 2 vehicles collided, again, weather-related, head-on. 6 people trapped. No fatalities in that one. Obviously, we had a car pedestrian last week where a pedestrian was killed, and the sheriff's office, our criminal investigation unit, made an arrest in that just the other day. Good old-fashioned police work and some help from the public helped us with that case. And then also over the weekend, we had an individual on South James Street in the city of Rome cross over into the opposite lane of traffic and hit one of my road patrol sergeants in a marked patrol car head on. That was not weather related. That's some other factors, and there'll be charges coming, as a result of that. That just covers the accidents. A lot of tragedy. Just.
Did we mention the train?
We had the individual walking along the train tracks just outside the city of Rome, Martin Street, and the 49 overpass on the CXX Railroad, and a backpack that she was wearing, ironically, caught onto the side of the train, and she was dragged a short distance before they could stop, and she was hospitalized.
She was dragged for?
It wasn't a long distance, but again, that's why it's illegal to trespass on railroad tracks out of safety.
Was the train scheduled to stop, or did they realize?
No, I believe they realized what happened.
And it takes a long time for trains to stop.
I mean, an Amtrak is much shorter than a rail cars.
Right.
Obviously, they take quite a distance to stop.
Yeah,
and obviously, it just come through the Rome station, so they weren't going super fast. But again, people can't be on the tracks, so we're dealing with that.
What was this person doing on the tracks?
Unfortunately, I don't believe they have a place to live.
Okay, all right.
That's how they ended out there.
Well, then that is all along the tracks. I don't know why that is.
It's very sad. I mean, there's so much need in our community, and we had a case the other day where an individual stole a running vehicle out in front of the jail. Someone had stopped to go inside to conduct some business at our jail. Unfortunately, they left their car unlocked and they left it running. And there was an individual who had just been bailed out on a charge that we can't hold them on. And they stole that vehicle. The Utica Police Department recovered it for us later in the day. The person was charged again, and lo and behold, with bail reform, they were released yet again. And
this is almost
another sad case.
So bail reform is to protect the person's constitutional rights. Mm-hmm. The problem is, before bail reform, these people who are in need of services used to be, I don't want to say forced, but they were
mandated.
They were put in jail, and they got the services they needed. Now you got to release them right out into the street.
It is sad, and there's
to protect them.
And there's not a lot of mandated programs. As you know, state funding and federal funding for whether it's mental health programs or mental health facilities no longer exist. So our community is dealing with a lot of mental health issues. Unfortunately, we still see drug use out there. We see drunk driving and drug driving. These are all things that kind of came to a head over this weekend, and just an incredible busy weekend for us.
I want to quickly. I've got about 5 minutes because there's a biggie I want to get to. First, the bus accident. Yes. How rare, unheard of. Just think of the odds.
Sure.
That it's 2 school buses out in a rural area that collided, which was terrible.
2 school buses from the same district. Obviously it's a tight knit family like every other bus garage. I mean, we deal with transportation departments all the time at our office, and they're all in the bus garage before they head out on their routes. They all have, whether it's a coffee together or something before they head out. And it was just one of those days where it was a beautiful day in 95% of the county with sunshine. It was cold, don't get me wrong. It was very windy, but it was a sunny day. And then there were these spots where it was a complete whiteout. And I was at the scene of this accident. When I tell you complete whiteout, we were standing outside and literally you couldn't see the person next to you when the wind was moving. And these 2 buses, again, you don't know where the road is. I've been caught in them whiteouts. I'm sure you have, growing up where you lived. Or,
they're nerve-wracking.
Yeah, and you don't know what to do. Do I stop?
I almost feel that we're better off today. Vickerman Hill used to be closed. In fact, it was closed on that day. Yes. Route 28 between Mohawk and Richfield Springs. As you get to the top of the hill there, it's brutal because that's all farmland.
Wide open.
Yep.
And wide open. The hill itself has had a lot of development in the last 50 years.
Which has
put houses there and it's broken up the wind.
Absolutely.
But as you get to the top of the hill, fields, pastures,
exactly,
horrible conditions, and that is exactly what you're dealing with.
Exactly what happened. You don't know where the road is, and before you know it, 2 buses appear, and there's.
I just wanted to bring up the fact that these kids on the bus witnessed this.
They did.
That's horrible.
Just a horrible crash.
Yeah.
How young were they?
The ones on the small bus where the bus driver was the bus driver got killed. They were small children, elementary.
Yeah, it's
level.
terrible.
The big bus, they were high school, older kids. Luckily, the injuries that were that the children received were not life threatening, but some of them were still serious enough.
And you can see
everything.
you could see by the pictures. There's just no way that a driver could have survived that.
That's correct.
Yeah,
it's just
terrible.
a tragic thing. And like I said, our people did an amazing work throughout the whole weekend. Just this, people getting called in time after time and working out in those conditions. It's not pleasant, and then to throw in, we had a couple school threats that didn't pan out, and again that was made.
Thankfully, they didn't.
Yeah,
pan
the
out.
one thing that got very frustrating for law enforcement is the social media stuff was going crazy, and parents who were not informed or were trying to make their own assumptions. I mean, we have a threat assessment team. I mean, I have children. Everybody on the sheriff's office threat assessment team has children in school. We're not, if someone's school or particular person or group or school's in danger, believe me, we are not going to let things happen if we're saying something's unfounded, we're pretty confident in saying that. And please, we want people to trust us. That's what we do. We're here to keep people safe.
Yeah. All right. I do want to, before we let you go, bring this issue up. And that is the executive order from the governor, which is saying these people can no longer work. If you have been fired, 2,000 were fired.
Correct.
Some of those people, the reason they didn't return to work is because they chose probably a better work environment to maybe take a job somewhere else. I'm told you may have 20 pending cases.
We have
of job applicants.
50. Upwards of 50.
Wow. And now those people, you can't hire them.
Her executive order, if you want to talk about overreaching, maybe as the governor, she can say that they can no longer work for the state of New York. But, home rule was just set aside. And for her to say that if you can't work for me, you can't work for anybody, extremely overreaching. And again, we want state corrections. We're partners with them. We want them to be fully staffed. We want to be fully staffed. But if someone makes a decision that they don't want to work in that climate or that atmosphere or for that company, even if we're talking private sector, you should have the right to go somewhere else. I mean, if these are good employees
I think you have a constitutional issue here.
You really do. And the New York State Association of Counties, the county executive and I spoke yesterday. I know his association, NISAC, our association, the State Sheriff's Association, is obviously we're looking into what we believe is a severe overreach.
What are they thinking? Because this will have to go through the court process, which is going to slow down any hiring that you can do. And she's going to be sitting there with egg on her face because I don't think this thing can stand.
No, and now
are there attorneys in Albany that are saying, hey, you can't do this? Apparently not.
Either that or is it, let's do something and see if it gets challenged. I don't know. But now they've got more vacancies than they ever had now. State corrections. I don't know how they recover from
this.
That.
This is an example of assuming something and painting a broad picture of people who were defiant. They were out on a strike that they shouldn't have been in, and they are bad people because of that.
That is nothing just farther from the truth.
Untrue.
I mean, I met with a lot of these people who came to us. We didn't go to them. They came to us, and they have families. They're just worn out from 24-hour shifts. 24-hour shifts. Working on their days off. I mean, we don't allow anyone to work more than 16. We don't make people work on their days off. I mean, certainly if they want to, they can. It's a smaller facility. We operate completely different. We have a lot of technology that, believe it or not, state corrections doesn't have. So if there's someone who wants to come work for us, they should be allowed to. And to tell them that they can't.
Because guess what? If one of these people was someone who was quote unquote bad. That would you have the right. You interview these people,
and we do background,
and you would do a background check, and you should have the right to be able to say this person is qualified, this person is a good hire, or not.
Exactly.
From the Stanley Theater Studio, WIBX Utica, Rome, W295EI, WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM, a Town Square media station.
Trying again to stop the war in Ukraine. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, in a new round of negotiations today.
Our job is to narrow the issues, bring the parties together, and stop the killing. That's the game plan.
U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff on Fox News Sunday before the new talks now underway.
Both sides meeting at a hotel in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Ukrainian officials with U.S. representatives yesterday, Russians with Americans today. This follows phone calls between President Trump, Russian President Putin, Ukrainian President Zelensky, during which a partial ceasefire was in principle agreed to.
Fox's Greg Palcott. Israel has hit Gaza with more airstrikes that Palestinian officials say killed more than 60 people the day after putting the number of deaths in the war at over 50,000 Palestinians. Israel says one of the strikes killed a Hamas operative hiding out in a hospital. There's an appeals court hearing today into the controversial deportation flights to El Salvador more than a week ago of Venezuelans in the U.S. illegally. A judge ordered those flights turned around, but they were not. Trump orders our Tom Holman tells ABC's This Week they were gang members.
TDA's been determined to be terrorist organizations. They are now classified as terrorists, so that plane removed 240 terrorists from the United States.
As the case is litigated, deportation flights to Venezuela are back on after the country's president, Nicolas Maduro, halted flights earlier this month. Venezuelan officials say a deal with the U.S. had been reached. The Department of Homeland Security says the first flight arrived on Sunday. It had 199 people, including some whom the administration says are suspected gang members.
That's Fox's Madeline Rivera. A former congresswoman has died. Mia Love was the first black Republican woman ever elected to Congress from Utah in 2014, served 2 terms. House Speaker Mike Johnson posted, "She'll always be remembered for her warm smile and wit and historic contributions." Mia Love was only 49. She had suffered from brain cancer. America's listening to Fox News.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. But don't just take our word for it. Here's Jackie and Veronica, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Just call or click to see how much you can save today. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com. That's 1-888-FREEDOM or ConsumerCellular.com today. Real people paid to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
WIBX 950 AM 92.3 FM. I'm Megan Stone. A Rome man was arrested for violating an order of protection. New Hartford police said officers were called to a restaurant on Commercial Drive around 8:30 at night Friday. Police spoke with a victim who claimed her ex-boyfriend, 22-year-old Isaiah Tomasi, was making harassing phone calls to her and threatening to harm her. The victim was under an order of protection from Tomasi. Police said they found him in a nearby parking lot and arrested him. He was charged with first-degree criminal contempt, a felony, as well as second-degree aggravated harassment and second-degree harassment, which are both misdemeanors. He was held pending arraignment. A man who was wanted for a 2023 shooting on Elm Street in Utica has been apprehended. Utica police say authorities, including the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force, arrested 26-year-old Amiz Hall. Authorities say on July 16, 2023, a 17 and 19-year-old were shot and suffered non-life-threatening injuries. UPD and the major crime units, as well as the Oneida County District's Attorney's Office, brought the case before a grand jury and obtained an indictment for Hall. He was charged with first-degree reckless endangerment and criminal possession of a weapon in the second degree. Hall was taken to Oneida County Jail. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says he won't step aside despite pressure from fellow Democrats. More from Mark Mayfield.
Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, the New York senator defended his decision to vote for a Republican funding bill. Schumer said if the bill had failed, the shutdown that would have resulted would be worse than the government funding bill going into effect. Schumer's move has drawn sharp criticism from some in his own party, who say Schumer should be opposing Trump's agenda at every turn. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And buildings across Onondaga County will be lit green tonight in honor of a double homicide victim. Last Monday, 11-year-old Jeremiah Huff and 32-year-old Yeraldith Tashuddy were murdered with a shotgun at home on Ronnie Road in Syracuse. Prosecutors claim Huff's father and Tashuddy's boyfriend David Huff is the person who pulled the trigger. Onondaga County Executive Ryan McMahon says Jeremiah was a special child and will be greatly missed. David Huff is being held in jail without bail.
Your Weather Center forecast. Rain today with highs around 52 and winds gusting up to 21 miles per hour. A chance of rain and snow mixing tonight, low 35. And showers tomorrow, high 44. WIBX 950 AM, 92.3 FM. I'm Megan Stone.
You're so annoying.
You're so annoying.
Stop copying me.
Stop copying me.
Mom, tell her to stop copying me.
Mom, tell her to stop talking to me.
Kids will spend 10 minutes copying everything their sibling says.
You're such a
You're
doofus.
such a doofus.
How about 2 minutes to brush their teeth? Brushing for 2 minutes now can save your child from severe tooth pain later. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. 2 minutes twice a day. They have the time.
Mom!
A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
From the Fox News radio studios in Midtown Manhattan, it's the fastest growing radio talk show. Brian Kilmeade.
Hope you had a fantastic weekend. I did. Thanks to everyone in St. Louis for coming out on 97.1. That was big support of the show, and all the anchors and all the hosts that did such a great job. We're back in action today with all the breaking news that is taking place over the weekend. Literally, it took 6 hours off to prepare for the Fox Nation show that was aired live, and that I think I missed out on what normally would be a month worth of news. And there's a lot happening. Neil Chatterjee, who's going to be with us today, former chairman of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission under Trump 1. He's going to tell us about what they're meeting about last week. They had the energy executives in there for the first time in 4 years. I wonder why. And then we got Andy McCarthy, back from vacation, Fox News contributor, former assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. With all the legal action, we need to speak to Andy. First, let's get to the big three.
Number 3. The message is also clear to Iran. We have the capabilities, our allies have capabilities, and we are strong and united together today. That's American leadership. That's President Trump putting America first.
Yup, massive foreign policy offensive with the whole Trump team bombing the Houthis in Yemen. Seriously, warning Iran to break down your nukes or else. Plus, ceasefire talks with Ukraine and today, Russia and Saudi Arabia, and back in the IDF as they are pounding and holding land inside Gaza to take out Hamas. Not hurt them. Take them all out.
Number 2. I wasn't calling for violence, and it's ridiculous that I even have to say something like that. But because they are trying to twist our words, one of the things that I told people to do is make sure you are adhering to the laws.
Really? I think something differently, and you had to scramble to get back on TV because the AG told you that they'll be watching to see what happens as Tesla is front and center. And Elon Musk, they're under fire, but they seem more than equipped to survive and, dare I say, thrive as Dems use Elon to fuel big crowds and foment big-time left-wing anger.
Number 1.
They were standing up cheering. The president walked over to me and he says, "They absolutely love me here, don't you?" And I said, "Sir, they do." And he says, "Why do you think that?" And I said, "They respect a fighter and they respect you." And he just said, "Yeah, I get that. I get that."
Yeah, Trump agenda. A rousing welcome for Trump as the NCAA Wrestling Championships. And he'll be grappling in the courts all week as the judges line up to block his agenda or at least listen to it as he tries to appeal the process. Andy, welcome back.
Brian, great to be with you.
Hey, first off, could you give me, as I sit down here and realize you're on Zoom, if you're watching at home, you can watch. Go to the app, click on watch. Well, the camera will pan down eventually. Click on watch, and you can see us go head to head. Andy, for the first off, as you see that the president is flying a week ago, 261 people into El Salvador, ICE put him there to their MS-13, their TDA, and now a judge says, wait a second, turn that plane around. That judge still has multiple hearings, not satisfied with the Justice Department answer to it. At the same time, there's an appellate process to hear about the holding off of future flights. First off, on the judge's decision to hold back the flights, did he make the right move?
Well, the president's authority under that statute is very dubious. I don't think, in principle, there's no problem with shipping Venezuelan gang members out of the United States. The question is whether he can do it under this vehicle, the Alien Enemies Act, which is really intended for declared wars and has only been invoked 3 times in the history of the United States. So, unlike some of the judges, Brian, who have done some pretty outrageous things. Judge Boasberg is not a crazy person. I don't know that you and I would agree with his politics, but he's a pretty straight shooter as a judge. He's, was originally put on the D.C. court, not the federal district court, but the D.C. court by George W. Bush, President Bush, 43. And he was put on the FISA court by Chief Justice Roberts. So he's not a maniac or a nut like some of these other, I don't like to refer to judges that way, but some of the other judges' rulings have been pretty out there. This one, you can understand why the courts are going to scrutinize it. And I think the big problem that we're going to deal with respect to getting people out of the country is basically, while the law says that an illegal alien is supposed to be in prison, detained during the course of the proceedings against him to determine whether he gets kicked out of the country or not, we only have, according to what Reuters reported last week, 47,600 spaces for detainees for immigration purposes in the United States. And it's hard to kick people out of the country if you can't stash them someplace while the proceedings go forward.
So a couple of things. Why do they need proceedings? Because we can't possibly do this at this rate. We have 8 million who came in over the last 4 years. There's 22 million, a low estimate on how many illegals are actually here. So these guys are picked up for a reason locally, ideally. Then ICE has called them. The ICE has said, okay, there's enough here and enough here to keep them. Now, what do I do with them? Do I put them in our supermax or do I send them back to where they came from? So along the way, if we have to allow these guys to lawyer up and we have to go through proceedings, it's not practical or logical. And I don't know if a guy who sneaks in here illegally deserves that. What do they deserve, in your mind?
If you're asking me as a matter of cosmic justice, what do they deserve? I'm with you. I think we should kick them the hell out of here. But unfortunately, I don't run the country, and Congress has enacted a lot of law in this area in over the last number of decades. So even if you have people who are illegal aliens who are in the country and who are picked up and are instantly removable, they are still entitled to a removal hearing in front of an immigration judge. And all of these Venezuelans, there's about, I think the final tally, Brian, was like 267 or 269 of them was the number. So some of them are in immigration proceedings. Some of them are criminal defendants who had criminal charges against them. So what due process they get it hinges on the reason that they were being detained in the first place. Yeah. And the reason the president wants to invoke this particular law is if he's right about this and he gets to say what is an invasion or what is a predatory incursion in the United States, then he can cut through all that stuff and get them out of the country. That's the reason he wants to use this law. The question is whether he can, and number one, whether there is an invasion or a predatory incursion as a matter of law, and secondly, who gets to make that decision? And the question is, does the court get to make that decision, or is it the president?
So a couple of things. If you sneak in illegally, I can send you back to your country, right?
Yes, but you have to, there's a process. It's supposed to be a quick process, but it's still a process.
That's why we want you to remain in Mexico so you don't become our problem. So,
right, exactly.
So here's the thing. This guy, a guy gets picked up, cop says, I caught you in the act, whatever that act was, whether it was assault, rape, whatever it was. And then he goes, ICE, this guy doesn't belong here. It's his immigration status. Okay, I got him. Is that enough? In front of a judge, this is what two cops said, or local cops and the ICE cops. They said, yeah, this is what we have on him. But if you in our country, you're innocent to proving guilty. I haven't proven anything. We got him. So what do I do with him?
Two different things, right? One is the crime. So you're right. As far as the crime is concerned, if they wanted to charge him with whatever crime he committed, you have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. And you can detain him pre-trial, for example, if he doesn't have ties to the United States, which is the case with illegal aliens. There are high risks of flight for the purposes of the criminal proceeding. In the immigration proceeding, the only thing that matters is, does he have a legal right to be here or not? But the problem is, and we saw this millions of times in connection with the Biden administration, they can claim asylum. They can claim, like, if you send me back to my country, I'm going to be persecuted, or the following, 10 terrible things are going to happen to me. And unfortunately, that triggers a process in the United States. It can be done in an accelerated pace, but the problem is that would be fine if we had like 100 people in this category. We have 20 million. So that's the problem. I mean, we have
but how many are criminals? That's what I'm saying. So, like, you commit the crime. Like, some people that just see here and they're working as cooks, and I'm not saying it's right, but that's so much different than picked up by cops, multiple offender, known rapist in our country, raping again. So I have to watch this guy go get a lawyer?
No, well, let me tell you what that goes to, right? What you just mentioned now is what goes to prosecutorial discretion and who gets up highest on the list. If we only have the resources to get rid of, say, 1 million people out of 20 million, what the administration wants to do, and they're right about this, is prioritize the criminal aliens. So they're looking for the people who have committed crimes other than the ordinary crime. Coming into the country illegally is a crime. It's a misdemeanor, but it's still a crime. So I have a problem with the category of criminal alien because in my experience, and this is as a prosecutor for a long time, it's not only a crime to come into the United States. They typically commit a number of crimes, including, identity fraud and that kind of stuff. So they're all committing crimes in one way or another. But I think what we're talking about are people like these gang members who commit actual violent crimes that are independent of like just being an illegal alien in the United States. And those are the people the president wants to prioritize. And I think he's as frustrated as you are, as I am, as everybody is about the fact that we have too many people who are here who shouldn't be here because of the last administration, but we have very finite resources in terms of what we can turn on them to get them out of the country. And he would like to cut through all that. And that's why I think he's invoking this Alien Enemies Act. The problem is it's very sketchy whether that law fits this situation or not.
All right, so this judge seems to be focused on logistics. Why couldn't you turn your plane around? What plane was in the air? Where was the flight pattern? I have a FlightAware app. I'm comparing it. Instead of trying to solve the problem and say what could be the system of things you go through in order to find out who's qualified to be flown out of here into a supermax prison, this judge seems obsessed with that. And does it bother you at all that the FISA case that he's best known for is the Kleinsmith case, where this guy knowingly lied on a FISA application and he got a slap on the wrist and no jail time? That, to me, it shows he qualified for the FISA court, according to John Roberts. I don't love what he did.
Well, I don't know. I don't love what he did. That was in a criminal case. I thought Kleinsmith should have got a heavier sentence. On the other hand, I also think John Durham, who's a friend of mine, I think he should have been charged more severely.
Okay, from
than
that
he was
Durham
also.
report.
And as far as the other thing is concerned, Brian, I have to say, being a prosecutor for a long, long time, if a judge asks you a question, you got to answer the question, right? So I do think that Boasberg is trying to get to the bottom of the legal question. That's what the argument in court was about on Friday. But he's angry because they lied to him in court. And
or they didn't answer him. How would they lie? How'd they lie?
Well, I mean, look, the first part of the hearing, the prosecutor says, I don't have any information, right? He tells the prosecutor, go back and get information. And then the prosecutor comes back and he says to him, all right, now what's going on with the planes? He says, I don't have any information. And in the meantime, the planes had taken off. So he sent the prosecutor back to tell the people that, number one, the judge is going to put in a 14-day pause so we can get to the bottom of whether legally they can do this or not. And I want an update on what's going on with these people. And he feels like they played games with him. And I don't blame him for that. And any federal judge would do that to any prosecutor who if he thought that they were playing games in front of them and not giving them honest answers.
And now it's in front of an appellate court, right? Three judges are going to decide, right?
1:30 this afternoon, right?
And what's at stake?
Well, it's a very weird proceeding because usually once the Court of Appeals takes jurisdiction over something, the proceeding should stop in the lower court. So I don't understand why they're still having proceedings in the lower court until the D.C. Circuit decides what they're going to decide. It's very peculiar.
It was confusing to me, too. Mohammed Khalil, he is the 31-year-old graduate student who graduated from Columbia, who's been accused of being pro-Hamas, Sinwar pictures, other pictures of Nasrallah. They're not Palestinian. These are Hamas-known gang terrorist groups. New allegations in order to finally get him out. He's in an ICE facility in Louisiana. He did not disclose in his application to come here on his visa that he was working with UNRWA or that, in fact, he was for the Divestiture Group, that big Divest from Israel group. He failed to list his continuing employment with Syria office in the British Embassy. And these are the things that were entered into his case. This is going to be heard in New Jersey. Why do we have to go through this? He's at an American university causing consistent unrest. He's at the hub of it, the nub of it. Why do we even have to go and prove this?
Well, we shouldn't have to. Now, unlike the statute we were just talking about, the Alien Enemies Act, which is a kind of a controversial invocation of that statute, I think this one should be a layup, even though the courts and the left are bristling at it. The statute says that the Secretary of State can make a decision that a person who's been given a visa to come to the United States, his continued presence here causes problems for us on foreign relations, on foreign policy. And the statute gives the Secretary of State the authority to make that judgment call. Rubio made it. So all the stuff that you just laid out, Brian, the new information, that gives us additional reasons why he should be put out of here expeditiously. But I actually think that, the idea that Rubio can't do this is ridiculous because the statute gives him that authority.
Andy, thanks so much. It was fantastic to talk to you. No more vacations, all right? I need to talk to you every day.
Thanks, Brian.
Back in a moment.
Okay.
It's Brian Kilmeade.
WIBX.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. But don't just take our word for it. Here's Jackie and Veronica, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Just call or click to see how much you can save today. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com. That's 1-888-FREEDOM or ConsumerCellular.com today. Real people pay to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Mattress Express's closeout sale on brand new leftover inventory and floor models. Right now, buy a king or queen and get a free adjustable base. Take up to 5 years to pay with no money down for qualified buyers and no credit check payment plans available as well.
It's the Before the Tariffs March Saveness event at Destination Kia of Utica,
where we have no money down leases on over 250 new Kias that were priced before any tariffs hit.
like a new 2025 Kia K4 LXS for only $328 a month for 36 months.
That's with 0 down, 0 due at inception, and sales tax included.
And with 40 miles per gallon highway, you'll save on gas too.
But get yours now and save before any tariffs hit.
Now that's kooky. Make that short drive to save.
So go kooky for Kia at Destination Kia of Utica. Puppies and babies not included.
2025 Kia K4 LXS, STK number 25F0253, MSRP $24,320, 36 months, 30,000 mile lease, 20 cents per mile over, $0 due at inception, $0 security deposit, 8.75% sales tax, and $650 acquisition fee included in payment structure, 720 plus FICO score, EPA rating. Offer expires 3/31/2025.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/radio. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
Brian Kilmeade.
Leader Schumer, are you feeling pressure to step down?
Look, I'm not stepping down.
Are you making the same mistake that President Biden did?
No, absolutely not.
Chuck Schumer asked repeatedly by everybody, and now that he's on a book tour, he's everywhere, also having to show that he has so-called fight, air quotes. Everybody wants him to step down. And to me, it's like having a bad day at work and coming in and getting mad at your family. Chuck Schumer is not the problem with Democrats. I am not a fan of his. Never done anything proactive. He's always blocking or pretending as if we got to get rid of the filibuster, pretending as if we got to add 2 states in emergency, pretending we got to fatten the Supreme Court, talking about how corrupt they, all that stuff. But to me, that's nothing proactive. There's nothing out of the box. That's typical him. And then he realizes we're going to get shut down and closed down, and it's going to be Democrats' fault. So he says, all right, there you go. Well, here's your votes. We'll pass the CR, which is mostly a Joe Biden budget. So listen, now they're going to just beat up on him, AOC and Bernie Sanders. Go ahead. They were protesting outside his house in New York City. So good luck with that. You can blame all you want. Neil Chatterjee is next. We're going to talk a little about oil and gas and energy, the failure of wind, and where they go from here, trying to be the #1 supplier of Europe now that they have to stop buying from the evil empire we call Russia. Don't move. 1-866-408-7669 to call after that. So in 15 minutes, line up on the phone.
WIBX.
Hey, Central New York, this is Will Kane of The Will Kane Show, and you can now hear my show every weekday at WIBX. I do things a little differently when I'm behind the microphone because I turn it over to the listeners to learn and really dig into the issues that impact everyday Americans. The Will Kane Show lets you keep ahead of the headlines and understand what's really going on in the world with in-depth discussions from leading experts and the brightest minds. From politics to sports, nothing is off topic. Listen to The Will Kane Show weekdays at 6, only on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
Mattress Express's closeout sale on brand new leftover inventory and floor models. Right now, buy a king or queen and get a free adjustable base. Take up to 5 years to pay with no money down for qualified buyers and no credit check payment plans available as well.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Are you facing foreclosure? Then come down to Megalo and Partners. We're a mortgage rescue company, and we can help you keep your house, provided you submit to our plans for galactic domination. No, I'm kidding.
If you're facing foreclosure, talk to the right people. Speak with HUD-approved housing counselors free of charge at 888-995-HOPE. Brought to you by NeighborWorks America and the Ad Council.
When I was a kid, I wanted to be just like Cal Ripken. It's definitely humbling to know that now people are calling me a hero. Instead of finding the IED with my metal detector, the IED found me first, and that resulted in double above-knee amputations. It's hard to describe the feeling of meeting somebody that you've always wanted to be like. There are people now that are looking up to you for their inspiration and to be their role model.
Visit saluteheroes.org to learn more.
Fox News, I'm Chris Foster. It's day 2 of U.S.-led Ukraine-Russia ceasefire talks in Saudi Arabia, for now focused on protecting energy infrastructure and shipping in the Black Sea.
Ukrainian officials meeting at a hotel with U.S. representatives yesterday, Russians with Americans today. Ukraine's defense minister saying in a post, "We are implementing the president of Ukraine's directive to bring a just peace closer and to strengthen security."
Fox's Greg Palcott. Supreme Court this morning hears arguments about a new congressional map in Louisiana.
A group of voters say the map amounts to an illegal racial gerrymander by diluting the state's black population into just 2 majority black districts. Courts threw out an earlier map drawn by the legislature in 2022 with just a single majority black district. Louisiana argues divvying up Americans by race should become a relic of the past.
Fox's Jared Halpern. Today's other case is about appealing a deportation order. America's listening to Fox News.
Storm system will bring first the snow and then the rain as we go from late night tonight into Monday, so the commute in the morning could be a little slick. Sunny ahead of that, we get up to 35. Snow coming in late night, low 28. Rain Monday, could see some snow mixing in early, then all rain, getting up to around 50. Jeff Eno at the Weather Channel on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
Because what matters to you matters to us.
America has never been stronger.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. It's Brian Kilmeade.
The fastest growing energy source on the planet over the last 15 years is natural gas. The planet is increasingly getting powered by natural gas. And it's the second largest U.S. export after oil and oil products, and it's our fastest growing export. So it's tremendously positive for the U.S. economy. And boy, what I released earlier today was the previous administration had a report that they had produced that showed increased LNG exports would have negligible price impact on domestic gas prices and would reduce greenhouse gas emissions. They didn't like that answer. They buried the study.
Yep, and Fox News independently reviewed the copy of that study, Energy Economic and Environmental Assessment of LNG, and the report said its findings were slated for publication in 2023. Everything that Chris Wright, the Energy Secretary, said last week was 100% true, and that's what they found in New York. When they wanted to see the impact of fracking and natural gas on the environment in New York, they found no impact, but they didn't do it anyway. No impact, but they didn't do it anyway because the ideology of windmills and electric cars were too much to overcome, and that would have hindered their agenda, which you think was to save the planet. But if you see the way they're attacking the Tesla cars and blowing up electric cars and the showrooms, as well as the fleets, you could see there's nothing sincere, in my view, about it. Neil Chatterjee joins us now, former chairman of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission under President Trump. Neil, welcome back. When that study hit, I was not that surprised because that's what I hear about natural gas. Were you?
I wasn't surprised at all. I mean, what we saw clearly during the Biden administration is they didn't know which way they wanted to go, and they talked out of both sides of their mouth. On the one hand, they understood, or at least you had some people that understood in the president's circle that natural gas was saving the economy. I mean, think about where our economy would be without natural gas. Natural gas just saved the economy. And then they had a foreign policy component to it where they really wanted U.S. natural gas to give our allies in Europe an alternative to piped-in Russian gas. And so you had some folks around Biden who were pushing for exports. But then you had folks in the base, in the Democratic base, who are just anti-fossil fuel zealots who just ignore the fact that U.S. LNG, because we do it cleaner and better than anyone else, actually would displace dirty Russian gas and dirtier sources of fuel in places like Southeast Asia and would actually help the climate. It was the most frustrating thing in the world for me to watch over the past few years. So that's my long-winded way of saying I was not shocked at all to hear that they suppressed the results of that study.
All right, so now we're going to do it. We're trying to get all hands on deck, and we're trying to get natural gas over to Europe. Can you bring it practically? Are we able to do that? Because we have now, we no longer are giving our European allies a waiver to buy Russian natural gas. They're going to have to buy it from, I hope, us. Are we capable of giving it to them?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is there's a long lead cycle for these kinds of things. And honestly, it was a lot of the good work that went on in the first Trump administration that have put us in this position. Look, not to pat myself on the back, but when I was chairman of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, I approved 12 permits for liquefied natural gas facilities, and then Secretary of Energy Rick Perry and Secretary of Energy Dan Briette put those in motion. So some of those plants are gearing up and getting ready. We also approved additional shipments from existing U.S. LNG export facilities. The Biden administration slowed things down a little bit because they put a pause in place on new permits, but they couldn't stop us from doing the good work we had already done to date. So we're pretty well positioned to meet this moment and meet this demand. And I think the one positive impact right off the bat, not even on January 20th, just after the election, the clear signal that was sent that U.S. LNG would be supported was enough to kind of stimulate the markets to say, hey, now is the time to really capitalize on this golden opportunity for America.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I hear we have trouble getting enough ships. That could be one thing. And because of the Jones Act, we have trouble delivering natural gas to other states, which I found odd that we can't address. I mean, I was talking to Governor Sununu, they were frustrated in the New England area.
Yeah, New England's tricky because of the Jones Act, because of the lack of pipeline capacity that can get gas into
Which is
New
a
England.
choice. Which is a choice, right?
Which is a choice. Look, our domestic politics always create complications in this system. But when it comes to LNG exports, we're quite good at it. The situation in New England, honestly, what we need there is legislative permitting reform out of Congress. It's too hard to build things in this country. New England needs natural gas pipelines to bring gas into New England, where they rely on it not just for home heating, but also for electricity, particularly in really cold
And you need states' permission, Neil, to do this, because that's what Governor Hochul, she wants all this Penn Station money and wants all these deals. He says, let me put a pipeline through your state. How valuable would that be?
I mean, look, we've got all of this gas in Pennsylvania. I mean, just, a tremendous supply, and we can't get it into the northeast of our own country because it's being blocked. It's so frustrating. I think there's a deal to be cut. We need transmission lines in this country as well to get more clean energy onto the grid. I think there's a deal to be had to get a permitting reform agreement in place that better enables us to build stuff in this country, both natural gas pipelines and electric transmission lines, which are both desperately needed.
What about the pipeline that you guys proposed through Europe, but France stopped it because of the Alps and they were concerned about conservation? They might be changing their mind now because of Russia.
Yeah, but it's by the time they get through their processes, the opportunity for the U.S. Is so significant. What we really need, quite frankly, is to solve some of these issues, to cut down the transportation time it takes to get U.S. cargoes to Europe and, more importantly, to Asia. We haven't been able to build a terminal on the west coast of this country, again, because of domestic political opposition.
Because California doesn't want to do it.
California doesn't want to do it. Oregon doesn't want to do it. Our big opportunity, there was an LNG facility that we were going to site when I was at FERC in Oregon that would have been able to economically and geopolitically serve the Asian market, serve Japan, our ally, and we couldn't get it through because of domestic political opposition. It would have been huge for the economy, for our geopolitical standing, and for the environment.
How do you feel about some of these tensions between the U.S. and Canada and how that could affect oil and gas?
I think President Trump understands how to play the tariff negotiations, right? And I think Americans have got to give him the benefit of the doubt here. This guy has been talking about tariffs since the 1980s. We've already seen him have success in kind of challenging even our allies, in these tariff negotiations. I think he understands the energy implications. I think he understands what it could mean for electricity prices, and I'm going to trust him to execute on these negotiations.
Neil, what price does oil and gas have to be for drilling to start? Because I understand I've got educated on just the business a little bit, where the amount that banks have to invest and the likelihood of finding oil and everything that has to go into it, the permitting and the building and the insurance, and you're worried about the administration losing momentum for oil and gas and fossil fuels. Right now, you have one that's very friendly to it. But people told me if gas is if it's under $70, it doesn't a barrel, it doesn't pay to drill. What's the reality?
So I'm not an expert on the oil side. I focus on natural gas. And I will tell you, as natural gas has become more critical to electricity and electric power in the U.S., and we are about to see a huge surge in demand for electricity being driven by AI and data centers and cloud computing and quantum computing and streaming services and crypto and Bitcoin mining and reshoring American manufacturing. All of this is going to require a tremendous amount of electricity, and natural gas can play a major, major role in that. And so I think that will drive demand for natural gas. But I referenced the situation in Pennsylvania. We've got, the Marcellus, we've got the Utica Shale, we've got, in Texas and the Dakotas, we have so much domestic supply. I fundamentally believe we can meet the coming surge in demand for natural gas while also keeping prices affordable for Americans, but we got to have more infrastructure. We got a lot of trapped gas right now because we haven't been able to build the pipelines to get it moving, to get it transportable. And so if we can solve our infrastructure challenges, our permitting challenges in this country, we can further unleash the power of natural gas.
Well, where are we at now with the infrastructure? Is there, besides talking about it, obviously the Trump, you're a Trump guy, they must realize it. Do you think the new Energy Secretary realizes it? Is he doing anything about it?
Oh, of course. Energy Secretary realizes it. The Interior Secretary realizes it. The Chairman of FERC realizes it. They're all working towards it. But that's why we need Congress to kind of step in with that legislative permitting reform, because at the end of the day, there's only so much you can do with executive action. We've got to figure out ways to overcome some of these state and local objections to building infrastructure if we want to have an America in which energy is both reliable and affordable. If we want energy dominance, we've got to figure out ways to make it easier to build things in this country, both natural gas pipelines, natural gas generators, but also, solar and getting transmission lines built to get solar onto the grid and storage. These are all things that we need, and that is why I think there is room for bipartisan compromise in Congress. Both parties, Democrats, who right now are opposing anything and everything that the Trump administration and Republicans propose, they ought to realize there is a golden opportunity for them long-term to cut a deal with Republicans to make it easier to build things in this country.
That would be interesting. I mean, that's a positive agenda the political folks could talk about in the Senate and the House. They're looking for something to maybe get on board with. That might be something they can do. Might be helping everyone. Neil, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, as always.
All right. As you know, natural gas, reports show, does not hurt the environment. So let's start fracking. Back in a moment.
Taking America back.
Our long national nightmare is over.
One executive order at a time.
I ended the paper straw. Okay, he's right on this one.
It's Brian Kilmeade.
WIBX.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. But don't just take our word for it. Here's Jackie and Veronica, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Just call or click to see how much you can save today. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com. That's 1-888-FREEDOM or ConsumerCellular.com today. Real people pay to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
We're your neighbors, friends, and your family. We care about our community, your business, and most important, you.
We support charities like the United Way, McMahon Ryan Child Advocacy Center, who are the members of IBEW Local 43 and NECA Contractors. You don't just see our work, you live it. From the JMA Wireless Dome, hospitals, schools, and city buildings, the IBEW is part of the community.
Central New York's future is bright, and IBEW Local 43 and NECA will continue to help light, power, and grow Central New York.
This is Anthony Constantino, CEO of Sticker Mule. I'm a proud Trump supporter, running for Congress for the seat being vacated by Elise Stefanik. I built a successful internet company with nearly 1,000 people in upstate New York. However, much of upstate New York suffers from lack of access to high-speed internet that's necessary to build great companies and enable high-paying remote jobs. In fact, much of our district lacks access to strong, dependable cell phone service too. Of course, we must have both for public safety and to grow the economy. When elected to Congress, I will work quickly with President Trump to fix this problem. With high-speed internet, dependable cell service, and by renewing President Trump's tax cuts, both for businesses and individuals, we will create jobs and return economic prosperity to upstate New York. Follow me, Anthony Constantino, on Facebook today to learn more about my plans to make New York great again. I'm Anthony Constantino, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Constantino for Congress.
On today's episode of America's Least Wanted, the home invaders most likely to threaten your family are not human. Cockroaches can spread salmonella and trigger asthma attacks. Termites destroy billions of dollars in property each year. And stinging insects send 500,000 people to emergency rooms. Learn how to protect your family. Arm yourself with the facts at pestworld.org. A public service announcement from the National Pest Management Association.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
If you're interested in it, Brian's talking about it. You're with Brian Kilmeade.
How does that idea that Democrats didn't lose to Trump, they lost to the couch, sit with you?
It's just not empirically correct. Generally, turnout and support go in the same direction for the basic reason that there are a lot of people who didn't feel ready to vote for Republican, but were still mad at the Democratic Party, and so they stayed home in response. And if you just look at the demographics of who these people are who voted for Biden last time and stayed home this time, they're generally low education, they're fairly politically disengaged, they're much less likely to watch shows like MSNBC and more likely to watch shows like Fox, and they frankly just look a lot like the voters who trended away from us.
So if you had forced them out to vote, they may have just voted for Donald Trump.
Right. Exactly. And that does show up. You know, if you look at African Americans, for example, African Americans who didn't vote were much more likely to say that they supported Trump than the ones that did this cycle. It's true that overall turnout fell in a lot of the country, but in the battleground states that actually decided the presidential election, turnout was roughly where it was from 4 years ago. And it just is clear as day that a bunch of people changed their mind.
Yeah, and that was David Shore. He wrote a book with Ezra Klein. They were talking about it in the podcast. He's a Democratic pollster this is the reality portion of our political cycle before people refuse to say that or not get interviewed about that because it would hurt their party. And that's what David Shore is saying, that people should understand what's really going on in the country. And that plays into what I believe is a total head fake for people not paying attention. You see the big crowds that AOC is getting. You see the big crowds that he and Bernie Sanders are getting, the anti-oligarch crowd. What are you talking about? No one's talking about oligarchs, successful people rallying around a successful candidate. Nobody hates billionaires. You could try to vilify billionaires, but what they're saying is so important. What they're saying is they're giving you the woke garbage. They're telling you the rich are bad people not paying taxes. They're telling you that a billionaire is giving tax breaks to their billionaire friends. All inaccurate catchphrases that don't resonate anymore. What are you doing at the border? What are you doing about inflation? What are you doing about bringing costs down? What are you doing about the 4 international hotspots that Joe Biden left in flames for this incoming administration? What is your answer for doing that? Here's more from David Shore, cut 39.
Generally, what you see now is that every measure of socioeconomic status and political engagement is just monotonically related to your chance of liking Trump.
What is monotonically related?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Just that.
This is why Democrats can't win.
That's exactly right. I'm the problem. But it's basically just that the more, even the lowest, political engagement categories, the lowest education categories, the poorer, the lower socioeconomic status, the less engaged you are in politics, now the more Trumpy you are. And that just wasn't true 4 years ago.
You understand? So you go ahead and you tell a group of people that oligarchs have it too good and then Trump's in it for himself. Why do working class people like him? Why do you keep saying the same things? Yes, there's going to be people that Bernie Sanders brings to gets a big crowd for. You know who else did? Ron Paul got a big crowd, but he's not electable. Bernie Sanders gets big crowds. AOC is a junior socialist with more charisma, no social media. But there's nothing national about her policies. There's nothing in the I accomplished it column in her life that makes you think she's a national figure. You have Josh Shapiro, who's going to try to run in a battleground state, that gave an interesting interview to Bill Maher last weekend, where he talks about some commonalities that he has with the Republicans and where they're different, where he feels it's different about how they're cutting programs and how he does it different. To me, that's what people want to hear. Don't pretend that just say, well, Donald Trump didn't get that much of his win wasn't that big, and he didn't get 50% of the popular vote. Listen, over 300 electoral votes, every battleground state, every category he improved, every state he gained ground, including in blue states. So you could spin it any way you want. But when the door closes, you have to come up with a game plan. The Bernie Sanders AOC game plan is a loser.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-282-1968. 800-282-1968. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-282-1968.
The Potting Shed Antiques in Whitesboro is buying silver, gold-filled, vintage costume, estate jewelry, and U.S. and Canadian coins. They've been your hometown buyer for over 50 years. While other gold and silver buyers claim to offer the highest prices, the Potting Shed Antiques actually delivers. Let Don Hartman take a look at your individual pieces or your entire collection. The Potting Shed Antiques, open Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Please call ahead for an appointment. Visit thepottingshedantiques.com.
This is a public service announcement from the New York State Smokers Quit Line. Did you know you can quit smoking through text messaging? Learn to Quit NY is a free, confidential, and convenient program with 6 weeks of daily texts and weekly goals. Gain motivation and accountability to become and stay smoke-free. Text QUIT NOW to 333-888 to join Learn to Quit NY. That's QUIT NOW to 333-888.
From the Stanley Theater Studio, WIBX Utica, Rome. W295EI. WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM, a Town Square media station.
They're back where they came from. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. 199 Venezuelans landed in that country early this morning. Some of them alleged gang members deported, like the ones here illegally flown to El Salvador in controversial deportation flights over a week ago that are the subject of another hearing after a judge ordered those planes to turn around, an order ignored.
Today, it's going to be a 3-judge panel here in Washington, D.C., trying to figure out whether or not the Trump administration can legally keep deporting accused gang members by the plane load to other countries. The day after tomorrow, the DHS Secretary Kristi Noem is going to see for herself the conditions at that terrorist confinement center in El Salvador, where accused gang members living in the U.S. have been relocated, had their heads shaved, and had their tattoos photographed.
That's Fox's Peter Ducey at the White House, where later today, President Trump will announce a $20 billion investment from Hyundai. Part of the plan is to build a steel plant in the U.S. to use at Hyundai's 2 American auto manufacturing plants. This follows new U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminum imports. The Supreme Court is about to consider a new race-based case.
Justices are trying to figure out if lawmakers in Louisiana violated federal law when they redrew the state's congressional districts last year. A group of voters say the map amounts to an illegal racial gerrymander by diluting the state's black population into just 2 majority black districts. Louisiana argues divvying up Americans by race is a stain on the nation's history and should become a relic of the past.
That's Fox's Jared Halpern, and we're just getting word that the Trump administration is going to ask the Supreme Court to block a judicial order to rehire thousands of federal workers who had been fired under the Trump administration. In Saudi Arabia, the U.S. and Russia are in talks again today, trying to work out a ceasefire agreement hours after American negotiations with Ukraine again, also in Saudi Arabia. America's listening to Fox News.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
WIBX 950 AM 92.3 FM. I'm Megan Stone. Utica police are investigating a shooting that left one man injured. According to authorities, officers were called to the 1100 block of Matthews Avenue and found a male victim suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. He was rushed to Wynn Hospital, and Utica police say he has survived. At this time, police are asking the public for assistance. Anyone with information about this shooting is urged to contact UPD at 315-223-3556. They could also leave a 100% anonymous tip to Mohawk Valley Crime Stoppers at 866-730-8477 or via the P3 Tips mobile app. More information will be released when it's available. The State Attorney General's office is still looking into a fatal officer-involved shooting in Oswego County. The incident started Friday when police responded to an address on Cook Road in Constantia after getting a report of a man having a psychotic episode. Deputies encountered 32-year-old Miles Dignian after a struggle, and that led to a trooper being hit in the head with a metal object. A deputy shot Dignian, who later died at the nearby hospital. The trooper needed treatment for a minor head injury. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik now knows when the Senate will vote on her confirmation to become a member of President Trump's cabinet. The vote to have Republican Stefanik become the next U.S. ambassador to the United Nations is April 2nd. Stefanik's confirmation vote has been on hold for weeks because the GOP only has a slim majority in the House of Representatives. Once she's confirmed, a special election will be set to fill her spot on the 21st Congressional District. And drivers going through parts of Kirkland and Clinton should be aware of an ongoing road improvement project that closes lanes. Portions of Route 12B will be closed by the New York State Department of Transportation today through next Monday, March 31st, for tree removal and drainage work. The closures will take place between the southern border of Clinton to Robinson Road in Kirkland. Other closures will impact State Route 412 and State Route 233 in Kirkland. Flaggers will be on scene to redirect traffic. Your Weather Center forecast: rain today with a high around 52 and winds gusting up to 21 miles per hour. A chance of rain and snow mixing tonight, low 35. Showers tomorrow with highs around 44 degrees. Wednesday, a chance of snow and rain mixing, high around 41. And the sun finally set to return on Thursday. WIBX 950 AM, 92.3 FM. I'm Megan Stone.
All across New York, there are signs of hope because other signs are coming down. Signs like short sale and bank own. More New Yorkers are saying no to foreclosure. The New York State Attorney General's Homeowner Protection Program offers free housing counseling and legal services to assist those at risk of foreclosure. Call 855-HOME-456. That's 855-466-3456. Or visit aghomehelp.com. More New Yorkers are keeping their homes. That's what we call a great sign.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
From the Fox News radio studios in Midtown Manhattan, giving you opinions and facts with a positive outlook. It's Brian Kilmeade.
Hi, everyone. Brian Kilmeade here. Thanks so much for listening. Gerard Baker at the bottom of the hour, and he's from the Wall Street Journal. They had a big story out today about the tariffs and what the truth will be and how they're paring back. And I think that's why the market is responding. They're at 477 points right now. And as I come to you from New York City, so that's right down. Michael Goodman with the New York Post is standing by. And by the way, it's so interesting that they're going to have an Easter roll, and it's going to be corporate sponsored. Trump can't help but do the right thing when it comes to it. Hey, we're having an Easter roll. There's going to be all these cameras down here. What corporation would like to be a part of the fun? Yes, if you're looking to balance the budget, you got to be smart. I know it's not going to help with $36 trillion directly, but little by little, that's the mindset. So before we get to Michael, big three.
Number 3. The message is also clear to Iran. We have the capabilities, our allies have capabilities, and we are strong and united together today. That's American leadership. That's President Trump putting America first.
Massive foreign policy offensive with the whole Trump team. Bombing the Houthis seriously in Yemen. Warning Iran, break down your nukes or we'll break it down. Plus ceasefire talks with Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine yesterday, Russia today, and Saudi Arabia. And back in the IDF as they decide to move in hard into Gaza with more armaments than they had during the whole Biden reign.
Number 2. I wasn't calling for violence, and it's ridiculous that I even have to say something like that. But because they are trying to twist our words, one of the things that I told people to do is make sure you are adhering to the laws.
Tesla and Musk under fire, but they seem more equipped to survive and, dare I say, thrive as Dems use Elon to fuel big crowds and foment big-time left-wing anger.
Number 1.
They were standing up cheering. The president walked over to me and he says, "They absolutely love me here, don't you?" And I said, "Sir, they do." And he says, "Why do you think that?" And I said, "They respect a fighter and they respect you." And he just said, "Yeah, I get that. I get that."
That is Mark Wayne Mullin, senator from Oklahoma. Trump agenda, a rousing welcome for Trump at the Wrestling Championships in Philadelphia. And he'll be grappling in the courts all week as the judges line up to block his agenda. And that's going to be interesting because today we're going to see that he's in an appeals court to try to get permission for future flights into Supermax prisons in El Salvador because he's having trouble in a district court, which will have a hearing on Tuesday about whether or not he could have turned around those flights full of TDA as well as MS-13. They're now in El Salvador as we reinvigorate flights back to Venezuela, I don't know why they're all of a sudden accepting him back again. So we'll see where that goes, because what they've done at the border is flat out extraordinary. 96% decrease since Joe Biden left office. Michael Goodwin joins us now. Michael, welcome back. First off, there was a big win, I think, for the president on Friday and the administration. And it happened at Columbia, where they said, if you want your $400 million back because you refuse to clamp down on anti-Semitism and pro-Hamas efforts on your campus, you better make some changes. They gave them 9 changes. Looks like Columbia did all 9.
Good morning, Brian. Yes, I think this is a really significant victory for taxpayers above all, and for students at these schools, because Columbia is really a test case. It was sort of the center of a lot of the anti-Israel, anti-Semitic riots and takeovers and protests across many campuses, and for the president to bring Columbia to the table and say, look, unless you stop violating your requirement under the Civil Rights Act, this is the Civil Rights Act that requires schools to protect all students from harassment and any kind of intimidation. And clearly Columbia failed to do that. They're still failing to do that. I mean, we saw that just recently at Barnard, which is affiliated with Columbia. And so this test case, really, of we're going to withhold a large portion of your federal contracts and grant money, in this case $400 million, unless you agree to a set of conditions, including that students in protest cannot wear masks unless it's a real health issue, because they're doing it just to not identify themselves. You must give your campus police arrest power. And in Columbia's case, you had these 2 departments that have long been hotbeds of anti-Semitism that you effectively have to put some kind of overseer on them to straighten them out. And these and several other smaller agreements is part of this, but Columbia essentially surrendered, said yes. Now, we'll see what happens. I mean, it's fascinating, Brian. All the other, the president of Princeton, the New York Times, others are denouncing Columbia for surrendering. That's great. Don't surrender. Lose the money. Let the taxpayers keep the money. Let's see how long your university is considered a high-flying, successful research university. I think one of the things that's amazing here, Brian, most people did not understand the connection between federal dollars and these big elite institutions. Donald Trump did, to his credit, and by taking away the money, he cracked their resistance. And I think he will do the same at Harvard, at Penn, at Northwestern, on and on and on.
Well, he got University of Pennsylvania because he would not get rid of trans men and women's sports. So he cost him $175 million. I also like simultaneously, Secretary of State Rubio is in the process of kicking out Mahmoud Khalil, who's a 31-year-old graduate student who graduated. Somehow he gets to Columbia, where all these kids who are 105 averages with near perfect SATs can't get in. But this guy gets in as a refugee from Syria hanging out in London, and he comes here and he foments unrest in the university. And now he goes from Louisiana, where he's writing defiant letters from the ICE facilities. Now he's going to be heard in court. And now Secretary of State Rubio, according to Andy McCarthy, didn't even have to do this. He says he lied about his visa to get here and to get a green card. He lied. He didn't disclose that he worked for UNRWA, or told Columbia University that he was part of the apartheid divest from Israel movement. He failed to list continuing employment with the Syria office in Britain's embassy in Beirut. And they're pushing back. They want to kick him out. There's also a kid up in, a young man up at Cornell. Same thing. Knew it would jeopardize his visa status. Still continued to protest. Pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian. He's gone. A professor over at Georgetown, he's in the process of being deported. This is what's got to happen.
Absolutely. Look, I quoted in my column a Supreme Court Justice, Arthur Goldberg, who may have been the second person to use this, but it is, the Constitution is not a suicide pact. Our Constitution does not require us to bring people into our country who want to destroy our country. We don't have to do that. That's not part of the Constitution. And so this idea that all these people have free speech rights and all of that, sure, they have free speech rights, but not when they're siding with terrorists, not when that speech is fomenting revolution against the government of the United States and against our national interest and our foreign policies. It's very clear there are limits. And, of course, it's remarkable, Brian, the Biden administration did not use any of these powers. Don't forget, all of these things that we're talking about now happened while Joe Biden was president. He did nothing about it. In fact, as I argue in the column, he actually took the same side of many of these protesters by repeatedly criticizing Israel. Kamala Harris did the same thing. They protected these students because they basically agreed with American policy, which was Israel was the problem, not Hamas.
And he thought that the woke agenda,
fundamentally what's going on here.
He thought the woke agenda, the anti-Israel agenda, was something that's going to keep him in the White House, when the Democrats still haven't woken up to the fact that we don't see eye to eye with Hamas. We don't think October 7th was okay, that was fomented by Israeli suppression. In fact, Steve Witkoff is also fed up. Listen to what he said over the weekend. Israel now is going all in and holding ground from here on in Gaza. They realize just wounding or hurting Hamas isn't enough. They have to wipe them out. They also have gone in through the corridor right in the middle. Listen to Steve Witkoff say, you know exactly who's to blame. Cut 25.
The United States stands with the state of Israel. There's just, that's a 100% commitment. And we've expressed that. Hamas had every opportunity to demilitarize, to accept the bridging proposal that would have given us a 40 or 50-day ceasefire where we could have discussed demilitarization and a final truce. There were all kinds of opportunities to do that, and they elected not to.
And that's why they're going in. And even though in Israel they're tired of war, Netanyahu can't see any other way but to get rid of them. And now Egypt says they might take up to 500,000 Palestinian refugees, which if they follow through on that would be a significant win for the administration.
Absolutely. That would be roughly a quarter of the entire population of Gaza. And I'm sure other countries will be pressured to take some. Jordan, maybe even Qatar, right? They're so happy to support Hamas. Why don't they ship them 100,000 Gazans and see how they like that? Look, I think what's consistent throughout these things, Brian, that we're discussing is Donald Trump is a man of action. He doesn't just inherit a problem and say, well, there's nothing we can do about it. He is attacking. He's on offense with these problems. And he's not afraid to use the power of the presidency to make things happen for the better. And I think this is so refreshing. I mean, you watch even members of the administration when they go on these television, these hostile interviews with CBS and NBC and CNN, they push back.
They do.
They don't just sit there like the old Republicans and take it on the chin and sort of apologize for their differences. They push back. And I think that's what Donald Trump has done. He has enlivened this idea that we don't have to put up with this anymore. We're going to fight back. We're going to use the power of the presidency to help the American people, to put America first. I mean, when you think about all of these colleges and universities letting in all of these foreign students, many of whom are the ones out there wearing keffiyehs and banging drums and calling for the end of Israel and supporting terrorism. Why would we put up with that? Why have we put up with that for so many years? I mean, it is refreshing. And as I say in the column, Trump hitting them where it hurts, in the pocketbook. I mean, without federal money, these schools could not exist as we know them now. And that's what he's doing. And I think it's going to work, as much as anything could work.
I want you to see some of the sparring that went on yesterday when it came to getting rid of all those illegal immigrants on those planes, Cut 8, with Margaret Brennan on Face the Nation.
There was
that
a
had determined
woman
what they're
sent
doing
to a man's prison, and El Salvador said no.
I mean,
so it's
okay.
the question of if you
I
are
can't speak to
suspending
those
the
individual
ability to
details
have a
if you
day in
want to.
court, that you get the list right.
But
right? That you can verify that these people are gang members.
Look, every one of them were here illegally. So first of all, we had every right and should deport every one of these individuals. If you want to make a special case for one, that's fine. But underlying that is the Alien Act that has determined that Commander-in-Chief has the absolute authority to do this.
So he talked right through her multiple times. And she does this little throwaway line like, oh, yeah, that's not true, but we'll move on. He stops her right, and Rubio does too.
Yeah, look, they started to remind me of the Washington Generals, you know, the basketball team that always loses to the Harlem Globetrotters, right? That's what Margaret Brennan is coming across as. She's like the stooge who just is there to be defeated.
But in a way, Michael, she does have the highest ratings of the Sunday shows. She pushes back. You see her disdain that Trump won, but it doesn't matter. At some point, she's got to realize what I would do if I was doing that Sunday show, and if I really felt as though, you know what, I think that Trump's a better president, you have to acknowledge what's working. Border crossings are down 96%. You have 4 hotspots in the world. He's addressing all 4 at the same time while building up the military and trying to get our $36 trillion deficit in line. So, and then you might be upset by the practices. But if you want people to pay attention, that's what you should do. And lastly, I want you to weigh in real quick on the Bernie Sanders AOC tour, anti-oligarchy tour. I think this is terrible news for the Democrats because their message has already failed. That woke message that the rich have it too good for too long, that the working class have no say in this country, that the administration's looking to give tax breaks for the billionaires. All that stuff doesn't work. Just because Trump is rich, it doesn't mean the working class doesn't like it. It's just the opposite. I think these big crowds are actually a poison for the Democrats.
I do too. I think it's sort of like a false spring that they've now found their message and their messengers. Really, Bernie Sanders and AOC, this is going to appeal to middle America. This is going to appeal to the working classes in Michigan and Pennsylvania. I don't think so. I mean, socialism, you know, has its appeal to certain dreamy, mostly young people. The Bernie bros were all in their 20s, and I think AOC is cut from that cloth. But I don't think it has a broad appeal to the working class and to the middle class. I think what Donald Trump is doing by reducing the federal debt. I mean, let's not forget, that's the primary thing that DOGE is about. You know, Brian, we are now, out of a $7 trillion budget, we are essentially borrowing $2 trillion. So it's more than 30% of every dollar that we spend is borrowed. And we're passing that debt on to future generations.
And people get upset about cutting.
Yes, that's right. As though every federal spending is sacrosanct in some way. It's helping, it's saving lives. It's ridiculous. It's a lot of it is just encrusted into the budget process, and it's got to be re-examined. I mean, how can you be against re-examining the bloated federal budget?
Beats me. Michael Goodwin, thanks so much. Always great. New York Post columnist. Back in a moment.
You're with Brian Kilmeade.
WIBX.
If you're hit and miss with the stock market, I have a guest who's found a simple way to generate weekly income with his method that only takes 30 minutes per week to learn. He's been called one of the sharpest option traders around. It's Preston James, CEO of the Traders Edge Network.
It's great to be with you. I was a frustrated, inconsistent trader when I started over 30 years ago. So I developed a system I found to be the closest thing to printing your own money. I call it the money press method, and it works by harnessing the power of market forces while taking full advantage of newly created weekly options.
Can you really teach this method to anyone?
Absolutely. A sixth grader could pick it up because the learning curve for the money press is quick. You learn a few new vocabulary words, and then you're ready to get your own money press cranking.
So tell me, Preston, what type of traders are using your method?
It's a huge help for people ready to retire and just need an extra $3, $4, or $5 grand a month to get them over the finish line. But it's designed to work for anyone, no matter if you're bullish, bearish, sideways, or a beginner. You can go big or start small and work your way up.
So you're telling me it's simple to learn and only takes 30 minutes a week? Your classes must cost thousands.
Actually, I'm sharing my Money Press Method guidebook for free, as I sincerely believe this is the last way for the little guy to create growth and income in the market today.
Wow, for free? How could someone get started?
Go to my website, moneypressincome.com, to see a 7-minute video training where I open up my own brokerage account and show you how it works. The numbers don't lie.
Fantastic. Now, if you're ready to start a program that could generate weekly income in only 30 minutes a week, check out this life-changing free video at moneypressincome.com. That's moneypressincome.com. Thanks for helping out my listeners today, Preston.
Thank you, and talk to you soon.
Paid for by Traders Edge Network. Individual results may vary. There's no guarantee that past performance will be indicative of future results. Invest wisely.
Hello, Utica. This is Carrie Paleo from the Greater Utica Chamber of Commerce. We're thrilled to introduce some of the newest members of our business network. Let's give them a true Utica welcome and show what it means to be part of this incredible community.
Fresco Fish, new location at 8483 Seneca Turnpike, New Hartford. Silk Utica, 104 Genesee Street, Utica.
By supporting the local economy, we'll keep building the future of Utica together. Greater Utica Chamber, empowering upstate New York.
Mattress Express's closeout sale on brand new leftover inventory and floor models. Right now, buy a king or queen and get a free adjustable base. Take up to 5 years to pay with no money down for qualified buyers and no credit check payment plans available as well.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/radio. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflesh.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflesh.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflesh.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflesh.com.
A promise was made. A promise that hit the beaches of Normandy. A vow that captured Iwo Jima. A contract that weathered Tet. A pledge that stormed the desert in Iraq. An IOU that braved IEDs in Kandahar. A promise was made to America's veterans. DAV fights to keep that promise, so all veterans and their families get the benefits and support they earned. For help, visit DAV.org.
You're listening to The Brian Kilmeade Show, only on WIBX, 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
Radio that makes you think. This is The Brian Kilmeade Show.
The idea that Trump has, I don't know what his latest numbers are, he wants to deport 20 million people who are in this country who are undocumented. Well, you do that, you destroy the entire country. Because I got news for you. Trump's billionaire friends are not going to pick the crops in California that feed us. They're not going to work in meat packing houses. That's what undocumented people are doing.
Well, working class people would love an opportunity, not for all those jobs. I'm with Bernie Sanders on that. There's a lot of people here for 20, 30 years and I've seen them featured, heard them talk, that don't have documentation and are working in the farms. And I've listened to farm owners talk, and I can only go by their word and what I see. And they say that they cannot get Americans to have their job. I have news for Bernie Sanders, and the senator knows this. They're not getting to that. They're going to get the criminals out first. They're going to get the recent border crossings out also. They're going to get people that have overstayed their visas, and they're going to get people out there who haven't shown up for their court appearances. By the time they got to that, there's going to be more people not coming here and self-deporting. We're going to have the ability to do to total immigration reform. Nobody ever thought the border could be shut down like it is now, and we haven't even started to put technology and actually physical border wall continuing. We got 7 miles commissioned. We need another 150.
WIBX.
Does this sound like you? You own a house in central New York, and there's one home improvement project you keep putting off because it's stressing you out. Maybe it's a leaky window, a shaky deck, or replacing that old fridge. Well, that's why you should listen to The Money Pit. Hi, I'm Tom Kreitler.
And I'm Leslie Segretti, and our show is all about helping guide your home improvement projects. Our combined expertise will point you in the right direction no matter the dilemma and get you right back to enjoying your home.
Listen to The Money Pit every Saturday morning from 8 to 10 a.m. only on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
Every once in a while, something that sounds too good to be true is actually, in fact, true. How would you like up to $4,000 of free windows? And when I say $4,000 of free windows, I mean $4,000 of free windows. No gimmicks or games. You don't have to buy $4,000 to get $4,000 free. You just get up to $4,000 of free windows through Patriot Home Solutions and NYSERDA. Of course, some restrictions apply, but none of these restrictions are income-based, and you don't have to sit through a long, drawn-out sales presentation. Give Patriot a call at 315-401-0440, and they can quickly tell you over the phone if you qualify or how you can get qualified. That's 315-401-0440. These aren't any windows. They're high-quality, custom-fitted windows designed to save energy and keep the cold air out all winter. Your window solution is Patriot Home Solutions. Online at patriothomesolutions.com.
This is Anthony Constantino, CEO of Sticker Mule. I'm a proud Trump supporter, running for Congress for the seat being vacated by Elise Stefanik. I built a successful internet company with nearly 1,000 people in upstate New York. However, much of upstate New York suffers from lack of access to high-speed internet that's necessary to build great companies and enable high-paying remote jobs. In fact, much of our district lacks access to strong, dependable cell phone service too. Of course, we must have both for public safety and to grow the economy. When elected to Congress, I will work quickly with President Trump to fix this problem. With high-speed internet, dependable cell service, and by renewing President Trump's tax cuts, both for businesses and individuals, we will create jobs and return economic prosperity to upstate New York. Follow me, Anthony Constantino, on Facebook today to learn more about my plans to make New York great again. I'm Anthony Constantino, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Constantino for Congress.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Fox News, I'm Chris Foster.
The Trump administration challenges in court today a lower court judge's right to block deportations ordered under the 1798 Alien Enemies Act.
It's not going to be before the same judge that thinks the administration may have defied his order to turn plane loads of accused gang members around. And it's not because Judge Boasberg has been removed from the case, but the next step in this process is for arguments to be before a 3-judge panel in Washington, D.C.
It's Fox's Peter Ducey at the White House. Former Utah Congresswoman Mia Love died. She was 49 and had brain cancer.
In 2014, Love became the first black Republican woman elected to Congress and served until 2019. House Speaker Mike Johnson saying Love was a trusted friend and colleague, an extraordinary person, and an exceptional leader.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz. Out-of-control wildfires are spreading fast in western North Carolina. America's listening to Fox News.
Cloudy this afternoon with scattered rain showers, highs around 50. They'll taper off tonight, mid-30s. Cloudy and cooler as we head through midweek, both Tuesday and Wednesday, with just a slight chance to see a rain or snow shower both days. High temperatures right around or just over 40. I'm meteorologist Ken Boone from the Weather Channel on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
Get the news and insights.
It's a source I can trust.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
Breaking news, unique opinions. Hear it all on the Brian Kilmeade Show.
There's going to be something else taking place. It's called April 2nd, and that's going to be tariffs. And China will pay, and other countries will pay. We've been ripped off by every country in the world, friend and foe. And on April 2nd, I call it the liberation of America. We've been the fat, dumb, foolish country that allowed everybody to rip us off, including our friends. Look at NATO.
So that is the President of the United States. So we're getting close to April 2nd, where April 2nd is going to be reciprocal tariff day, where everything balances out. Unless someone comes to the table ahead of time and says, I recognize the imbalance, and I'm looking to, let's do a compromise here. So with us right now is Gerard Baker, editor-in-large of the Wall Street Journal and host of Wall Street Journal at Large on 7:30 on Fridays, and host of the weekly Wall Street Journal opinion podcast, Free Expression. So the market right now, Jerry, is surging. Why is that?
I think they like this possibility of this new form of tariffs that we're going to get from April the 2nd, Liberation Day, as President Trump says it. They like that a lot better than the tariffs we've seen so far. What President Trump is proposing makes a lot of sense, I have to say, unlike some of the other things he's been proposing on tariffs. The United States, he's right. The United States, broadly speaking, with most of its major trading partners, does have an unequal tariff system. It charges typically on average lower tariffs against the EU than the EU charges against us, against China than China charges against us, against India, against Mexico. Many of these countries, even within the USMCA. So the US is essentially losing out in this tariff battle. What it means, if he's going to, as we reported, as the Wall Street Journal reported today over the weekend, he's going to have a system where we now have reciprocal tariffs. So if the EU is, say, charging 10% on our on US imports, and the US is charging 3% on average on EU imports, then we're going to level that out, create a level playing field.
And if they want to come back and say, let's make it 7 and 7.
One, it's fair. Exactly. One, it's fair. Two, it actually is much less damaging to the US and to the world economy than just saying, I want 25% tariffs here or 40% tariffs there. So I think the market likes this new policy and could well end up liking Trump's international economic policy generally.
So they say that, according to your story in the Wall Street Journal, it says they're going to focus on the G20 nations. They're going to look at Brazil, Canada, China, EU, India, Japan, and focus on the so-called dirty 15, not every single country. But they are going to crack down on the exceptions. Evidently, Trump, in retrospect, thought there was too many exceptions in his first 4 years. He feels as though he wants to be a little bit more heavy-handed.
Yeah, and again, that's that's not wrong to look at those countries that do look. I mean, we can get into a deep argument about why the U.S. has negotiated all these deals with countries where these trade deals where it ends up with lower tariffs on their goods than they end up with on our goods, and he's he's partly right that America's been sort of fat and lazy about that. But the more important reason, Brian, is that because of U.S. multinationals with big operations in countries like India and China and elsewhere, U.S. multinationals have lobbied hard with U.S. governments, with Congress and administrations in the past to keep tariffs on those countries low because they're importing. If you're Apple and you've got a huge amount of your supply chain in China, you want tariffs on exports from China to the United States to be relatively low. So it has benefited the U.S. and U.S. companies too, but overall, President Trump is right. The overall balance has been not in favor of the United States, and so rebalancing that, and as you say, Brian, if you get some sort of a compromise, you could even end up with lower tariffs overall, which by and large is good for international capitalism.
And one thing I'm seeing, fentanyl is a big deal, and from Canada and Mexico. And Mexico seems to be on the surface a major roundup of would-be cartel members. We know what's happening at the border. It has a lot to do with what's going on the Mexico's southern border. And then in the northern border, I was shocked to see 60 Minutes last night. I thought it was going to be one of these things to prove Donald Trump doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to problems at the biggest border in the world. And it turns out, huge problem, huge industry. And it's the cartels working through the north. And they talk about advertising on Facebook and how they're through different social media apps, people that have died in the process, and also the amount of fentanyl getting through the northern border. I was shocked at that. So there is an issue there, but you say there's a mixed message from the administration when it comes to the reason for the tariffs.
Yeah, I mean, especially on Canada. Look, maybe there's the official numbers suggest that the amount of fentanyl coming across the border, both sides actually going from the U.S. to Canada and Canada to the U.S., is relatively small compared with Mexico. I agree, it's still enough to kill lots and lots of Americans, and it's a terrible thing, but it's relatively small compared with Mexico. So, if these tariffs are about that, then I think it's not the right policy approach to impose 20, because the damage to the U.S., while it's less than the damage to Canada, the damage to U.S. consumers is enormous. I don't think tariffs is the way to deal with it. Find another way to deal with it. But the problem with these tariffs on Canada is we get a different explanation every day, Brian. We get told it's about fentanyl. We're told it's about currency manipulation or trading practices in Canada that are wrong. We're then told that it's because ultimately Donald Trump wants Canada to be the 51st state. Well, A, that's not going to happen, and B, it's certainly not going to help with the fentanyl problem because there isn't even going to be a border then, right? So if the cartels really do control Canada and it's about to become the 51st state, then God help us, because they're going to control large parts of the United States. So none of that makes any sense. If he sticks to economically sensible policies like with these reciprocal tariffs, you could end up with much more access for American companies to international markets, a much better performance for the U.S. economy, and most important of all, American consumers, American businesses, American producers actually benefiting. And I think, that's the right policy.
Right. I think Trump is happy with the amount of people that have pledged to bring their business back here from Apple on down. And he feels as though we're heading in the right direction with all these pledges from Oracle to build their another power plant here. Here's what he said over the weekend about what he's seeing happen since he took over, unlike last time. Cut 40.
What has Bezos told you about trying to be more fair in his coverage?
Just that.
Yeah.
He's really trying to be more fair. They actually did a couple of bad articles at him. He said, "This is crazy.
Yeah.
I lose my fortune running this thing." And they're out of control. These people are crazy. They're crazy people. They're out of control. And he's actually a very good guy. I got to know him this second time. He was up. If you look at the
and he talks about the audio's a little bad there. So he talks about Bezos, talks about Zuckerberg, talks about Oracle coming back. He talks about Google and everybody now helping on the defense side, where there was persona non grata. You ask Google for any help from the Pentagon, they wouldn't do it. There's such a change in attitude now from Silicon Valley and the sense that they want to work with this president. Where does that come from? Is it just because he's in power, or does something else happen?
It's because he's in power, and these companies want to make money, and they understand that a lot of them have very, very, very lucrative contracts, or the potential of lucrative contracts with the U.S. government. As you said, it is a strange state of affairs that Google was run by its employees essentially for a long time, who refused to work on contracts with the Defense Department. Many of these other companies did the same thing. But no, the companies now realize there's a tremendous business opportunity. There is, though, something else, Brian, going on, and I think we are seeing this. We've seen this people talk about a vibe shift. I don't like the term, but it does capture fairly well what is going on, especially really interestingly, Brian, among younger people in the country, right? I mean, we've seen some of this really interesting polling about how younger people voted in the election, obviously, how they view Donald Trump, how they view the Democrats in particular. They are turning away from the Democrats in droves. Especially young men, have had enough of being told that they're to blame for everything, about enough of being told they're the villains. They've had enough
you
of
don't want to be masculine.
Excluded from economic opportunities. They have literally, there's been some really interesting reporting in the last month or so about how, companies over the last 10 years, when we were in the peak of woke nonsense, it was increasingly hard for young white men to get jobs, especially in creative industries and technology and things like that.
Yeah, try to get a commercial if you're a white actor.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Trump yesterday said, Johnson & Johnson announced yesterday it's going to go with tens of billions of dollars and start making stuff here. Apple, $500 billion. We know that we have a pledge from Honda to move their plants out of Mexico. So a lot of this stuff, I guess, to get on Trump's side. The other thing I think, Jerry, is that Biden was so bad for business that it was almost like a relief that, we're trying to vilify Trump and say he wasn't a legitimate president and he's too volatile and all these things and he's going to be impeached. And then after 4 years of Joe Biden and that ridiculous administration's anti-business attitude, they're welcoming this opportunity.
Oh, that's no question about that. Brian, you talk to people. One of the reasons so many people in Silicon Valley and the tech field in particular have become sort of Trump supporters or conservatives
AI
in the last
especially,
4
right?
years. Yeah, AI, but these big tech companies too, and many of the venture capitalists and the investors who were basically being told by the Biden administration, you will do what we say. They saw what happened with Facebook in particular when the Biden administration tried to get them to, essentially to not publish things that were unhelpful in the way that the Biden administration viewed it. They saw the way in which the Biden team were trying to regulate the economy, the tech sector in particular, the way in which this very aggressive antitrust measures from the Biden FTC and Justice Department. And they thought, this is going to stifle at a critical moment in America's economic development, when AI is so important and making sure that America remains at the forefront of AI with all this competition from China. We are being led by an administration, the Biden administration, that is trying to stifle innovation and stifle entrepreneurship and stifle our ability to grow. And they turned against Joe Biden, and that's one of the reasons many of them, in much greater numbers than before, voted for Donald Trump.
Jerry Baker, how do you react to what's happening with the Teslas? With the firebombing of dealerships, with the blowing up of these fleets, with the keying of cars for just normal homeowners, to a big push to divest from their stock. Does it disturb you that someone could work for the government and pay this type of money, price?
Of course, it's absolutely it's despicable, and and I hope these people are discovered. I've seen many of these cases of people being caught on camera keying Teslas, and of course,
good news is they have cameras on.
Yeah, they have camera. I mean, and by the way, how idiotic do you have to be to sort of key, in front of a camera? You should be sent to prison for stupidity alone, let alone for violent vandalism. No, it's absolutely indefensible. Look, I think Donald Trump. I think Elon Musk is. I think that if you don't like Elon Musk, don't buy his cars, right? And we're starting to see that. I mean, especially around the world, to some extent in the US, but around the world, we're seeing. I mean, his sales are off like 90% in parts of Europe because of the things he does. That's you don't have to agree with that. You don't have to like it, but if you don't like it, if you don't like Elon Musk, then don't contribute to his economic welfare. But violence against, in any circumstances, violence is absolutely indefensible, and I hope these people are caught and prosecuted.
When you look at the Tesla stock, and it is down to right below where it was before the election. Where do you think long term?
I suspect that, look, a lot of this is obviously heavily political, right? He's, again, as I say, particularly in Europe, he's lost a lot of business, because there are competitors too, particularly in Europe. The Chinese EV manufacturers are making real inroads into Europe, and they can do that. Here in the United States, there's also been some political. Look, I suspect that Musk has been a genius with the development of Tesla, with the development of EVs, but I suspect that that's actually no longer where his passion is, where his focus is. I think Starlink, some of the other businesses that he's involved in, again, there are big competitors now. I mean, he led the way with EVs without any question, and he deserves all of the rewards he's got from that. But there are many competitors now, Chinese competitors, some European competitors, American competitors too. So that market is getting much more crowded and much more challenging for him. So I don't suspect that he's all that concerned, even though it's a 50% decline, because I think he has other economic opportunities. As I said, Starlink is an extraordinary beneficiary. The battery, the work that he's been doing on batteries.
What about robotics?
Robotics too. Some work. So some. He's doing some. He's got some interesting AI developments too. Look, he's been an entrepreneurial genius, and he will find ways. I think he's. I think his timing on. He may have accelerated the decline, if you like, of Tesla as an investment because people don't like what he's doing with Doge. But I think his timing is, once again, is probably very good because it's going to open up opportunities for him in other fields.
How do you feel? You feel like ultimately he'll be a plus or minus for Trump?
I think what he's doing, some of what he's doing, in focusing, in trying to shrink the government, is good. I don't like the way he's gone about all of it. I think it's been heavy-handed, and some things have been done, frankly, that are inaccurate. I think he's a political risk for Trump. Look, I think he brings enormous benefits. One, that in terms of what he's doing, some of the things he's doing with Doge. Two, the influence of X, which is great, and to have a platform like X, which is now dominated, frankly, by by more conservative voices, that's very useful for Trump. Also, he is, his money. I know that he's been deploying his money in ways that help Donald Trump, both in the election, both in threatening. I mean, he's getting very much involved in this Wisconsin Supreme Court election. He's indirectly threatening some Republicans who may be feeling like opposing Donald Trump and saying, I'll use that to challenge you. That's all incredibly beneficial for Trump. There is a downside, which he's not very popular. I mean, if you look at the opinion polls, people are concerned about some of the things he says about Social Security. They're concerned about what they see as possibly some self-dealing going on, that he may end up getting contracts out of this, while, some people may worry about losing their Social Security payments. So he's not popular. So it's a balance at the moment. He's doing a lot of good work for Trump. He's being enormously beneficial for Trump. But he could be a drag on Trump's approval ratings.
I just find it pretty amazing that we were putting out billing in the country with no idea where the money was going, and he's making it all accountable right away. Before the Treasury Secretary was actually confirmed.
Yeah, but he's exaggerating some of the things they've said. I mean, look, the U.S. has a massive fiscal problem, and it's only going to get worse, and we're going to have another big tax cut, we hope, this year. Part of the justification for that tax cut was that we were going to be able to cut some spending. Doge was going to do a really good job. When Doge is talking about maybe cutting billions of dollars. We're talking about a deficit of trillions of dollars. So we are, by a factor of at least 1,000, Doge is underperforming in terms of what it needs to do. So, yeah, of course, bringing some streamlined efficiency is very good. Of course, whatever savings Doge can find is valuable, but it's not really doing the job of shrinking the government in the way that the U.S. desperately needs if it's to be if it's to retain its advantage as a dynamic economy.
Well, put it this way: he's cutting, and people are going crazy that he's cutting anything, let alone maybe not enough in your view. Wall Street Journal's own Jerry Baker. Jerry, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Brian. Thanks for having me.
Back in a moment.
Learning something new every day on the Brian Kilmeade Show.
WIBX.
Emergencies strike at any time without warning. When they do, food disappears fast. That's why prepared Americans trust My Patriot Supply, the leader in long-term emergency food storage, to protect their families. For a limited time, order their best-selling 4-week emergency food supply and get 4 free 72-hour food kits. That's 12 extra days of food at no extra cost. That's nearly 2 weeks of extra food, free, to keep your family secure. Plus, free shipping. Order by 3 p.m. for same-day shipping. All kits deliver 2,000 calories per day of easy-to-prepare meals with a shelf life up to 25 years. These kits that have been rated 4.8 out of 5 stars by tens of thousands of folks like you. When the next crisis hits, you'll be ready. Stock up now at MyPatriotSupply.com before this deal disappears. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com for your 4-week emergency food supply and 4 free extra food kits. MyPatriotSupply.com.
And paid for by the Sentinel Group. Has video game addiction shattered your family? You're not alone. Today's $200 billion video game industry intentionally hooks kids, fueling isolation, chaos, depression, even suicide attempts. According to a recent American Psychological Association study, compulsive gaming significantly increases the risk of severe depression and self-harm among teens. Your family may qualify for significant compensation. Call now for your free consultation. 800-880-1537. That's 800-880-1537. Big gaming profits while families suffer. Enough is enough. It's time these powerful companies answer for the harm they've caused. This is not a class action. Your family has individual rights, and your voice matters. Fight back, hold them accountable, and protect others from experiencing the same pain. Call 800-880-1537 now. Again, 800-880-1537. Your call matters. Call 800-880-1537. That's 800-880-1537.
It all began in 1985 with a single goal, a commitment to brighten our community. And with your kindness, that light grew brighter. Because for 40 years, you've helped Food Bank of Central New York deliver healthy food and hope. But that need continues to grow. So this year, please consider giving a little extra and make sure the light we shine together never goes out.
Are you a CDPAP home care user or caregiver? Switch to PPL before April 1st to ensure a smooth transition. It's fast and easy, over the phone, online, at an in-person or virtual session, or with a CDPAP facilitator. Call PPL at 833-247-5346. That's 833-247-5346. Visit pplfirst.com/CDPAP. Register today. A message from the New York State Health Department.
Are you looking for an easy way to get a daily detox? Pharmacist, best-selling author, and nutrition expert Sherry Torkos explains why Active Liver is the perfect solution.
As a health expert, I'm often asked how to support the liver's natural detoxification process and offset the effects of fatty foods, sugar, and alcohol. I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic.
Active Liver is the perfect way to get an easy daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. You can find Active Liver in the vitamin aisle at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
This is Brian Kilmeade, WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
The fastest 3 hours in radio. You're with Brian Kilmeade.
So you got a whole lot of good people. Alexandra is extraordinary. I am so impressed by her work in Congress and she inspires young people all over the country.
Would you like to see her join in the Senate?
Right now, we have, as I said, just a whole lot of people in the Congress. Okay, Jonathan, thanks.
Wait, I got one more. This is important.
Well, I asked you.
Okay.
You want to do nonsense, do nonsense.
No.
I don't want to talk about inside the Beltway stuff.
What is his problem? I mean, this is just crazy. Bernie Sanders gets a big crowd, 30,000 people waiting for him. ABC goes out there, compounds the success by joining him in the field and talking about the momentum of young socialist and old socialist, and talk about the same things that got them, get them election loss after election loss, and force Bernie Sanders by cheating out of the Democratic leadership over the last two election cycles, not the last two of the last three election cycles. They don't want the socialist message, but he sits down, has a friendly meeting with Jonathan Karl, just like a bunch of layups, and says, don't you think she could be a Senate? Would you like to see her run? And he gets up to leave. He says, well, inside the Beltway stuff. Inside the Beltway stuff, either you think she's this great star, he cites what a star she is in Congress. She doesn't pass anything. She offers no legislation except someone writes her the Green New Deal package that is totally infeasible, and it was put in under the guise of the Inflation Reduction Act, which almost bankrupted the country, and we're still underneath that web of deception. And he says she's a star. So you think she could be senator? He storms off. Now, he sat back down to finish up the last question, but saying he's not going to run for president. But of course he's not running for president. He's 83. Just bizarre. The worst thing for Democrats is for them to get big crowds. They're going to think that's the way to do things. It's not the way to do things. We don't want the whole woke stuff. We don't hate rich people. They socialists hate rich people.
Excuse me, I'm talking.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
Managing your credit card debt can be overwhelming. National Debt Relief could help you pay less than you owe in less time than you think. No bankruptcy, no loans. If you owe at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans, National Debt Relief's team of experts will work on your behalf to reduce the amount of debt you owe. With over 70,000 five-star reviews, National Debt Relief has already helped more than 500,000 people reduce their debt. With high inflation, there's never been a better time to take advantage of this debt relief opportunity. Call 800-745-3030. National Debt Relief could help you reduce your debt. Don't wait. Call 800-745-3030. No bankruptcy, no loans. National Debt Relief could help you pay less than you owe. Find out if you qualify in just minutes. It's easy. Call National Debt Relief at 800-745-3030 and trust the experts to help you pay less than you owe in less time than you think. Call 800-745-3030 now. Again, that's 800-745-3030.
Everybody thinks when you buy new windows, you just rip the old one out, stick the new one in, and voila, you're done. Nope, not the case at all. Scott and Jill here from New York Sash.
The truth is, over 50% of the time, the window frame that you pulled that old window out of has all kinds of problems, and it needs to be repaired at a minimum, and a lot of times, completely replaced.
If you just stick a beautiful new window in an old, messed up frame, you're asking for problems.
And guess what? Most of the companies just use the old rip and stick method. It's easier, faster, and yep, cheaper.
At New York Sash, we carefully inspect the frame for rot, bug damage, messed up trim, and fix it or replace it.
Hey, do it right or don't do it at all.
Call New York Sash now and get 15% off windows, doors, or bathrooms. 315-624-7344 or online at newyorksash.com. That's newyorksash.com.
From the Stanley Theater Studio, WIBX Utica, Rome. W295EI. WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM, a Town Square media station.
Asking the Supreme Court for help. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The Trump administration, in one of its many legal battles, has a new filing wanting the justices to block a judge's order to rehire thousands of fired federal workers. The same day, a lower appeals court considers another controversial case. Deportation flights to El Salvador over a week ago of alleged Venezuelan gang members in the U.S. illegally.
Judge James Boasberg criticized the Justice Department for not turning deportation planes around and says the DOJ has not been transparent about why the order hasn't been followed. House Speaker Mike Johnson on Fox's Sunday Night in America didn't offer specifics, but says there could be action from congressional Republicans on judges he claims are interfering with President Trump's agenda.
You've got a lot of activist judges, probably more than ever.
The DOJ argues the judge is overstepping his authority by blocking deportations of people it considers to be a threat.
That's Fox's Ryan Schmelz. Another flight of 199 Venezuelans here illegally landed early this morning in Venezuela. Some of them also accused gang members. Now, in a Truth Social post a short time ago, President Trump accused Venezuela of sending murderers and other criminals to the U.S. and imposed a new tariff, 25% on any imports from any country that buys oil or gas from Venezuela. Later today, following U.S. tariffs on imported steel and aluminum,
Louisiana's governor will join President Trump at a White House event announcing Hyundai's plans to invest $20 billion in the U.S. An administration official says Hyundai will build a next-generation steel plant in Louisiana with those materials used at 2 auto plants in the U.S. that will employ hundreds of people.
That's Fox's Jared Halpern. Israel's gone on the attack again in Gaza. Palestinian officials say the airstrikes killed more than 60 people, one of them a Hamas operative. And as that war rages, U.S. and Russian officials are in talks in Saudi Arabia trying to work out a ceasefire in Ukraine. America's listening to Fox News.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay. Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad Pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
WIBX 950 AM 92.3 FM. I'm Megan Stone. 2 Utica men were arrested on weapons charges. According to Utica Police, Oneida County probation officers searched a Faxton Street residence relative to the supervision status of one of its residents. Officers say they found a loaded .380 handgun in the kitchen and contacted police. Officers arrested 45-year-old Aki Lockwood and 40-year-old Ramel Lockwood. Both were charged with criminal possession of a weapon in the second and third degree, as well as criminal possession of a firearm. A man who was wanted for a 2023 shooting on Elm Street in Utica has been apprehended. Utica police say authorities, including the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force, arrested 26-year-old Amhiz Hall. Authorities say on July 16, 2023, a 17 and 19-year-old were shot. They suffered non-life-threatening injuries. UPD and the Major Crimes Unit, as well as the Oneida County District Attorney's Office, brought the case before a grand jury and obtained an indictment for Hall. He was charged with first-degree reckless endangerment and criminal possession of a weapon in the second degree. Hall was taken to Oneida County Jail. Local drivers are finding lower prices at the pump when it comes time to fill their vehicles. AAA says the average cost for a gallon of regular fuel right now in the Utica-Rome area is $3.28. That's down a penny from last week and 5 cents less than this time a month ago. The cost of gas is about the same in Herkimer County. Meanwhile, motorists may find cheaper prices in Madison County, where the average cost of a gallon of fuel is $3.18. The least expensive gas in central New York remains in the Syracuse area, with gas going for $3.06 a gallon. Currently, the state average is sitting at $3.10, and the national average is $3.12. And Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says he won't step down. Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, the Democratic senator defended his decision to vote for a Republican funding bill. Schumer said if the bill had failed, the shutdown that would have resulted would be worse than the government funding bill going into effect. Schumer's move has drawn sharp criticism from some in his own party, who say Schumer should be opposing Trump's agenda at every turn. As far as the legal battle between President Trump and the courts over deportation flights, Schumer called that a constitutional crisis. Your Weather Center forecast: rain today with a high around 52 and winds gusting up to 21 miles per hour. A chance of rain and snow mixing tonight, low 35, and rain tomorrow, high around 44. WIBX 950 AM 92.3 FM. I'm Megan Stone.
This is a public service announcement from the New York State Smokers Quit Line. Did you know you can quit smoking through text messaging? Learn to Quit NY is a free, confidential, and convenient program with 6 weeks of daily texts and weekly goals. Gain motivation and accountability to become and stay smoke-free. Text QUIT NOW to 333-888 to join Learn to Quit NY. That's QUIT NOW to 333-888.
You're listening to The Brian Kilmeade Show, only on WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
From high atop Fox News headquarters in New York City, always seeking solutions, never sowing division. It's Brian Kilmeade.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the latest moments of the Brian Kilmeade Show. This hour, Jake Steinfeld, Body by Jake, brings us into life trying to rebuild in Los Angeles amidst a governor who'd rather go on a podcast than fix his state, and a mayor that's about to be recalled. We'll talk about that. Batyungar Sargon is here, journalist and author of The Second Class, is in studio, fresh off a very successful, extremely well-watched, well-clicked-on episode of Bill Maher. And I find him as intriguing as anybody on television these days, Bill Maher. So, Batya, great job on that show. You were on with...
I was on with Sam Stein from MSNBC.
Yes.
And also Governor Shapiro, Josh Shapiro from Pennsylvania.
Who... I thought that would get traction during the week. Governor Shapiro, who talked like a reasonable person. I'm too busy governing my state to worry about this. But you know what's getting all the traction among Democrats? Bernie and AOC, big crowds out and about. I think that these are That's a nightmare for Democrats. These are old, failed issues, vilifying rich people, talking about woke principles. Donald Trump's there for his billionaire friends. I feel like I'm watching a rerun of Happy Days or the Andy Griffith Show. It doesn't work.
You said something so smart. You said they have huge crowds, and that's great for us.
Yeah.
And you're so right, because they look at those crowds, 30,000 people. What's 30,000 people in a country of 360 million? And they think, oh, wow, our message is resonating. And it really isn't. And I think you're so right about that. It is a throwback to a sort of previous version. What they are offering, what they call economic populism on the left, is raising taxes and then redistributing that and expanding the welfare state so that more Americans who are currently working class would be considered poor and would get government benefits. You know who loves that? Rich leftists. You know who hates that? Working class men, working class women who work really, really hard, and they don't want to be called poor, and they don't want a government benefit. They want an economy that protects the value of their labor. That's what Trump is doing. And that's why the Democrats are flailing. Even their view of how to get the working class back is totally, totally catering to the vanity of rich liberals.
So this guy, David Shore, was on the Ezra Klein show, a Democrat and pollster. They're still trying to unwind how they lost. But what's interesting at this point in the election cycle, there's actually candid. There's people being honest. They won't say it this close to the election because they don't want to hurt their side. Listen to this, cut 37.
I think the most important trend politically of the last 30 to 40 years, both here and in every other country in the world, at least Western country that has elections, has been this story of education polarization. You know, that basically everywhere we've seen highly educated people move to the left and, you know, working class people move to the right. I think a lot of people's analytical error when looking at Trump is that they saw Trump as this kind of reincarnation of, you know, the 1960s, of like George Wallace or something, when really I think he was representing this global trend. You could look at a bunch of other countries. You have Marine Le Pen in France. You have, you know, the AfD in Germany. And I think that, you know, people miss that, you know, there was kind of a broader global appeal, this kind of polarization on values.
And he said highly educated people and working class people went to him, and they tried to vilify people for voting for him, which just makes people give the Heisman to those people who are judging them. And I just think that if they keep looking at this election and saying, we didn't lose the popular vote by that much, and we didn't lose those battleground states by that much, instead of saying they lost ground in every state, and they lost every battleground state, and they improved with every element, including women, which they thought they lost, men, as well as black men, and Hispanic votes going higher and higher.
There's a unique kind of emotion that comes over me when I hear people saying these things in liberal spaces, because they tried to cancel me, of course, for saying that the real divide in America is the class divide and not the racial divide back in 2019 and 2020. Like, these were cancelable offenses, which of course were true. Now, finally, they're letting it in. So I feel on the one hand, like, very relieved that people are saying this. And also I feel like a little bit resentful that the same people who tried to cancel me for saying this are now admitting it. You're so right, Brian. They try to say Donald Trump is George Wallace. Donald Trump is FDR. The last time an American president made this big of an investment in the dignity of labor, of the working class, was FDR. And they just missed the boat because they are speaking to each other, to other rich liberals.
Yeah, I think that's it's interesting. I also think we cannot take Israel's side too much because we'll alienate the next group of young people. Even the Jewish Americans are a little bit more anti-Israel than before. And Trump says, no, I'm pro-Israel. Oh, they need weapons. We're giving them weapons. Oh, and when I asked him directly on the show, I said, what's your message to Netanyahu? He goes, do what you have to do. I mean, that to me is what's backing Israel. Joe Biden would say it, but he's actually doing it. And I think we're seeing that right now they're looking to finish off Hamas. They said we thought we could diminish them, but now they got to finish them.
We've never had a president who had our backs as Jews like this president. It's just never happened before. Maybe since George Washington, who, you know, he wrote this beautiful letter to the Jews of Newport about how they will always be protected in this country and always have equal rights in this country. You know, Brian, it was harder to be a Catholic or a Mormon or a Quaker in America for much of American history, much harder than it was to be a Jewish person. We've always had equal rights and equal protections here. So, you know, the support that Jews worldwide and American Jews are getting from this president is unfathomable. It's just beyond.
Let's talk about Columbia. To this protest, more protests on what seems to be an acquiescence by Columbia University on all 9 things that the administration was demanding, including a change to take away the curriculum, ability to write the curriculum for Near East and Far East and Middle East at Columbia, and now it's going to be on a separate provost will decide what these kids are going to learn. They're also going to take their masks off. They're going to empower campus police in order to arrest people and clear out buildings and allow cops to come on. It looks like they gave in on everything because they're desperate to get their $400 million back. They're also cracking down. Here's what Caroline Levitt told me on One Nation on Sunday night, Cut 47.
These universities have expressed a willingness to own up to the mistakes of the past, but the president has been very clear in what he wants to see from these colleges and universities. They will not receive federal funding if they allow men and women's sports. They will not receive federal funding if they side with Hamas and terrorists over Jewish American students who are paying a lot of money to go to these fine institutions and deserve to be protected and feel safe when they go into their classrooms. And the actions that we have seen from these university leaders and these professors has been unacceptable to this president, and that's why he has threatened federal funding. We have seen the universities come to the table. The Trump administration continues to correspond with them, but the president has made his fine lines very clear.
So your thoughts about that, and also $175 million from the University of Pennsylvania. How does that ripple through elite institutions?
I very proudly endorsed the president. I made a video and wrote an article about why American Jews should support this president. If you had told me before the election, could any president reform the absolutely disgusting, godless culture on American elite institutions and campuses, I would have said to you it's impossible. And now you see that simply by withholding $400 million, which, by the way, to these universities is nothing. They have endowments that are worth $40 billion. Just withholding $400 million, President Trump brought them to their knees. Yep. It's absolutely amazing. And it's funny, when Bill Maher had me on, the first question he asked me was, he was like, don't you regret supporting the president? And I think liberals are living in this fantasy. CNN keeps airing like regretful Trump voters. I don't know where they're finding them. They cannot fathom like how elated we are at how things are going in terms of foreign policy, in terms of domestic policy, in terms of the economy. And then again, looking at universities in terms of things I thought were unfixable.
Look at immigration, down 96% of the border. Look at, so let's talk about this guy, Mahmoud Khalil. They decided to put a little bit more out there today because I guess he's going to have a hearing this week. He said he has violated his application for a visa. He did not disclose his work with UNRWA. Or his push for divesting from Israel. He's part of that apartheid movement. He failed to list the continuing employment with a Syria office in the British embassy because he's a refugee from Syria, that war-torn country. And they're trying to push back on just, and by the way, Andy McCarthy says they shouldn't even have to say that. If the Secretary of State wants you out and you violated your green card and your visa, you should be gone. But this is just the beginning. He's got to get out. Listen to what his wife said, Cut 46.
You also know that the press secretary said that your husband circulated pro-Hamas flyers. Did he?
That's not true.
Is Mahmoud pro-Hamas?
These are accusations that the Trump administration keeps pushing on him.
But what do you say to those?
I think it's ridiculous. It's disgusting that that's what they're resorting to, that's the tactic that they're using to make him look like this person that he's not. Literally, it's so simple. He just does not want his people to be murdered and killed. He doesn't want to see little kids' limbs being blown off, you know?
So is he pro-Hamas or not? We don't know, do we?
She didn't say no, did she, Brian?
Nope.
Very interesting.
Put him under oath and ask him that question.
It just, she couldn't even bring herself to say no. I'm really speechless. When I saw that clip, I was like, wait a minute. I watched it twice. I said, did she really not say, no, he doesn't support Hamas? She didn't. And what's amazing is, the journalist asked her from CBS, asked her, is it true that he was handing out leaflets? We saw footage of him handing out those leaflets. We have seen
that would be a nice
footage of
follow-up
him.
question.
Exactly. We've seen footage of him saying the Palestinians have a right to armed resistance. Guess what? There has never ever been a version of Palestinian armed resistance that didn't target civilians, ever. Palestinian armed resistance is terrorism, and he supports it. We know that the group that he represents came out in support of October 7th. There are 1 billion people on this planet, probably 2 billion, who would give their right arm for a green card to this country. We have a right to say,
goodbye.
If you support Hamas, you don't get one of those.
And there's another guy at Cornell University. I'm sure there's a ton at Cornell University, but one in particular his name is Tal. He was suspended twice last year and knew his visa would be terminated if he continued to protest against Israel, but he's still fighting his deportation at this hour. He's got an attorney. He says that the case is weak against him, but Fox News confirmed the pro-Palestinian Cornell student activist asked to surrender to ICE, and he did. So he's got to be gone. There's a professor over at Georgetown. He's got to be gone. He came out pro-Palestinian. This is beginning to hopefully ripple through everywhere. But here's the bigger question, Batia. Why are they in to begin with? What was it about his application that was better than a kid in Iowa or a kid in San Antonio that we have to get the Syrian refugee in England protest who lives in London, I don't know on whose dollar? He gets to go to Colombia and live in New York City? Who wrote that check?
That's a really great question. And I just want to address the free speech argument because I was convinced by it initially, I have to say. I felt that there is a free speech argument here. He is being deported for his views, but also there's an immigration issue. And I'll tell you what finally convinced me that this was an immigration issue. First of all, the lying to get the visa. I mean, that's like an instant, violation of your green card. But it was also, if you accept the argument that the free speech people are making, what they're effectively saying is we don't have the right to deny a person citizenship in America based on their views because of free speech. And that's, of course, insane.
Yep.
Of course, we have a right to choose who our neighbors are going to be. And a green card is effectively a trial run. Do we like you enough to give you the greatest privilege on God's green earth, which is to be an American citizen?
How about this? If there were protests on Columbia of the KKK wearing masks. So how long would those protests last? They took over buildings at KKK and they say, let's get rid of black people. Do you think we would say, well, they're free speech and those are nice hats? Would we do that? Not in a second. They wouldn't be talking about free speech there, would they?
No, definitely not. And that's why what the president did with, by withholding this $400 million from Colombia was brilliant because he effectively said, this is private property. You get money from us. We have certain expectations, and those expectations involve not discriminating against Jews, not allowing lawless occupation of your buildings. You have to enforce the law here. You cannot choose not to because it's private property. It was just brilliant, a brilliant move.
Well, we're going to see a few more minutes with Batia, and then we'll find out what's going on in California with Jake Steinfeld, who might just be running for governor. You're listening to the Brian Kilmeade Show.
Politics, current events, and news that affects you. Brian's got a lot more to say. Stay with Brian Kilmeade.
WIBX.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. But don't just take our word for it. Here's Jackie and Veronica, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Just call or click to see how much you can save today. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com. That's 1-888-FREEDOM or ConsumerCellular.com today. Real people pay to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Mattress Express's closeout sale on brand new leftover inventory and floor models. Right now, buy a king or queen and get a free adjustable base. Take up to 5 years to pay with no money down for qualified buyers and no credit check payment plans available as well.
Whitesboro Central School District is looking for bus drivers to join their team now. Whitesboro is a leading school system in central New York. With 7 schools, 3,100 students, and a 92% graduation rate, you can help drive our students' success. When you drive for Whitesboro, you get pay that's based on your experience. Great benefits, a flexible schedule, and summers off. Call Andy at 315-768-9740 or stop by the garage, 20 Wood Road, Whitesboro.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Point! Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace! You're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
The talk show that's getting you talking. You're with Brian Kilmeade.
We are back. Batya Ungar-Sargon. We have a few more minutes left, Batya, but I thought George Clooney over the weekend on 60 Minutes sat down. One of the questions was, hey, what about that editorial you run that really forced Joe Biden from the race? Was Obama behind it? You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Here's his answer.
Looking back on that, happy you did it?
Yeah. I'll make it kind of easy. I was raised to tell the truth. I had seen the president up close for this fundraiser, and I was surprised. And so I feel as if there was a lot of profiles in cowardice in my party through all of that. And I was not proud of that. And I also believed I had to tell the truth.
Your thoughts, Batya, on that?
I want to make sure that your audience understands, like, why it was so disgusting what George Clooney just said. Because that fundraiser was before the debate. If I'm remembering the timeline correctly, there was a fundraiser. Then about 3 weeks later, there was the debate. And then a few weeks after that was the op-ed from George Clooney. Meaning when he alone had access to this information due to the fact that he's a celebrity, millionaire, funder, elite of the Democratic Party, he did not tell the American people what he had witnessed. He waited until the American people saw it for themselves and then pulled out the knife and stabbed President Biden in the back because he knew that it was over for him. This is the most cowardly thing I've ever seen in my life. So President Obama wouldn't put his name on the op-ed, right? He made George Clooney do it, right?
He says that wasn't Obama.
Says it wasn't Obama. Fine.
Right.
Okay, whatever, right? But that is who the Democratic Party is right now. It's like Obama and Clooney. It's like millionaires who are lecturing people, hiding what they know, gatekeeping the truth until the American people turn on them, and then there is no person who is close enough to them that they will not stab in the back to keep power. This is the definition of cowardice.
So here's how clueless this party is. Biden, a couple of days ago, said, I'm willing to come back and help with Jill and raise money. Like anybody wants him, this diminished state that he was with the auto pen story, that he might not have been calling the shots for 3 years. Another book's about to come out. And he is so angry at the party, and the party is angry at him, but they're talking at each other. It's like neither one of them understands what they've done to their side and what they did over the last 4 years that alienated so many.
It's so sad. I can't help but, I know he was a terrible president, but can you imagine being this person who was elevated and lied to by this totally craven party that has no values left and no ability to stand up to the crazy radicals on its left flank, right, or to its Soros billionaire funders. And so he's elevated and then just completely discarded like yesterday's garbage when he embarrasses them by revealing to the American people how godless a party they are.
And here's a full circle. You know why they put him forward? Because Bernie Sanders was about to win the nomination. And Clyburn was desperate. And he said, if you redo your staff, I'll make you the guy. And he essentially got anointed by the power in him. And Bernie Sanders is hot again. And Joe Biden can't get a call returned. Batya, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, I'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you so much,
All
Brian.
right, we talk a little about Los Angeles with Jake Steinfeld in a moment.
WIBX.
Before there was social media, streaming, and even color television, there was radio. Remember the golden days when you had to tune in to hear what happened to Hopalong Cassidy, or perhaps the Green Hornet? What if you could relive those days again? Hi, I'm Greg Bell, the host of When Radio Was, a show that's dedicated to the very best of radio's golden age. From classic performances by Jack Benny to tales of terror on Lights Out. It's all here on When Radio Was, starting every Sunday at 11 p.m., only on WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM. Which classic broadcast will you hear next?
Mattress Express's closeout sale on brand new leftover inventory and floor models. Right now, buy a king or queen and get a free adjustable base. Take up to 5 years to pay with no money down for qualified buyers and no credit check payment plans available as well.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
At Steve Ponte Chevy in Herkimer, we'd like to thank our first responders, active military, and veterans.
As well as healthcare employees and education employees.
Not only
Chevrolet offering $500 in savings towards the purchase of your new Chevy, but Steve Ponte Chevy is going to match that with an additional $500 for a total of $1,000 in savings as our thank you to you.
So together, let's drive and see why our customers always say it's so easy to do business with Steve Ponte Chevy on Route 28 in Herkimer.
Customer must qualify for educator, military, veterans, first responder, and healthcare discount. Must take delivery by March 31st, 2025. See salesperson for details.
This is Anthony Constantino, CEO of Sticker Mule. I'm a proud Trump supporter, running for Congress for the seat being vacated by Elise Stefanik. I built a successful internet company with nearly 1,000 people in upstate New York. However, much of upstate New York suffers from lack of access to high-speed internet that's necessary to build great companies and enable high-paying remote jobs. In fact, much of our district lacks access to strong, dependable cell phone service too. Of course, we must have both for public safety and to grow the economy. When elected to Congress, I will work quickly with President Trump to fix this problem. With high-speed internet, dependable cell service, and by renewing President Trump's tax cuts, both for businesses and individuals, we will create jobs and return economic prosperity to upstate New York. Follow me, Anthony Constantino, on Facebook today to learn more about my plans to make New York great again. I'm Anthony Constantino, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Constantino for Congress.
Hi, I'm LeVar Burton, and I'm proud to be a book person. How do I choose a book? Sometimes it's the cover, sometimes it's the title. I guess I'm pretty visual. If a book's really impressing me and the writing is really good, I will peek and see what the last paragraph is, because the endings of books should rock you. I am a book person, and if you're a book person too, read to a child and spark a lifetime of ambition. Join me at bookpeopleunite.org because reading is fundamental. A public service announcement brought to you by Reading is Fundamental, Library of Congress, and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Chris Foster. An order blocking accused gang members' deportations under the Alien Enemies Act is challenged in federal appeals court today.
Judge James Boasberg criticized the Justice Department for not turning deportation planes around and says the DOJ has not been transparent about why the order hasn't been followed. The DOJ argues the judge is overstepping his authority by blocking deportations of people it considers to be a threat.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz. 2 people are reported killed in an Israeli airstrike on a hospital in Gaza.
We're told the dead included a 16-year-old boy who had surgery 2 days ago. A member of Hamas's political bureau was also declared dead. Israel blames civilian deaths on Hamas because it embeds in hospitals, schools and shelters, although Hamas denies it.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Gaza's health ministry run by Hamas now reports more than 50,000 deaths during this military campaign. America's listening to Fox News.
Cloudy this afternoon with scattered rain showers, highs around 50. They'll taper off tonight, mid-30s. Cloudy and cooler as we head through midweek, both Tuesday and Wednesday, with just a slight chance to see a rain or snow shower both days. High temperatures right around or just over 40. I'm meteorologist Ken Boone from the Weather Channel on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
Stay informed. Stay ahead.
This is where I get my news.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
So busy, he'll make your head spin. It's Brian Kilmeade.
California is projected to lose 3 seats, New York 2. Also going to lose a seat, Minnesota, Oregon, Rhode Island, Illinois, all blue states. Who's getting these? Texas, Florida, Idaho, and Utah. I mean, this looks like game over. You know, and the reason why people are voting with their feet is a lot of what your book is about. Taxes and regulation. I certainly been screaming about it forever. I did 3 years with a sign here that said, how long is it going to take me to get my solar hooked up? 3 years. Talking about it on television. In this state, you couldn't do it. This state has almost 400,000 regulations. I just put in a new roof because the fire, I thought, oh, let's get a roof that's not going to burn up. 2 inspections. Why are you inspecting my roof? It's my roof. If it falls on me, that's my problem. And we're taxed more than any other state. People are leaving these kind of states for places where they're not, they feel the heavy breath of government on them. It's not that hard for Democrats to understand this, but they seem to be incapable of doing anything about it.
That's Democratic host Bill Maher. You know his voice. He's going to be visiting with Trump next week. Because Kid Rock said, I want to bring this country together. We're both friends. I know the president. You don't. You sued each other. You say a lot of things that President Trump agrees with, so I'm going to bring you down, and we'll see what happens. Look, Bill Maher's probably going to speak his mind to the president, too, and they might even get ticked off and end the meeting abruptly, but they do agree on a lot. Jake Steinfeld is here, Body by Jake, great friend of the show, chairman of the National Foundation for Governor's Fitness. And, Jake, you were nodding, saying, no kidding, because you're in Los Angeles. You lost everything, Pacific Palisades.
Yep. Yes.
And now you're in the midst of, it's been a couple of months now, and you're trying to just rebuild your house. And you are fuming. You're a guy who's used to being in control of things, but now you're susceptible to the city.
First of all, great to be here, Brian.
Yeah,
and on a lighter note, man, congratulations of all the great success that you're having in St. Louis. I saw some video.
So good you said that. 97.1. Yeah, 97.1 did a great job getting the word out.
But you're doing it. You know why, man? You speak the truth. You have a great time doing it, and you talk to people. And people just want to be spoken to and spoken with. That's really the name of the game. What Bill just said there, I didn't know that clip was coming on. I thought you and I were talking about a whole bunch of things. But he's 1,000% right. You know, the president came to Pacific Palisades, which was my town, right? I'm born in Brooklyn, New York, raised in Baltimore, Long Island. You and I are neighbors in Long Island, man. I went to California when I was 18 years old to follow a dream. You know, California is that place where dreams come true. Unfortunately, today, that dream has gone up in smoke, both literally and figuratively. And what happened to my world, you can't even imagine. We talked about it. I came on 2 days after my house burned down. I'm much better. And I said, not a pity party for me. But what's gone on there is disgusting. And like what Bill just said, in order to get a permit to do something, it takes you weeks and months and sometimes a year to rebuild, to do something, to put a roof on something. It's insane, Brian. It's just insane. And it's got to stop, because that dream of California and what California was and what it is today is just not there.
Right, because little things. And I did not know, no, not every house in your block burned down.
As a matter of fact, the entire Palisades, for the most part, burned down. In my 600, my neighborhood, in my little neck of the woods there, our home was the only house that burned on our street. And a couple of houses down in the 700 block, another home burned, and then it skipped.
Yeah.
But we wanted to, first of all, the psychological damage alone, when you're staring at that burnt metal and whatever it was, it is psychologically, it kills you, man. It kills you minute by minute. And I wanted to scrape that land as quick as I could. And to go through, as my grandmother would say, the mishigas that you have to go through to get it done, I said, screw it. I'm going to follow the rules, right? I got the testing done. The EPA came out. They did the test. They gave me the green thumb, right, which meant I can go to second stage, phase 2, which meant that now you could opt in or opt out for the Army Engineer Corps for them to scrape your land, right? The thing that you don't know, they say it's free, except if you have insurance. And if you have insurance, they max out your insurance.
So get this, for the people who couldn't afford or chose not to, or didn't get covered, they're going to get paid by the federal government.
Right.
And the ones who were paying the insurance premiums every single month, so you're being penalized.
We were being penalized, but more importantly, they only did half the job. They will only do half the job. And then what they'll do is they don't take enough soil, they don't take the concrete, they don't take pools, right? They lay it on you. But that's, by the way, that's okay. We all big people. We all understand what you have to do. And it happens quick and fast because no one thought about losing their home. Yep. No one thought about your house catching on fire and it's gone. And it's happened to millions of people before me. It'll happen to a lot of people after me. What I'm crazy over is what happens when it's done. Now, by the way, we're off the front page. And been off the front page now, and people go back to normal, which is what human nature is all about. Right? There's a lot of other catastrophes and tragedies going on minute by minute here in this great world that we live in and this great country we live in. But we and the people of California now in Los Angeles and really the Palisades, Pasadena, we lost our homes, and we'll still be dealing with it for many years to come. And you have to make change. It really has to make change, because you hear the mayor and the governor, all they're chirping about is we're at light speed. Things are at light speed. I say, come on out, Come on out and take a walk with me, Bri, and I'll show you. And like I said to you when all this went down, use me as the guinea pig now, because I'm going to show you that we're going to make change, and we will rebuild. I want to rebuild in my address on that street. My kids grew up there. We were there for 30 years in that house. We love the Palisades and love that neighborhood. It's a community. It's as much as a community as it was when I grew up in New York. And it's hard sometimes to find a neighborhood, right, in California. And we found one, and I don't want to lose it.
And we'll see how many people get back, and then what you can able to do, and the speed in which it's going to be done. And is the environmentalists going to overwhelm, and these mayors and governors, both are being recalled, by the way. The mayor, it's getting serious, because she is the most incompetent person I've ever seen. Kevin McCarthy was on with me Sunday night at 10 o'clock on One Nation, and he used to be the congressman from California, and he knows everybody so well. Former speaker, listen to what he said, cut 36.
He is the largest chameleon that has ever lived.
But this is about your governor.
He stands for nothing. He's not the governor of California. He's not doing his job. Just this week, Californians are now going to have to borrow billions of dollars to pay for Medi-Cal because he went out to give Medi-Cal for illegals. And you watch on his podcast, he's criticizing what he actually did. It makes no sense. It just shows President Trump not only won the presidency, he has broken the Democrats.
But is it enough to get people angry enough in a very blue city like Los Angeles to say, I can't keep doing things the same? It's not okay for a governor to come in and said, I want to get answers.
I think so.
It's not okay for a governor to say, all the money, I have to tell you, he's got to take out billions of dollars loans because one of the reasons is he promised illegal immigrants to get the same coverage as you.
The thing is this, you push people far enough.
Yeah.
You break somebody down deep enough. You burn somebody hot enough. Change happens. And change is beginning to happen. Listen, I'll tell you this, Brian. I never, I'm friends with Arnold. I've known Arnold since I'm 18 years old.
Former governor, he hired you to run the California Fitness.
I was chair of the Fitness Council in California. It was a great honor for me because Arnold served as in that position, under Pete Wilson, and it was a great honor. And I think he's a great guy. He's been a friend to me for a long time. I know Maria for a long, long time, too. My wife, Tracy, knows. We know those guys. And not that you know me, right? I'm very blessed in my life. I love my family. I love my kids. There needs to be change. I know what I can do. I know what I've done in my life. Listen, as an entrepreneur, here's what I've learned. I've learned that you don't know everything because if you think you do, you become a legend in your own shower, But if you get the right people around you, and I've seen what the president has done, and especially in this second term, he's gotten the right people around him in each different part of the government across the board. You break things, of course you got to break things for change.
Mm-hmm.
But change happens. Change is rough and change is tough.
Change is happening right now.
But when you have the right motivation and the right inspiration and the right tools, that's when change could happen. And this is something that I've been talking to people. I was in D.C. the last couple of days. I'm here in New York. I'm going back home tomorrow. I'm meeting with a lot of different people. And there's a good, strong interest that if the interest is right and we see an opportunity, there's a good chance that I'm going to run for governor of California.
Wow. How close? So how close are you to making that decision?
There's a few meetings that I want to take. There's a few people I want to meet. I've done enough in my career. And everyone said, listen, I love the fact when people count me out. I was the fat kid with the bad stutter growing up. I couldn't stand up in a class when I was in 4th grade and 5th grade. A teacher would say, read out loud. I could read, but I got so nervous and uptight that the words wouldn't come out. And I pushed myself through. The bar was always set low. There's a bodybuilder who stutters. Well, that guy's not too bright. I came to understand and use that to my benefit. Walk into a room when the bar is set low, they don't expect anything from you. So when everyone's going left, I went right. And I've been able to build. Look, I've succeeded. I've lost. But I understand how to talk to people and understand long enough that you got to get the right people in the right positions. And if I can do that, because I know how to lead and I know how to talk to people.
We got to get a campaign team first. Right.
We're talking
So
to people, we're
that'll be
having
it.
conversations, and we just want to see, I want to see,
right.
Not putting money into this thing because, listen, I came from the infomercial business, right, where I had to buy time, but my time made money. And if it didn't, we didn't spend money on that product. I'm not going to run and put my own money into something because I don't need to want to buy my way into anything. We want to run on a merit and run on the fact that, listen, there is a dream that was California, and I want to bring that back in the right way with the right people for in the middle of the road because I'm not about red or blue. I'm about red, white, and blue. I run as a Republican.
And the Republican Party has done, they haven't done much. I mean, they didn't do anything for Steve Garvey that I could see.
Right.
I know, plus he didn't work hard. I mean, the guy was not doing any interviews.
Right.
He had a huge name recognition, never did anything before.
And a really good guy, too. I mean, Steve is, I knew
nicest
Steve
guy.
back
He's
in the
gotta
day.
work.
Yes,
You
have
got to
to.
work. You got to go 7 days a week, multiple things.
Listen, and I will tell you, I've been from Barstow to Riverside and everywhere from the Osh to the mountains and everywhere in between in the great state of California, putting fitness centers in elementary and middle schools, traveling up and down the state as
The
I've
other thing
done.
is, you know more governors than anyone else in the country, perhaps, outside someone who's a governor. Because you've dealt with all governors in one election, lost election, more than 50 governors.
Right.
Because you put fitness centers in the schools in all 50 states.
All 50 states
So
now.
what did you notice about those governors that intrigued you and about how they described the job?
Let me tell you something. One guy that really intrigued me was our mutual friend now that I introduced you to, my friend Doug Burgum, right? Doug was the governor of North Dakota. For some reason, I stood next to 48 of all 50 governors, and Doug and I hit it off. And I love the fact of how he was there, because I watch. Because, listen, we go to elementary and middle schools. And I would tell each governor, now remember, you're talking to kids, no political speeches. I know there'll be some cameras there. And a lot of these governors, no names.
Still got into it.
They just got into it. And they're talking to 7 and 8 and 10-year-olds who are wiggling their hands and their feet. And they don't have interaction with kids. They don't have interaction with parents. And it's kind of like they're above it. And I would see this and I would think, how does a guy like this become governor?
Well, it's a businessman.
Right? And I look at a guy like Doug, who was incredible. I remember a great moment. We did a fitness center, a Don't Quit Fitness Center on the Sioux Nation in North Dakota. And it was a chief stood up and came up and had Doug stand up, talked about the pipeline or whatever it was, and he had everyone in the school come up and lay a hand on Doug. And I thought it was just an amazing moment. And he and I kind of hit it off, and we've been pals ever since.
So he could coach you through this.
I mean,
while he's
we've been
also
talking.
trying to run the interior of the country.
That's right, which is
the biggest agency.
It's a big agency.
Yeah,
and I mean, it's incredible. I was with him the other day, and he's just a great guy and a great choice for the president.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want to rebuild LA, he'd be the one to help you do that.
Absolutely.
Because according to reports, California is still inside the country.
It is.
Right.
It definitely is. And I want to make sure we keep it there. And I definitely want to keep it there. And the thing is, we want to do it the right way with the right people. And with the right people, we're going to get it done.
So you're thinking about running for governor, Jake Steinfeld?
I am thinking about it. Let me just say that. I'm absolutely thinking about it.
All right. We're going to take a break and come back. Jake Steinfeld's here, Body by Jake. He also managed through this to see in fantastic shape still. No excuse not to work out.
No,
just because you have no belongings.
I got nothing.
It's no. Back in a moment.
Newsmakers and newsbreakers. Hear it first on the Brian Kilmeade Show.
WIBX.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay. Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. But don't just take our word for it. Here's Jackie and Veronica, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Just call or click to see how much you can save today. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com. That's 1-888-FREEDOM or ConsumerCellular.com today. Real people pay to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Think you know history? Think again. Journey through time and explore rare, one-of-a-kind artifacts that span from the Revolutionary War to present day. Don't just read about history. Experience it at Sticks and Stones Museum in West Winfield. Open Sunday 10 to 3.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pegol is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
We need a new stuntman!
You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
What have you done for your marriage today? For every couple, it's a little different.
I sent my husband a love email.
We're going to the museums as a family.
What have I done for my marriage today?
I suppose I didn't yell at him for anything at all.
I made my wife laugh. That is a big plus for a marriage. Keep her laughing.
What have you done for your marriage today? Make a change for the better. Need help? Go to foryourmarriage.org. A message from the Catholic Communication Campaign.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
This is the Brian Kilmeade Show. Sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain.
All right, we are back. Jake Steinfeld in studio, Body by Jake. We're just talking about Jake just made news saying if you're really thinking about seriously running for governor. We had Steve Hilton in here. He know of you, wants to meet you. He wants to run for governor, so he might be an opponent of yours. I'm trying to think who else would actually run. Maybe Rick Caruso. Any of these guys intimidate you?
No, not at all. Okay. Listen, I think like
would you run as a Republican?
Yes, I would.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Have you contacted the party?
Yep. No, I have not. Right. I have not contacted anybody. I'm talking, this is you and I. We have these conversations, and I've been telling you, right? I've been having these meetings, and people have reached out to me from the first, since day, I came on the show January 8th or 9th, whatever it was. My house had just burned down. And I came on because you guys have been great to me.
Right.
The show has been great to me since 2000. Right, we've been coming on. I've been on the show.
Right. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
People have reached out. I've been meeting with a lot of people. I'm not obviously going to rush this thing. I don't want to do it. There's no vanity reason for doing this. I've checked with the boss. I mean, my wife says if you want to do this, she's been side by side with me. Been married 37 years to Tracy, and I trust everything that she says and does. And she's been great. And our kids are like, Dad, if you think this is what you want to do, we're standing right with you. So it's And there are these incredible signs. I just showed you during the break.
Tell everyone.
So, and we lost our home. The house burned down. And we have found, we tried to go back to try to find rings, Tracy's wedding ring. We couldn't find anything. We uncovered one thing. There was literally, there's some broken pots or something that we found. The one thing that was intact, and I'm showing this to you, Brian. Oh, you shoot this thing when you do this, right? So there was a tray that was given to me, right? My motto was don't quit, right? But this tray that was given to me, and on it, it says, this is the only thing we found. If you're going through hell, keep going.
Right. Winston Churchill said. And that's the only thing that survived.
It's the only thing. I'm telling you. It's the only thing that survived.
Wow.
And I look at this just like I do with the poem, Don't Quit. The last two lines are, stick to the fight. When your hardest hit, it's when things seem worst that you must not quit.
Right.
And my feeling is, don't quit on you or your family, and don't quit on this great country of ours.
Right, and use your power to rebuild things and cut through the red tape. And unfortunately, other people got to do that.
You're going to watch me do it,
right,
step by step. We're going to do it with you and the audience. You guys have been great.
Okay.
I love what you're doing every day. Peace. Don't
Thanks,
quit.
Jake.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-550-8178. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-550-8178. That's 800-550-8178. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real.
You work hard for a living here in the Mohawk Valley. You make a difference. You leave your mark. You deserve a financial advisor who works hard for you.
Local, prudent, and trustworthy. Van Meter & Van Meter are your full-service financial professionals. I'm Chris Van Meter, and I've spent my life helping people with financial planning, investing for the future, managing their wealth, planning their taxes, thinking about their legacy.
And I'm Dave Van Meter. Our team offers you the deep bench of financial professionals you deserve. We have the education, the experience, and the tools to make a difference for your future. Visit us at VanMeterLLC.com.
We're Van Meter & Van Meter. Call us at 315-823-9200 or visit us in Little Falls, Schuyler, or Palatine Bridge.
Securities and advisory services offered through Cattery Grant & Company Incorporated, a registered investment advisor and member FINRA SIPC. Van Meter & Van Meter LLC and Cattery Grant & Company Incorporated are separate entities.
From the Stanley Theater Studio, WIBX Utica, Rome, W295EI, WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM, a Town Square media station.
A return to court on Lisa Brady, Fox News. The Trump administration's challenge of a federal judge in a deportation case is in a federal appeals court.
Whichever side loses at appeal today can take this to the Supreme Court. Whether the Supreme Court ends up taking it up is another issue, but the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, does expect this to land there. Today's hearing is led by a 3-judge panel. 2 were appointed by Republican presidents, George H.W. Bush and President Trump in his first term. The 3rd judge is an Obama appointee.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich at the White House. Today's arguments center on whether a federal judge has the authority to block the removal of what the administration calls terrorists from the country. This as the judge involved continues to weigh the administration's response to his order to stop deportation flights to El Salvador. The Homeland Security Secretary is visiting a notorious Central American prison where suspected gang members were sent.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem will get a first-hand look this week at El Salvador's terrorism confinement center, where hundreds of migrants accused of gang membership have been deported by the Trump administration. El Salvador's president has offered the prison to the U.S. for a fee to detain suspected members of Tren de Aragua and MS-13 gangs.
Fox's Jared Halpern concern at the White House. Attorneys for some of those migrants argue they've been misidentified and are not gang members. In a separate legal fight over the firing of probationary federal workers, the administration is now asking the U.S. Supreme Court to block a district judge's ruling that ordered the rehiring of thousands of workers in 6 federal departments, arguing in part that district courts have issued dozens of orders without sufficient regard for limits on their own jurisdictions. The administration appeal says only the Supreme Court can end what it calls a power grab by the judicial branch over the executive branch. America is listening to Fox News.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
WIBX 950 AM 92.3 FM. I'm Megan Stone. A Utica man was arrested on menacing and weapons charges. According to Utica police, officers were called to the 900 block of Schuyler Street last Thursday for a menacing investigation. Police were told by several people that a person they knew became violent outside of their residence and walked away, only to return with a large kitchen knife and threaten the group. The victims hid inside the home, and the man, identified as 42-year-old Somsay Sismouth, tried to break into the residence. When officers arrived, Sismouth had entered a nearby residence. He was arrested and the knife was secured. Sismouth was charged with 2 counts of menacing in the 2nd degree, criminal mischief in the 4th degree, and 3rd degree criminal possession of a weapon. An Oriskany Falls woman was arrested for driving under the influence. The Oneida County Sheriff's Office said they conducted a stop at the Cliffs in Clinton and arrested 43-year-old Tara Godin after determining she was under the influence of drugs. Police say they found 2 bags of heroin. Godin was charged with 2 counts of criminal possession of a controlled substance in the 7th degree, as well as several vehicle and traffic violations. Godin's license was also suspended due to her refusing to be drug tested. She was released and is due back in court at a later date. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik now knows when the Senate will vote on her confirmation to become a member of President Trump's cabinet. The vote to have the Republican Stefanik become the next U.S. ambassador to the United Nations is April 2nd. Stefanik's confirmation vote has been on hold for weeks because the GOP only has a slim majority in the House of Representatives. Once she's confirmed, a special election will be set to fill her spot in the 21st Congressional District. And immigration officials are asking a pro-Palestinian Cornell student to turn himself in. That's according to lawyers for Mamadou Tal, who has taken part in pro-Palestinian protests at the Ivy League school. They say ICE has sent Tal a notice to appear, which is one of the first steps in the deportation process. Tal is a dual citizen of the UK and Gambia. He filed a lawsuit last weekend to block the deportations of protesters. Your Weather Center forecast: rain today with a high around 52 and winds gusting up to 21 miles per hour. A chance of rain and snow mixing tonight, little to no accumulation expected, low 35. Showers tomorrow and a high around 44. Wednesday, a chance of snow and rain mixing, high 41. And the sun finally set to return on Thursday. WIBX 950 AM, 92.3 FM. I'm Megan Stone.
Who might you save?
Your mother, your father, your husband, uncle, aunt, son.
Learn FAST, F-A-S-T, the sudden signs of a stroke. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911. You could save
your friend, teacher, boss.
So learn FAST, then pass it on, because you never know who might save you.
Your wife, your colleague.
Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
from everywhere USA. It's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Oh, hot damn, here we go. Here we go. Coming to you live from the greatest country in the world. Broadcasting from the tippy top of the world-famous Fox News headquarters in New York City. It is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon, a man who is not a presidential candidate in 2028. But neither is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and the New York Times is saying she is.
AOC is a dope.
We're going to get into it because the Democrats have become a bit of a rudderless ship. A lot of people jumping off it, according to recent polls. But there's a lot to discuss on a very busy Monday episode of Fox Across America. 888-788-9910 if you want to be a part of the show. It is also the phone number if you don't want to be a part of the show.
You're just another dirtbag.
I get that a lot. But regardless of how you feel about me, my wardrobe, my TV show, or today's array of guests, you are all welcome, whether you agree or you disagree. It doesn't matter. I am a conservative, but I'm not doing a conservative talk show. I say this all the time. I am very much doing an American talk show.
I don't care where you come from. I don't care what color you are. I don't care how smart you are. I don't care how dumb you are.
No, ma'am. You are all welcome. The only thing we ever say is be a Republican, be a Democrat. Just don't be a bang. As we get underway, though, big announcement coming. If you're watching on Fox Nation and I look like I'm getting emotional, it's because I am. This matters to me. But beginning today, for the first time in the illustrious history of this country and of this radio show, which is now 5 years old, which is probably 5 years longer than anybody expected it to last. If we were going to get technical.
I admire your honesty.
There's no way around it. But for the first time in history, Fox Across America now broadcasting on the legendary WTRW in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Well, we're moving on now to the
Take off the apron, Jenny Fallon. We are going out tonight, girlfriend. Shout out to everybody in Scranton and Wilkes-Barre. As a token of my appreciation, I am inviting all of you to buy tickets to see me. April 19th, we're going to be in Mohican, Pennsylvania, myself and Kennedy. It's Easter weekend, and if you've ever been to one of our shows, you'll get drunk enough to hide your own Easter eggs the next morning. 100%, you will not remember where you put them if we're being,
Tell it like it is.
But as we get on the air, I just wanted to tell it like it is in regards to Scranton, Pennsylvania. Thank you. This is a big deal. Vince Benedetto, if you're listening, I'm going to sing Wind Beneath My Wings if they don't cut me off. It is a high honor to be carried on all of your stations, and the one thing I will tell you, it's the same thing we told the 5 stations who joined the movement last Monday. Okay, what we do on Fox Across America is very unique in media. I work at Fox News, but I'm not on the air every day with any other agenda other than to have the conversation. And what I mean by that is I don't want to be in charge of our democracy. Like, I'm not an activist. If anything, I am an inactivist. So we're going to cover the heaviest things going on in the news, but we're going to do it in kind of a light way that puts your vitamins inside your applesauce. Back in the day when you're trying to get the kids to eat the Flintstone vitamins, they don't necessarily like them, so you sneak attack them with some applesauce. Or it's like if you're trying to give the dog his meds. Same thing. That's what Fox Across America really is. We're giving America its meds, and they don't necessarily feel them going down. And the only other campaign promise we make is we get on the air every day, and we offer you just a lot of perspective. I used to be a New York City cab driver. The way my TV show went this weekend, I'll probably be a New York City cab driver again sometime soon in the near future.
That's true. That is true.
No, it's not. We did fine. Shut up. But the point is, when we get on the air, what I'm really trying to do is just talk to you through the lens of how this affects us. That's kind of the priority on the show. It's not, well, you think this guy will get reelected if that happens? Or how's this going to affect the fundraising if he says this, but then they vote for that? None of that stuff interests me. As a former cab driver, people kind of get in. They see you as like an affordable therapist that they know is never going to see them again, and they kind of dump things on you with a level of candor that you communicate with if you know there's nothing to lose. If you were never going to see somebody again, what would you tell them? And that's essentially how we converse with you on the radio. So we'll get on the air. I mean, I'm pretty upfront about the fact that I lean to the right, but my goal 3 hours from now is not to have more people leaning to the right. It's just to have people leave here in a better mood, ever so slightly more informed.
Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Can you dig it?
Well, even if you can't dig it, as I said, you can still pick up the phone and call in. Just don't be a... There you go. So as we get underway on a Monday, as it pertains to the how does this affect us, this matters to me. Okay, you've been following the story. The Court of Appeals down in D.C., they're set to hear the case today regarding Trump's deportation efforts. Now, if you've been following this, okay, there are about 675 district court judges out there who at any point can issue a nationwide injunction that, for all intents and purposes, stops what they're doing in the White House.
That's not right.
It's not right, Kevin Meaney. Why? Because when we went to the polls on November 5th, we did not vote for judges. You vote for a president. You vote for Trump. Maybe you vote for Kamala. I'm not saying you have to, but it's an option.
Kamala is so stupid.
I love that clip of my mom. But the point is, when you get on the ballot box, when you get in there, okay, you fill out the form, you do the Scantron or whatever the hell they do to process your digital ballot. Okay, you do so thinking the person you're voting for will be in charge of the country and have unilateral, I don't want to say authority because there are limits to presidential authority, but they'll have the wherewithal to implement their agenda with as little resistance as possible.
Wrong.
Yeah, that's not happening. So I want to start at the top just to give you a sense of where we're at here. Okay, as Americans, when we go to the court today, we're basically finding out if Donald Trump and Tom Homan have the right to deport violent criminals who've raped people, killed people, robbed people, terrible things. Okay, they broke into the country illegally. They committed violent crimes from there. Okay, you want to live in a country where your president has the authority to get rid of the murderers. I mean, ideally, I don't know that anybody runs on, and if I'm elected, more rapists will be walking the streets of America. I mean, it happens. If you elect liberals, you'll have more murderers, you'll have more rapists. But ideally, I think if you polled across the political spectrum, every single person is going to say, yeah, get rid of the murderers. Yeah, get rid of the rapists. Okay, and yes, Trump did run on this. Okay, he ran on, we will shut down the border, we'll deport the bad guys, we'll pass the Lake and Riley Act, we'll live in an America where the law-abiding citizens are a bigger priority than the people who don't respect our laws. So this was the campaign promise that he's been following through on quite aggressively. But what this judge did in issuing an injunction was basically attempt to freeze the deportation efforts in the name of affording some type of due process to the people committing the violent crimes. One of the things Tom Homan's been pretty vocal about is we prioritize a lot of due process for dirtbags. Okay, dirtbags who deny due process to their victims. Okay, when Lake and Riley went out for a jog, they didn't get together and say, hey, let's, have some type of a hearing before we decide whether or not this migrant can rape her and kill her. As heartbreaking as that sounds, okay, there is no due process for somebody like Lake and Riley. Tom Homan talked about that. Let me give you his two-part response. He was on ABC yesterday. Here's clip 2.
No, I don't care what that judges think. As far as this case, we're going to continue to arrest public safety threats and national security threats. We're going to continue to deport them from the United States.
Okay, so we're going to continue to deport people no matter what the judge says. So far, so good. I think most people would drink to that. Even as many drinks as we had yesterday, I still do believe most people would drink to it again today. But here's Tom Homan, clip 3.
As far as the Venezuelans on flight, every single one, according to the information given to me from the field, are members of the TDA. And TDA has been determined to be terrorist organizations. They are now classified as terrorists, so that plane removed 240 terrorists from the United States.
I mean, do they have any due process at all?
Confident. Look, due process. Where was Lake and Riley's due process? Where were all these young women that were killed and raped by members of TDA? Where was their due process?
Amen. And that's Homan looking at Jonathan Karl like,
somebody ought to belt you in the mouth.
Do they have any due process? And again, you do want to live in a world of due process, and you don't want to become the thing you hate. That being said, okay, the fact that our judiciary is essentially human shielding the deportation of migrants, but never batted an eyelash when they were importing 21 million of them, shows you where their priorities are in this country.
Bingo.
Did we have a bunch of injunctions to stop migrants from coming in record number?
The answer would be no.
Okay, when Venezuela emptied its prisons and sent them up to America, it was like Borat. I go to America. Do you remember that? When Borat's leaving Kazakhstan and he's in like a Volkswagen Rabbit, but it's actually being towed by a burro. Okay. Was anybody issuing an injunction to stop the Venezuelan criminals from coming into the country? I will ask again.
The answer would be no.
The answer would be no. Okay. Nobody said anything. No judges were getting in the way going, hey, you can't bring murderers here. That wouldn't be safe for the American people. But now as you try to kick murderers out, okay, you've got a district court judge saying, hell no. Ain't nobody going to be kicking out no murderers. Like, what are we talking about here? Who is on the side of this judge? The answer is nobody. But what they're doing, and again, you talk about respecting democracy and everything in between. Okay, democracy was Donald Trump winning the popular vote. You could say the swing states, going to Washington with an overwhelming mandate and promising to do exactly what he's trying to do. Okay, he is actually trying to follow through on what people have voted for. They're getting in the way. They are the ones not respecting democracy, not honoring the results of our election. The Democrats, as they implode publicly at the town halls and all the dopey interviews and the Tim Walz stand-up routines, okay, behind the scenes, there is a plan. Everybody keeps telling you there's no plan. What are they doing? What's going on? They know what they're doing, okay? In terms of public relations, not great. In terms of their internet strategies, have not been great. But activist judges shielding the bureaucracy from scrutiny and presidential oversight is what they're doing. So on a surface level, they look like they're a party in disarray. They want to get rid of Schumer, who's going to be the next leader. I'll get to that New York Times story about AOC being the future of the party. All wonderful, hilarious stuff. Okay, but the actual people, the shadow government that ultimately chooses and dictates what direction and just how much a president can or can't get done, they're functioning just fine. Okay, yeah, they lost the election, but they don't see the election as the be-all, end-all in terms of who controls the government. That's why USAID has been such a hot-button issue on the left. That's why they're spending as much money as they are to pay people to show up and act like they care that Elon Musk is trying to cut federal spending. Guys, we're $36 trillion in debt. We need to cut federal spending. As I said on Fox News Saturday night, anybody telling you that we should keep spending as is basically that one dopey girlfriend that was like, don't listen to him, Nicole. OJ's a great guy. You should stick with him. You should give him another chance. He changed, okay? And that's the financial equivalent of making the case for status quo in Washington. So the reality is the thing you voted for, the appellate judges are getting in the way of you actually receiving. And it's not in the name of due process or we're a nation of laws, because the more you read about the judge and his wife, the more you realize they have, number one, wholeheartedly supported the Democratic Party, but number two, profited from doing so. So it's not about protecting you, it's about protecting them. And I make this point a lot in politics. You and me might be in the democracy business or the you and me business, but they are very much in the them business. And the them business doesn't really care, okay, what happens to the little people on the ground in this country. So when I talk to you about, you know, hey, we're on a new station today and we're going to process this through the lens of how does it affect us, that's how it actually affects us. If the Supreme Court hears this case, if that's ultimately where this appeal goes, and they say, okay, effective immediately, district judges who donated millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars to Democrats over the years, whose wives are making money off NGOs, they can no longer just grant sweeping injunctions to stop the president's agenda, then you and I have a president of the United States. Okay, but if in fact it doesn't come to that and the judges are the make or break as they're trying to be with troops. I mean, think about it. When you watch Saving Private Ryan, does anybody remember a scene where they told the president who could and couldn't storm the beach at Normandy? No, the scene's not there. It's not in the director's cut either, because we never let judges tell the president, tell the armed forces, tell immigration and customs enforcement what to do. Okay, that didn't happen until now, when we had a government that was essentially run by a shadow bureaucracy that thought it knew better than we did. And in another time in my life, I might defer to them and go, well, yeah, maybe they do know. Maybe they see it from an angle I don't. Maybe when you're hanging out down in a basement, you know, and you're issuing these injunctions in between games of, you know, rounds of scotch and games of cards, you're in and out of your mistresses on the side.
Oh, yes. I've read about that in the Bible.
But maybe it gives you some type of perspective, you know? There's something about screwing a few escorts a week that really helps a man see the world through a different lens. It's like horseradish, cleans up your sinuses. But I don't believe that's happening. I believe they're running the country into the ground. And I believe the people who pull the voting levers know a lot better than the shadow government trying to block them. So what's at stake for you, what's at stake for me going forward is whether we control the government or the government controls us.
And I'm out here in the real world, and I know what's right or wrong or bullshit.
You're listening to the most addictive show on the radio.
This is crack, rock cocaine. It isn't glamorous or cool or kid stuff.
This is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
WIBX.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
It all began in 1985 with a single goal, a commitment to brighten our community. And with your kindness, that light grew brighter. Because for 40 years, you've helped Food Bank of Central New York deliver healthy food and hope. But that need continues to grow. So this year, please consider giving a little extra and make sure the light we shine together never goes out.
Whitesboro Central School District is looking for bus drivers to join their team now. Whitesboro is a leading school system in Central New York. With 7 schools, 3,100 students, and a 92% graduation rate, you can help drive our students' success. When you drive for Whitesboro, you get pay that's based on your experience. Great benefits, a flexible schedule, and summers off. Call Andy at 315-768-9740 or stop by the garage, 20 Wood Road, Whitesboro.
This is Anthony Constantino, CEO of Sticker Mule. I'm a proud Trump supporter, running for Congress for the seat being vacated by Elise Stefanik. I built a successful internet company with nearly 1,000 people in upstate New York. However, much of upstate New York suffers from lack of access to high-speed internet that's necessary to build great companies and enable high-paying remote jobs. In fact, much of our district lacks access to strong, dependable cell phone service too. Of course, we must have both for public safety and to grow the economy. When elected to Congress, I will work quickly with President Trump to fix this problem. With high-speed internet, dependable cell service, and by renewing President Trump's tax cuts, both for businesses and individuals, we will create jobs and return economic prosperity to upstate New York. Follow me, Anthony Constantino, on Facebook today to learn more about my plans to make New York great again. I'm Anthony Constantino, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Constantino for Congress.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad Pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
Here's Pam Bondi summing it up best on Fox Across America, clip 1.
Oh, the Supreme Court will get involved. This is an out-of-control judge. He's trying to ask us about national security information, which he is absolutely not entitled to. We are appealing. We will be in court Monday. Again, we will win. This is President Trump's agenda to keep Americans safe, Maria. It's basic public safety. Get these people out of our country as fast as we can. They're not immigrants. They're illegal aliens who are committing the most violent crimes you can imagine.
Amen. Okay, and you understand how far gone these activist judges are when you hear Bernie Sanders taking Trump's side. Okay, here is Bernie admitting, okay, he didn't throw a perfect game yesterday on TV, but here he is admitting that Trump making the border stronger is a good thing. Clip 7.
Is there anything that you think Trump has done right?
Yeah, I mean, I think cracking down on fentanyl, making sure our borders are stronger. Look, nobody thinks that illegal immigration is appropriate.
Okay, he's not telling the truth about that because the Democrats actually created taxpayer-funded NGO apps that would coach people on a smartphone to get into the country illegally. Okay, they wanted them here to draw up congressional districts, get different funding allocations from the Census Bureau, and kind of cement their advantage in blue states. And that is absolutely positively what they were doing at the border. They were trying to import more potential voters, future generations of government-dependent Democrats. But the reality is Bernie Sanders is self-aware enough to know that, yes, cracking down on the border is what you're supposed to say in an interview. You're supposed to say we don't want illegal immigration. You're supposed to say we don't want fentanyl coming into the country. That being said, he also made the case that Trump's billionaire friends aren't going to pick the crops in California, which is his way of saying we need slave labor. Listen to this, clip 6.
The idea that Trump has, I don't know what his latest numbers are, he wants to deport 20 million people who are in this country who are undocumented. Well, you do that, you destroy the entire country, because I got news for you. Trump's billionaire friends are not going to pick the crops in California that feed us. They're not going to work in meat packing houses. That's what undocumented people are doing.
So Bernie Sanders wants you to believe he's the champion of the little guy. If we cannot have the slave labor, then President Trump is going to regret not letting undocumented immigrants into our factories and our fields. Bernie Sanders wants you to believe he's the champion of equal pay for all types of work, and in the next breath says, we need some slaves around here.
What a fraud.
WIBX.
Stop putting off registering for the 2025 Boilermaker Road Race because it's almost sold out. People are sprinting to Boilermaker.com to grab their racing bibs before they're gone. Reserve your spot at the starting line now and punch your ticket to the world's best post-race party, where there will be live music, drinks, food, and plenty of surprises. This year's Boilermaker will be bigger and better than ever, but the window to sign up is closing. So run, don't walk, to Boilermaker.com and sign up for one of America's most famous races. See you at the starting line, July 13th.
Coming to the Stanley Theater. Enjoy the music of Led Zeppelin like you've never heard it before with the all-inspiring tribute band Get the Lead Out.
Get the lead out.
Friday, June 13th, 2025 at 8 p.m. Utilizing the multi-instrumentalists at their disposal, Get the Lead Out recreates your favorite Led Zeppelin hits in all their depth and glory. Don't miss this high-energy performance. Get the Lead Out, live at the Stanley Theater, Friday, June 13th, 2025 at 8 p.m. Get your tickets at the Stanley Theater box office or online at thestanley.org.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/radio. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
There's not an occasion when you hear a statistic on the number of abortions occurring annually that your mind doesn't also think, how many babies' lives could have been saved? Preborn's network of clinics fights every day to save more babies. The number they've done so far in terms of saving is impressive over the last 2 decades. Over 300,000 unborn children brought into this world and saved. Preborn accomplishes this by introducing a mother to her child on ultrasound. When that happens, a baby's chance at life doubles. And that's not all. Preborn showers mothers and babies with assistance for up to 2 years. But they need your donations. One ultrasound is just $28, and $140 will help to rescue 5 babies. But any amount will help, and all your gifts to Preborn are tax deductible. To donate securely, dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby. That's pound 250, say baby, or go to preborn.com/hope. That's preborn.com/HOPE. Sponsored by Preborn.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflesh.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe, and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflesh.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflesh.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free, so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflesh.com.
Fox News, I'm Chris Foster. A federal appeals court hears arguments today about a ban on deportations under the Alien Enemies Act after D.C. Judge James Boasberg denies his request to lift it.
On Friday, Boasberg held an 80-minute hearing. He asked DOJ, quote, why was this proclamation signed in the dark and then these people rushed onto planes? The only reason to do that is if you know it's a problem and you want to get them out before suits are filed.
Fox's David Spunt, Justice Department says these are dangerous gang members. The plaintiffs in the case deny that. U.S. negotiators at ceasefire talks are back with Ukraine's delegation after meeting with Russia's.
The two warring parties reportedly occupying different floors of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Now the U.S. and Ukraine will resume discussions. They say one goal is a deal to safeguard shipping lanes on the Black Sea.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Stocks are higher midday on Wall Street. America's listening to Fox News.
Cloudy this afternoon with scattered rain showers, highs around 50. They'll taper off tonight, mid-30s. Cloudy and cooler as we head through midweek, both Tuesday and Wednesday, with just a slight chance to see a rain or snow shower both days. High temperatures right around or just over 40. I'm meteorologist Ken Boone from the Weather Channel on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
You're listening to Fox Across America. And by you, I mean Utica, Rome, Herkimer, New Hartford, Little Falls, Oneida. If it's out there, it's in here. It's Fox Across America, only on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM. There it is, Fox Across America with your radio buddy Jimmy Fallon, reachable to you, the listener, at 888-788-9910. Now, the hot rumor in Democratic politics is that AOC is going to challenge Chuck Schumer for his Senate seat and ultimately become the new leader of the Democratic Party. Now, I think I speak for every single Republican who wants to win the next couple of elections as saying, please do it. I mean, let me know where to donate. As a New Yorker, my only real concern with AOC leaving Congress is it would devastate the prostitution industry, because you understand her district has become the biggest migrant prostitute epicenter in the tri-state area. Okay, they call it the Boulevard of Sweethearts because there are that many half-naked migrant women walking the streets of her district.
Hubba, hubba.
I don't know that it's hubba. When you get up close, it's not hubba hubba because these women aren't even bathing. I mean, it's, you know, the rates are low for a reason, you understand. You know, I always say certain things you don't want too cheap. Yeah, $20 hookers you don't want. I mean, and that's just the story in the news, so forgive me for taking it there. But it's like everybody thinks $50 laser eye surgery is a good idea till the cross-eyed surgeon walks into the room.
This could be a problem.
When it comes to AOC running the Senate, similar situation. Okay, she has not demonstrated any wherewithal to pass legislation or get anything done. So much of that job, whether it was Schumer, whether it was Pelosi, is these guys know how to get the votes that they need in order for something to pass. And a lot of that has to do with horse trading and selling out your constituents. But lo and behold, that's what it ultimately takes. And when you look at the Democratic Party right now, they talk about how, you know, they don't have a leader, they're a mess, and people are mad at Schumer because he kept the government open. But you know what the Democrats were doing a year ago? They were demanding that we keep the government open. So if last year keeping the government open was a matter of life and death, but this year, keeping the government closed is the matter of life and death. I mean, you quickly come to realize
Democrats are so full of crap.
It's all posturing. And that's their biggest problem right now, is AOC represents more symbolic posturing. Yeah, she's a proficient Instagram influencer, and that's essentially how I would describe her. And she's an Instagram influencer with a side hustle in Congress. Best way to say it. Okay, but in terms of her delivering instrumental change, no. The only value we're getting out of AOC right now is it's become grounds to bust Chuck Schumer's balls because people are floating the idea of her replacing them. And we always like Chuck Schumer being put through the ringer because he's a dirtbag. So here he is being asked about it yesterday, clip 8.
Leader Schumer, are you feeling pressure to step down?
Look, I'm not stepping down.
Are you making the same mistake that President Biden did?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so he's not. And to be clear, he isn't. You could talk about his age, but Biden's issue was not his age. It was the fact that he was the only human being you've ever met who quit talking in the middle of a sentence because he was finished.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
Okay, that was the bigger issue. It wasn't that he was old. Okay, Trump is essentially Biden's age. The problem is, you know, Biden looked 82 going on 163. I mean, the guy was a mess.
You know, the rapidly rising I don't know.
So you understand, okay, you could say this is a classic case of hanging on too long, but there's a larger problem here for the Democrats. It's not Chuck Schumer. Your party is polling at 29%. Congressional Democrats are polling at 21%. Okay, this ain't a Chuck Schumer thing. This is an all of you thing. Every single one of you, because your ideas are horrible. You could change the face of the party, but AOC's ideas aren't any better. AOC's the jackass, if you remember, that killed the Amazon jobs in her own district because she decided the rich didn't pay enough in taxes. Ergo, she killed over 100,000 jobs that paid over $100,000 a year in her district.
Some of these women, they're so stupid.
But she did it because of class warfare. Eat the rich. The rich are bad, you guys. Am I right? Like, what's up with, like, rich people and stuff? Am I right? And, like, killed the jobs. Okay, she is a dope. They have imported a record level of migrant prostitutes in her district. She doesn't even touch the story. Do you remember on Fox News Saturday night, if you listen or you watch every week, we had Curtis Sliwa on over the summer. And I want to believe it was like August, September, because there was a huge report in the New York Post about all the hookers in AOC's district and how nothing was being done to combat it. And that was then. And, you know, it was a particularly busy night for the show where there were probably 2 million people watching Curtis Lee would talk about this. So it's on Fox News, the biggest media platform in the world. Okay, it's on the New York Post. It's her district, which is down the block from where we're broadcasting. And did she even acknowledge it? What, even in the sled? No, she doesn't care. She's not in the you business, the me business. She is very much in the AOC business. As it pertains to, you know, whether or not, you know, she should join the Senate, here's Bernie Sanders refusing to answer the question, clip 10.
So you got a whole lot of good people. Alexandria is extraordinary. I am so impressed by her work in Congress and she inspires young people all over the country.
Would you like to see her joining the Senate?
Right now, we have, as I said, just a whole lot of people in the Congress. Okay, Jonathan, thanks.
Wait, I got one more. This is important.
Well, I asked you.
Okay.
You know, you want to do nonsense, do nonsense.
No.
I don't want to talk about inside the Beltway. Stop.
Bernie Sanders. I don't want to talk about inside the Beltway. But understand, okay, it's a major problem inside the Beltway. Why? Because their ideas don't resonate with anybody outside the Beltway. That's the problem. That's the bigger issue here. It's not about whether or not Chuck Schumer's the face. If you throw AOC in there, it doesn't get any better. Because, again, what are they advocating for? Keep the murderers and criminals from being deported? What are we talking about here? Maintain the status quo spending in Washington? Call Elon Musk a Hitler robber devil because he dare scrutinize federal spending that the voters don't authorize? Okay, understand that's not popular. And that's the bigger problem the Democrats have. You're polling at 29% as a party. You could fire Chuck Schumer, but it's essentially the owners of the Titanic just blaming a lounge singer for what your whole entire organization did wrong, you know? Bill Maher talked about regulations that are crushing blue states. Understand the Democrats are on board with every one of these. These are all things specific to Democrat states. This is why people hate them. It's not because of who the leader is. It's not because of whether or not they do more podcasts. It's because all their ideas suck.
When you're right, you're right. And you're right.
Listen to Bill Maher. This is interesting. Just talking about California and places like New York and places where people are ultimately moving. This is clip 11.
2030 reapportionment, there's a group called the American Redistricting Project, and in 5 years we will be redistricting. California is projected to lose 3 seats, New York 2, also going to lose a seat, Minnesota, Oregon, Rhode Island, Illinois, all blue states. Who's getting these? Texas, Florida, Idaho, and Utah. I mean, this looks like game over, you know, and the reason why people are voting with their feet is a lot of what your book is about. Yeah, taxes and regulation. We're taxed more than any other state. People are leaving these kind of states for places where they're not, they feel the heavy breath of government on them. It's not that hard for Democrats to understand this, but they seem to be incapable of doing anything about it.
And that's the bigger point is, if you don't actually change your approach to governance, it doesn't matter who the face is. Like Donald Trump, whatever you think of Donald Trump, and he's been a tremendous leader in the Republican Party, and he's very much doing it his way, which is true leadership. You don't read the room, you lead the room. You're the president of the United States. You do it your way. Okay, and that's an admirable trait that a lot of politicians don't actually possess. They run on, hey, I'll do it my way. And then they get into office and an envelope gets slid under the door.
We're paying in cash.
And they're like, okay, what do you need me to do? What do the lobbyists want? What do the special interests want? Those unelected bureaucrats in the basement that actually oversee all the federal spending, what do they want the government to do? I'm just here to announce it at a podium. That's most presidents. Trump, to his credit, is out there trying to actually be president, which is why he's fighting activist judges all day who are trying to block his agenda. It's because he's actually trying to do something. Time was these judges didn't get involved with anything. As I said earlier, Trump's got lawsuits to the moon and back for trying to kick violent criminals out of the country. But not a single person challenged presidential authority when Venezuela was emptying their prisons and bringing violent criminals into this country at the behest of the Biden administration. There's no judges for that, no appellate courts for that, nothing. Nobody cared. Okay, but understand that's the problem the Democrats have. Their priorities aren't yours. Their priorities aren't mine. Look at how hard they fought against men and women's sports. 80-20 issue. 80% of the country does not want men competing against women. The Democrats will die on that hill. Okay, gender reassignment surgery for underage kids. 80% of Americans oppose it. Democrats willing to die on that hill. We've talked about the border. We've talked about the spending. We've talked about the war in Ukraine. Their ideas are unique to them. That's the bigger problem. I've told this story before. Okay? Every guy is guilty of having a one-track mind at some point in a relationship. You're with a woman, you like her, okay? You want to do certain things when she gets home from work that day, or you go out for dinner that night, whatever the case may be. And because that's the only thing on your mind, you're not listening, okay? You're not listening as she's telling you that the situation is changing, okay? Like, you thought you had a night of romance lined up, but she comes home from work and she's got a cracked nail and she's crying because she got land sharked by a car. Her boss was a jerk. She's got a migraine headache. And you're like, well, I know what you need. And she just looks at you like,
what the hell were you thinking?
You know what I mean? Because you clearly didn't understand that circumstances had changed. Okay? That is the Democratic Party. You know, people went to the polls in November. They were like, groceries are too expensive. Gas is too much. The border's wide open. The schools aren't good. We got to end the forever war in Ukraine. And the Democrats were like, well, I know what you need. Actually, we got to keep the violent criminals in the country. We got to keep the spending up. And we can't increase energy production. Something to do with the climate. And come on, Ukraine, what are you on Putin's side? War forever. Kill more people. Military-industrial complex. And the American people are just looking at the Democrats right now like,
what the hell were you thinking?
And the more you pay attention, the more you realize they're not thinking at all.
Tackling issues of the day in an easy way.
He's all man. He's a big, strong-looking guy.
You're listening to Fox Across America with Jimmy Thaler.
WIBX.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. But don't just take our word for it. Here's Jackie and Veronica, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Just call or click to see how much you can save today. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com. That's 1-888-FREEDOM or ConsumerCellular.com today. Real people pay to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
It's hard to know what to do when you lose a loved one. You need someone you can trust to help you navigate all the options. Mohawk Valley Monuments has been providing comfort and delivering quality memorials in our community for over 95 years. Mohawk Valley Monuments has experience with all the local cemeteries, from simple grave markings to intricate family mausoleums. For personalized service, call us today at 315-724-7629 or visit us at mohawkvalleymonuments.com.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
I wasn't prepared to be a caregiver to Mom. I had no idea how hard it would be and what I would need to know. Things I never thought of, like how to improve her mood and ways for me to stay positive. Luckily, I found the Caregiving Resource Center from AARP. It had articles about the basics, but also information about the hurdles I was facing.
Caregiving Resource Center at aarp.org/caregiving. Articles, tips, and tools to help you both care for your loved one and care for yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. It is Monday. We got to check in with Michael, and he'll give you a take on this past weekend's episode of Fox News Saturday Night. Michael!
Mr. Fela, I'm glad to see you're in your polka dot era, my man. So you had the polka dot jacket on the show, a polka dot shirt, hanging out with the drunk people down in Fort Lauderdale. But it looks good on you, buddy.
Hey, thanks for that. We have a new producer named Max. I let him pick out my jacket Saturday night. And bold choice. I gave him 3 options. Okay, obviously none on that level. I was actually shocked, but I had to honor my campaign promise that he'd get to dress me, and he did. Is he allowed to do it ever again? No, but that's another story for another time.
Oh, my gosh. Well, look, fantastic monologue on the show. But let me just say, using the word Pelosi and sexual favor is nothing I really ever expected. And don't do that again. Oh, my God.
Good for you. It was one of those jokes that isn't in the script. So when it comes out of your mouth, you know, like I write my own show. So I'm not surprised by anything I'm saying on the air. But I am surprised because sometimes you comment on what you plan on saying on the air, and that happens. But I'm glad everybody stuck with it.
Oh, man, and I'm glad you got the dig in at Kimmel because of the 3 late-night Jimmys. I'm glad I'm buddies with the best one who's actually funny. So good job, you, buddy.
Thank you. There you go. I'll take it.
Hey, and how about Alec and his crazy wife, what is it, Hillary, coming up with the words man-terrupting and correctile dysfunction? What I don't know. I have no words.
No, well, she pretends not to know English words. She's the one I always bring up. Right. She claims she didn't know the English word for cucumber. That's my favorite thing in the world.
Yes. And then Danny, Polish guy from Canada, Polish name, and Big Money Brian Brenberg. What a panel! And then you brought in Brianna Lyman and Emily Sturge. And is Emily Sturge like still in high school? I mean,
know.
I don't know. Wow.
She was a college kid on spring break, but yeah, she looked 10. I tried to buy Girl Scout cookies off her.
And when you were down in Fort Lauderdale, you sure ran into a lot of drunk people from Georgia. I wish I'd been down there with them, but that looked like a lot of fun.
It was a good time. I don't know that the 2 of us could have made it out of there alive because they were in bad shape, man. And that was we shot that at like 1 in the morning. It got progressively worse, but nothing we aired at like 2 in the morning could be shown on TV. So we had to draw the line at 1. But
I keep telling you, you need to package that and put it on Fox Nation along with Judge Janine driving your cab that you couldn't show.
Too hot for television, Michael.
Hey, and you're going back to Florida, right, buddy? Isn't it
Jacksonville. Saturday night, we're at the Florida Theater down in Jacksonville. Good job, Michael. You should actually be managing at this point. I honestly, I talk to you more than my agents I talk to my agents like once every 3 months. I don't even know if they know that I have a TV show. I got to check in about that. But you're the best. Good stuff.
You're doing great, buddy. I love the stand-up, the live audience. That adds so much to your show.
Yeah.
And you just thrive. You just live off of it, don't you?
Well, it's really the drugs, as you know. But yes, thank you for making it about the audience. Michael, I miss you already. Have a big week, all right, brother man? The great Michael. There he goes.
Get him out of here. Get him out.
If you're listening for the first time, okay, out on WTRW in Scranton. Hey, girl, welcome to the show. Michael calls in every Monday, gives me a review of what he liked, didn't like about the TV show that I host every Saturday. It's called Fox News Saturday Night with Jimmy Fallon. You're all welcome to come attend it. Tickets are free. We advertise them on the TV show. And yes, we will, of course, go on the road. We do events. I'm doing an event in your market. April 19th, myself and Kennedy are going to be right there at the Mohican Casino. It's a night of laughs and liberty, although we're calling it the Slots and Sluts Tour on this show because it sounds more ridiculous. I know. Michael, who was just calling in, is a good friend of the show. I met him, okay, and his wife, Suzanne, at an actual event. They came to see us last year. We were down in Alabama, down in Huntsville, and they came and hung out, and we went out for a drink afterwards with another listener, Tommy Daniel, and his lovely wife, Laura Daniel, who I like a lot more than Tommy. And they named their dog after my son, Lincoln. When this show first launched, they heard Lincoln on the show. They named a dog after him.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
That's what I mean. You're not supposed to name dogs after celebrities because it can come back to bite you in the butt. Celebrity gets in trouble someday. But that's another story for another time. We love the Daniels. We love Michael and his wife. And that's what you got yourself into, TRW. I will come to know you people. You'll be my friend. You'll be bailing me out of jail in no time. We're designated driving after a TV taping. We are all in this together. It's not like COVID when you say it and don't mean it like the politicians. No, if you've listened for an hour, you realize we need all the help we can get. Oh, hot damn it, it's time for a grown-up steak talk, you and me. Why? Because it's Monday. I spent the weekend cooking Omaha steaks. That's what I do. I'm on TV, and once we get that thing in the can, they wipe off the makeup, and they stop yelling at me to do sit-ups before I come back to work. I run home to the Fala house. Me, Jenny, and Lincoln cook steak and eggs every Sunday morning. We crushed it yesterday. We had caramel apple tartlets for dessert. And if you want to live like the Falas, Omaha Steaks is having a 50% off sale site-wide right now. You can go to omahasteaks.com. You will save 50% off site-wide. If you use the promo code AMERICA at checkout, they'll give you an additional $30 off. But more importantly, you will eat like a champion, okay? The beef hot dogs are our favorite. We eat the burgers a lot. We use the Omaha Steak seasoning on them, and Lincoln uses an ungodly amount of ketchup, but there's no wrong way to eat a phenomenal burger. So my advice to you, Snookums, omahasteaks.com. Use the promo code America at checkout. You will save an additional $30, but more importantly, you will love your...
You work hard for a living here in the Mohawk Valley. You make a difference. You leave your mark. You deserve a financial advisor who works hard for you.
Local, prudent, and trustworthy. Van Meter & Van Meter are your full-service financial professionals. I'm Chris Van Meter, and I've spent my life helping people with financial planning, investing for the future, managing their wealth, planning their taxes, thinking about their legacy.
And I'm Dave Van Meter. Our team offers you the deep bench of financial professionals you deserve. We have the education, the experience, and the tools to make a difference for your future. Visit us at VanMeterLLC.com.
We're Van Meter & Van Meter. Call us at 315-823-9200 or visit us in Little Falls, Schuyler, or Palatine Bridge.
Securities and advisory services offered through Cattery Grant & Company Incorporated, a registered investment advisor and member FINRA SIPC. Van Meter & Van Meter LLC and Cattery Grant & Company Incorporated are separate entities.
From the Stanley Theater Studios, WIBX Utica, Rome, W295EI, WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM, a Town Square media station.
Optimism at the White House. Lisa Brady, Fox News. Just getting word about some of what's being said as a cabinet meeting is held. President Trump telling reporters that tariffs will keep U.S. taxes low. Also saying tariffs on cars, aluminum, and pharmaceuticals will be coming soon. The Commerce Secretary says tariffs set to begin April 2nd with a new reciprocal policy will launch the External Revenue Service. A 3-judge appeals court panel is about to hear arguments in a deportation fight between the administration and a federal judge who ruled against deporting suspected Venezuelan gang members to El Salvador.
Judge James Boasberg criticized the Justice Department for not turning deportation planes around and says the DOJ has not been transparent about why the order hasn't been followed. House Speaker Mike Johnson on Fox's Sunday Night in America says there could be action from congressional Republicans on judges he claims are interfering with President Trump's agenda.
You've got a lot of activist judges, probably more than ever.
House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan tells Fox hearings on Boasberg will begin next week.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz on Capitol Hill. The Justice Department argues Judge Boasberg is overstepping his authority. The Supreme Court hearing arguments today over Louisiana's congressional map, which created 2 districts with majority black populations. The map was drawn after a previous ruling that Alabama had discriminated against black voters when drawing its maps.
The district court wrongly assumed that our intentional creation of a majority black district in light of the Robinson decisions automatically established racial predominance.
Louisiana Solicitor General Benjamin Aguinaga arguing against claims that his state's map discriminates against non-black residents. The Trump administration now asking the Supreme Court to block a district judge's ruling that ordered the rehiring of thousands of probationary federal workers. America is listening to Fox News.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
WIBX 950 AM 92.3 FM. I'm Megan Stone. A Rome man was arrested for violating an order of protection. New Hartford police said officers were called to a restaurant on Commercial Drive around 8:30 at night on Friday. Police spoke with the victim who claimed her ex-boyfriend, 22-year-old Isaiah Tomasi, was making harassing phone calls to her and threatening to harm her. The victim was under an order of protection against Tomasi. Police said they found Tomasi in a nearby parking lot and arrested him. He was charged with first-degree criminal contempt, a felony, as well as second-degree aggravated harassment and second-degree harassment. Both are misdemeanors. He was held pending arraignment. A man who was wanted for a 2023 shooting on Elm Street in Utica has been apprehended. Utica police say authorities, including the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force, arrested 26-year-old Amhiz Hall. Authorities say on July 16, 2023, a 17 and 19-year-old were shot and suffered non-life-threatening injuries. UPD and the Major Crimes Unit, as well as the Oneida County District Attorney's Office, brought the case before a grand jury and obtained an indictment for Hall. He was charged with first-degree reckless endangerment and criminal possession of a weapon in the second degree. Hall was taken to Oneida County Jail. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says he won't step aside despite pressure from fellow Democrats. More from Mark Mayfield.
Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, the New York senator defended his decision to vote for a Republican funding bill. Schumer said if the bill had failed, the shutdown that would have resulted would be worse than the government funding bill going into effect. Schumer's move has drawn sharp criticism from some in his own party, who say Schumer should be opposing Trump's agenda at every turn. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And buildings across Onondaga County will be lit green tonight in honor of a double homicide victim. Last Monday, 11-year-old Jeremiah Huff and 32-year-old Geraldine Shashuddy were murdered with a shotgun at a home on Ronnie Road in Syracuse. Prosecutors claim Huff's father and Tashuddy's boyfriend, David Huff, is the person who pulled the trigger. Onondaga County Executive Ryan McMahon says Jeremiah was a special child and will be greatly missed. David Huff is being held in jail without bail. Your Weather Center forecast. Rain today with a high around 52 and winds gusting up to 21 miles per hour. A chance of rain and snow mixing tonight with lows around 35. Showers tomorrow, high around 44. A chance of snow and rain on Wednesday, high 41. And the sun finally set to return on Thursday. WIBX 950 AM, 92.3 FM. I'm Megan Stone.
If your walls could talk, what would they say? I have sent children into fits of rage.
I am responsible for a child's speech impediment.
I am the reason a child can't read. Just because you can't see lead paint doesn't mean it's not on walls, doors, windows, and sills. Today, lead paint poisoning affects over 1 million children. If your home was built before 1978, log on to leadfreekids.org or call 800-424-LEAD.
Brought to you by the Coalition to End Childhood Lead Poisoning, EPA, HUD, and the Ad Council.
Hey, girl, it is Jimmy Fallon, and you are listening to Fox Across America on WIBX 950 AM, 92.3 FM.
From everywhere USA, it's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
There he is, back in action, and we are stacking the deck the rest of the way on Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. We are, of course, heard all over the world. About 200 radio stations, the Fox News app, Fox Nation. But one of our affiliates in Philadelphia is called WPHT, and they have a midday host by the name of Rich Zeoli.
This guy's a serious ass.
Surprised my producer said that about him. But Zeoli's going to be joining us in this hour. We were on America's Newsroom today, earlier this morning, and we're going to pick up where we left off regarding the conversation with one George Clooney. George Clooney, under fire right now from none other than Donald J. Trump, because George Clooney, who has a new Broadway play coming out, is doing a bit of a press tour and wants the media to believe that he told the truth about Joe Biden and his need to leave the race because he was raised to be honest.
He is so full of shit, this guy.
And we say that why? Because if you remember George Clooney and the op-ed he ultimately wrote in the New York Times getting Biden out of the race, that op-ed didn't come until 3 full weeks after George Clooney held the fundraiser with Joe Biden, where he had determined that Biden's elevator didn't go all the way to the top floor.
We have a president that is clearly not all there.
And George Clooney wrote an op-ed saying, yeah, Biden was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I could tell that night when I met him backstage before the event. The guy had serious problems. I love him. This is not the same Joe Biden. That being said, George Clooney still went out and raised over $10 million. So when he actually said in the New York Times, it's time for Biden to go, I'm concerned about his cognitive situation, it's worth noting that he didn't tell that truth until all the checks had cleared in the bank.
That's just how white folks will do you.
And that's how the white folks did us. 888-788-9910 if you want to talk about this. There's a lot of other things to get into before Zeoli gets here, one of which is this ongoing battle over the Department of Education. I mentioned this on Fox News Saturday night this weekend. If you watch my TV show, I know some of you are listening for the first time on WTRW in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Hey, girl. I love it out there. It's so fun. You guys have no idea what my history is in that area. Like when I was a comic, we played Wilkes College a bunch. We've played everything. Actually, pretty much everything over in that area. Penn State, Hazleton, anything you can think of. If it's near Route 81, I've been on it an ungodly amount of times as a comedian, doing colleges in that area, and then ultimately comedy clubs when you make your way up to Syracuse and stuff of the like. But as we sit here right now, broadcasting on your air for the first time, yes, I do host a TV show as well on the Fox News Channel every weekend. I mention that really to kind of inspire people. I was a New York City cab driver 10 years ago. And we're sitting here right now on a couple hundred radio stations, and we host our own TV show every Saturday night on Fox News. And that's basically a fancy way of me telling you, anything you want to do in life, you really can do if you're willing to keep going. Life has a way of punching you in the soul. But at the end of the day, we're all writing our own story. So there's Nothing that says you can't add another chapter where you got back up off the mat and won the damn thing, which is essentially what Donald Trump did. Okay, life took the pen out of his hand for a little while after the 2020 election. He lost the election. Okay.
Wrong.
No, but he did. He lost the election. He left the White House. Most people thought he'd never come back. And before he could come back, he got impeached post-presidency. He got indicted 91 times, and he got shot along the way. He also had to face not one, but two political opponents in the same election because Biden was forced off the ticket.
I don't remember that ever happening.
But it did. And he kept going, and he probably told the greatest tale of persistence that we'll ever hear in politics. And it's a reminder to everybody listening. Okay, you live in a country where anything's possible, and the limit is, the limitation on your willingness to keep going. That's the only real limit you're running into on a daily basis. But I bring all of this up because I was raised, it's really funny, in the 80s. I'm 48 years old. I was raised in the 80s under Reagan. We had a lot of civic pride. We believed we were the greatest country in the world because we were. But understand, we also were going to school at a better time when learning was a bigger priority than political ideology. Okay, I bring this up because as it pertains to the Department of Education, when it was started in 1979, we were ranked first in the world in education. Okay, fast forward all these years later, we're now ranked 40th. So we took the spending on education, we increased it by $3 trillion. And as we're sitting here right now, we went from first to 40th. And one of the big reasons why is because not the teachers themselves, not the people who work in schools at a local level. Of course, they care a great deal about educating kids. We have a lot of respect for them and a lot of appreciation for them. Okay, but understand the feds don't share those same priorities. The feds are only about one thing and one thing only, and that's fundraising.
Money, 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 money.
Endowments from the government. Okay, student loans we can drive up the cost of tuition on and then hand the bill to the taxpayer, as they did under the Biden administration.
Thanks, big government weenuses.
But you understand they're now suing. We've got another legal challenge to Trump's shuttering of the Department of Education. And understand, he's not killing education. That's how they're framing it. Well, where are poor kids going to go to school? Where they go now? Failing schools that they're trapped in the inner cities that we're hoping will improve by taking the federal money away from Washington and giving it to each individual local school district. Something Linda McMahon talked about. She's your new Secretary of Education, and she's the one who wants to abolish the Department of Education. Okay, she says there's too many strings attached when it comes to federal money. She says that Washington can't oversee individual school needs as much as the individual schools can. And that's true. It's eminently true across the board. And you understand we're living in America where 69% of high school kids aren't reading at the level they're supposed to. Does that make sense to you? So if you're a ninth grader, you're not reading like a ninth grade student should. You don't have that ability. If you're a 10th grader, you're 11th grader, you're not a 12th grader. They're not proficient in reading. You understand? Like, we want to abolish the Department of Education, and you're going to have to read that headline to half the high school kids that are in this country.
What the hell is the world coming to?
And I said this on TV the other night. I know some parents are concerned. You're like, hey, if they abolish the Department of Education, who's going to call my kindergartner a racist and show him gay porn? I mean,
What the hell did you just say?
that's a lot of what was going on. Unconscious bias training in kindergarten, segregating the class between oppressors and victims, and all of the things they were doing to echo the summer of 2020. That's what became of education. Okay, we were trending in dopey directions. Yeah, these kids were denied in-person learning for up to 2 years in some blue states because it was more important to defy Trump's order to send kids back to school than it was to adhere to the American Academy of Pediatrics, who flat out said kids were safer in the classroom than they were at home. Why did they say that? Number one, thankfully, by the grace of God, COVID wasn't as contagious amongst children. They weren't as susceptible to it, so they're going to be safer with other kids than they are stuck in a house trapped with adults who are more susceptible to get COVID. That was number one. But number two, they found that kids learn better in person than they do when they're one of 30 thumbnails on a screen. But bigger than all of that is that, heaven forbid, the kid came from a abusive household It was a lot easier for a teacher to diagnose that in person when they saw day-to-day changes in the kid's appearance and the kid's mood than they would when the kid was one of 30 thumbnails on a screen. Never mind that if you were a poor kid, school was where you were getting 2 of your hot lunches a day. Never mind that if you had a single-parent household, you weren't going to have a parent that was able to take off work to stay home with the kid. Now the kid was at a major disadvantage. So there was a multitude of reasons they wanted kids in school. But in the summer of 2020, when we decided that anything someone asked for was a basis root of white supremacy, systemic racism, okay, they started to defy anything that came out of Donald Trump's mouth in an effort to say this was all based in some form of George Floyd racism.
Do you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump and you ain't black?
But as it pertained to the nuts and bolts of our kids, sadly, they lost over 2 years of learning. 2 years.
I love the poorly educated.
So where we find ourselves now is ranked 40th in the whole $3 trillion with a lot of kids that aren't learning math from tipping drag queens. Okay, that word problem, as it turns out, wasn't necessary. Johnny has 3 $20 bills. He gives 2 of them to Cinnabons. How many $20 bills does Johnny have left? Yeah, it's technically a word problem, but you didn't need to work the drag queen in there. The endless pride agenda. Have pride. Be gay. Sleep with whoever you want. But in terms of children, they should be learning to add numbers before they subtract their junk.
I agree with that.
Here's Linda McMahon talking about how Washington can't teach them to add those numbers and see the issues as good as the local districts can. Clip 15.
Am I, the Secretary of Education sitting in Washington, going to have a view into a schoolroom where a teacher is trying to take care of a student with special needs? Or is that going to happen better at the local level where that teacher, in cooperation with the parents and the local school officials, has more opportunity to make sure that that student's needs are taken care of? That's where it needs to lie. But if they don't have the funding, if they don't have the support from Congress to continue to appropriate that money, then that's where the students can really, fall through the cracks.
So she's talking about the locals being more in touch with the individual needs of the individual student bodies, and she's telling you the truth about that. Okay, they've tried to spin this every which way. Well, they're just cutting the Department of Education because they're going to leave kids with disabilities on their own. No, they're not. They're actually going to put it under Health and Human Services, HHS. So they have more direct health-related oversight, learning-related oversight, than they do when the feds just cut a giant check and people go spend it on whatever the hell they want. This is about targeted learning. This is about targeted enhancement of the educational experience. Here's Linda McMahon talking about RFK, clip 17.
What I'm saying that in terms of what I'm responsible for, if that is moving over into HHS, I think that Secretary Kennedy, with whom I've had conversations about that, has an absolute passion about looking at students with handicaps and disabilities, because he himself talks about how difficult it has been for him with the neurological aspect that he dealt with all through his life, of trying to get over his own handicap with his voice, which is painful for him when he speaks. He understands where children who are having to deal with that kind of a handicap and need help. I think that would be a passion of his own heart.
And she's not wrong. Okay, RFK has talked about that at great length. He has a really difficult voice to deal with. I mean, is it as bad as Elizabeth Warren shrieking?
The answer would be no.
No, not even close. But the point is, okay, he has a condition on his vocal cords that makes him very gravelly when he speaks. And he's obviously self-conscious about it and has a great deal of empathy for parents who have children with disabilities and that are special needs. So it's actually the best guy in the world to outsource this to, in the sense that it'll still be done at the federal level, but it'll be falling under the umbrella of health instead of the one-size-fits-all, special needs kids should be watching drag shows too. See, the Democrats stopped teaching kids how to think and started teaching them what to think. That's the biggest problem with academia right now. You don't go to college now to develop critical learning skills. You go to college to know that America's an oppressive hellhole and we're all transphobic, racist lunatics that are led by Hitler. And if you're not standing up against that, you're not doing your civic duty as a college student. And that's the lens they see the world through, victimhood or victorhood. They see it as victimhood. Everybody's oppressed, even though you happen to live in the most tolerant and inclusive society on the planet and the greatest source of good the world has ever known. And when it comes to the feds, yeah, you can spend a lot of money, But at the end of the day, it's really not about the money. It's about the quality of education. And when they tried to trip up Rand Paul about this yesterday, okay, they basically said, well, you know, Kentucky gets $2 billion in federal election funding. Okay, the answer he gave will probably shock you. Okay, so much so that we're going to play it in the next segment to give it a proper breath of fresh air, because I'm telling you, this isn't a clip you play and go to break on. This is a clip you come back from and you do a proper radio break. For once in our life on this show, we're going to have nice things when we come back.
It's the #1 children's show in the country.
He's a lot better at radio than he is being a dad.
Oh, snap. It's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
WIBX.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code NEWS. Swishradio.com, code NEWS.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Mattress Express's closeout sale on brand new leftover inventory and floor models. Right now, buy a king or queen and get a free adjustable base. Take up to 5 years to pay with no money down for qualified buyers and no credit check payment plans available as well.
The Potting Shed Antiques in Whitesboro is buying silver, gold-filled, vintage costume, estate jewelry, and U.S. and Canadian coins. They've been your hometown buyer for over 50 years. While other gold and silver buyers claim to offer the highest prices, the Potting Shed Antiques actually delivers. Let Don Hartman take a look at your individual pieces or your entire collection. The Potting Shed Antiques, open Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Please call ahead for an appointment. Visit thepottingshedantiques.com.
Are you looking for an easy way to get a daily detox? Pharmacist, best-selling author, and nutrition expert Sherry Torkos explains why Active Liver is the perfect solution.
As a health expert, I'm often asked how to support the liver's natural detoxification process and offset the effects of fatty foods, sugar, and alcohol. I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic.
Active Liver is the perfect way to get an easy daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. You can find Active Liver in the vitamin aisle at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflesh.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflesh.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflesh.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflesh.com.
There's not an occasion when you hear a statistic on the number of abortions occurring annually that your mind doesn't also think, how many babies' lives could have been saved? Preborn's network of clinics fights every day to save more babies. The number they've done so far in terms of saving is impressive over the last 2 decades. Over 300,000 unborn children brought into this world and saved. Preborn accomplishes this by introducing a mother to her child on ultrasound. When that happens, a baby's chance at life doubles. And that's not all. Preborn showers mothers and babies with assistance for up to 2 years. But they need your donations. One ultrasound is just $28, and $140 will help to rescue 5 babies. But any amount will help, and all your gifts to Preborn are tax deductible. To donate securely, dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby. That's pound 250, say baby, or go to preborn.com/hope. That's preborn.com/HOPE. Sponsored by Preborn.
Hey girl, it is Jimmy Fallon, and you are listening to Fox Across America, only on WIBX, 950 AM and 92.3 FM. Across America with Jimmy Fallon. We're going to be talking to Rich Zeoli from WPHT in the next segment. But right now, it's Rand Paul. And Rand Paul, why, Jimmy? Why? You built it up so much. It's Rand Paul. He's not that exciting. And I like Rand Paul. I've met him in the green rooms here. He's a good dude. But here it is. Okay, Rand Paul was asked on Face the Nation about cutting federal funding for education. And they tried to back him into a corner with, well, he's not going to want to cut the funding in his state, is he? I mean, come on. These politicians, they're all so full of it. Not even close. This is a good answer. Here it is, clip 19.
When we looked at the budget in Kentucky, the state receives $2 billion in federal education funding. Do you have a guarantee that the federal government, federal taxpayers will still provide $2 billion in education funding? That seems important to your state.
I'd rather, well, no, what I'd rather is a guarantee that my kids can read and write and do math. The amount of dollars, look, the number of dollars has gone up exponentially and our scores have gone the other way. So dollars are not proportional to educational success. What I want is success. And I've talked a lot about this. I think there are innovations we can do where there's more learning via some of the best teachers and we pay them more.
How about it? Okay, but she thought, well, everybody naturally wants all the money coming into their states. They actually don't, you guys. That's the point. It's not about funding. If we were one in the world, number one in the world, we were ranked first. We didn't have a Department of Education, and we were ranked first in the world because we took a lot of pride in what we were doing. And at the local level, schools were worried about reading and writing and math and science, and they weren't worried about drag time story hour and whether or not kids were trapped in the wrong body. If you have a 5-year-old and they're talking to him about gender ideology, he's actually trapped in the wrong classroom. That's the problem.
He knows what he's talking about.
And we really took our eye off the ball as it pertains to education and dug the hole that we find ourselves in now that you don't necessarily fund your way out of. It's not about throwing in more money. Okay, because you got to understand the way this works, and this is the biggest problem with USAID, is what starts out as government benevolence. We're going to help people around the world, and that sounds great, and we got money. We're the richest country. Okay, but the minute you start handing people massive endowments, massive bank accounts, massive government credit cards, they start to spend the money on everything but what they're supposed to.
He's a lousy dad, but he's right.
And that's the whole USAID story. That's what you come to find out. Well, it started out with us, helping out impoverished nations. So at the height of the Cold War, they'd be more inclined to find favor with America than Russia. That's where USAID started under JFK. And the whole point was to win favor with these other emerging nations that we wanted to share values with. Well, lo and behold, that's turned into transgender comic books in Peru, DEI musicals in Ireland. Nobody cares. They didn't ask for that. We didn't vote for that. But the point is, when they initiate these programs, they can then also overcharge the taxpayer for them. Does anybody listening know what a DEI musical should cost in Ireland? I don't. So the fact that they get an allocation for that means they can go say it costs $10 million, and then they can spend $1 million of it on the actual musical.
What a fraud.
Okay, and that's what Elon Musk is uncovering. It's no different than the fact that, what do we got, 3.2 million dead people that we know of receiving Social Security? And Elon Musk is like, we got to stop that. The Democrats are like, no, we don't. Maintain the status quo.
That is financial lunacy.
Is it ever? Okay, but I'm not going to lecture anybody on their spending with the sport coats I wear on TV. But Rich Zioli might. He's joining us next on Fox Across America.
WIBX.
Hey, Central New York, this is Will Kane of The Will Kane Show, and you can now hear my show every weekday at WIBX. I do things a little differently when I'm behind the microphone because I turn it over to the listeners to learn and really dig into the issues that impact everyday Americans. The Will Kane Show lets you keep ahead of the headlines and understand what's really going on in the world with in-depth discussions from leading experts and the brightest minds. From politics to sports, nothing is off topic. Listen to The Will Kane Show weekdays at 6, only on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
Sometimes there's things that sound too good to be true.
But they actually are. Here's one.
The insanely low payment on a 2025 Kia Sportage plug-in hybrid X-Line all-wheel drive.
This is a $41,000 vehicle. Lease it for just $398 per month for 36 months.
And that's with zero down, zero due at inception, even sales tax included.
And it's loaded with sunroof, power liftgate, heated seats, and more.
This is all because of wacky government incentives.
Grab yours before they go away.
Now that's kooky.
Make that short drive to save.
So go kooky for Kia at Destination Kia of Utica. Puppies and babies not included.
VIN number S72066666. MSRP $41,240. 36 months, 30,000-mile lease. 20 cents per mile over. $0 due at inception. $0 security deposit. 8.75% sales tax and $650 acquisition fee included in payment structure. 720 plus FICO score. Includes New York State Drive Clean rebate. Offer expires 3/31/2025.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/radio. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Emergencies strike at any time without warning. When they do, food disappears fast. That's why prepared Americans trust My Patriot Supply, the leader in long-term emergency food storage, to protect their families. For a limited time, order their best-selling 4-week emergency food supply and get 4 free 72-hour food kits. That's 12 extra days of food at no extra cost. That's nearly 2 weeks of extra food, free, to keep your family secure. Plus, free shipping. Order by 3 p.m. for same-day shipping. All kits deliver 2,000 calories per day of easy-to-prepare meals with a shelf life up to 25 years. These kits that have been rated 4.8 out of 5 stars by tens of thousands of folks like you. When the next crisis hits, you'll be ready. Stock up now at MyPatriotSupply.com before this deal disappears. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com for your 4-week emergency food supply and 4 free extra food kits. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Fox News, I'm Chris Foster.
A federal appeals court's hearing arguments about a block on deportations under the Alien Enemies Act after a judge refuses to lift it.
The Justice Department is going to ask a 3-judge panel to overturn the district court judge, James Boasberg, whom President Trump wants impeached. Judges Karen Henderson, a George H.W. Bush appointee, Patricia Millett, a Barack Obama appointee, and Justin Walker, a Donald Trump appointee from his first term, will hear these arguments today and see if Judge Boasberg made an error.
Fox David Spunt outside the courthouse in D.C. President Trump appoints personal attorney, now White House counselor Alina Habba, as interim U.S. attorney for her home state of New Jersey.
Making sure that we further the president's agenda of putting America first, cleaning up mess, and going after the people that we should be going after, not the people that are falsely accused.
She needs Senate confirmation to remove that interim title. America's listening to Fox News.
Cloudy this afternoon with scattered rain showers, highs around 50. They'll taper off tonight, mid-30s. Cloudy and cooler as we head through midweek, both Tuesday and Wednesday, with just a slight chance to see a rain or snow shower both days. High temperatures right around or just over 40. I'm meteorologist Ken Boone from the Weather Channel on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
Bringing you what's important, fast and factual.
It really is the best source of news.
This is WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
The seance going on in the White House right now is the best way I could explain it to you. Rich Ioli, of course, a Philadelphia radio legend, a television fan favorite across the world. He's in studio right now. Hey, girl.
Hey, Jimmy. Yeah, it's very dark in there.
So what happened was earlier today, Trump met with his cabinet at the White House. Okay. Fox is replaying some of this footage right now. I don't know. Did he place a tariff on electric bills in the White House? Didn't make the payments? It's just a very dimly lit room. And something you notice when you write your own TV show and you appear on TV and all the other things is you look at clips like, oh, this might be a funny clip to show, or this might be a good clip. All I'm noticing right now is a very dark looking clip.
Yeah, it's so dark that we were expecting Pelosi to just appear as vampires do, and it's just that
that's
dark.
What this is.
That's what it is. They're inviting her.
It's a Ouija board. They're trying to talk to Biden. They got a Ouija board out so they can interview Joe Biden.
Yeah, see, Biden could talk to dead people without using the Ouija board. That was his skill. Yeah.
They call him Haley Joe Biden Osmond. That's what they called him.
It was the 46th sense.
That's funny. So Zioli and I started the day together on America's Newsroom, and then he stuck around, banged out his show.
Careful
right here
there.
in Fox News.
Glad you followed that with his show.
You got to clarify banged out these days, don't you? It ain't like the old days.
There was just a pause there that lasted a little too long.
Because it does, especially if you're Italian. Because like if banged it out, you're like, hey.
But we got it done. No, we started. It was great together. We were on Newsroom.
I don't know whose idea that was. I was frankly surprised by the booking because we both do the show a lot, and we behaved pretty well considering.
We did.
But I still thought it was a little bit of a wild card by them to roll that dice, but they did, and I would like to think we got the win.
It was like the keymaster and the gatekeeper getting together, but still somehow we did it. We got through it. I said bat nipples, but
nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
They don't.
You'd say nipples.
Yeah, you probably can, right?
I think. I don't think it's a banned word.
I know.
We were mocking George Clooney, so in that context,
I know a guy who did a joke Saturday night about Nancy Pelosi taking out her teeth in the bedroom.
That was the best joke ever, and I just wish I was on the show for that.
No, you dodged the bullets. That was okay because it was the monologue.
Gun.
You would have been around there. Yeah, you would have been around for that anyway. You would have been in the green room. Drinking with the other panelists or doing whatever the panelists do. But one thing we can confirm is during PHT's Radiothon for the Travis Manion Foundation this past Friday, you guys did, in fact, auction off tickets, right?
Yeah.
To come to the taping. You're on April 18th.
April 18th. And we raised $125,000 for the Travis Manion Foundation.
Wow.
Thank you again for your second year in a row, Jimmy Fela, of your generous contributions last year with signed copies of your #1 New York Times best-selling book.
I know when. You know what's funny? Go ahead, but yeah, finish thanking me.
I know,
and thank you for thanking me.
I'll thank you. And then this year, to come to the show, come to Fox News Saturday night. So
it's
with me
funny.
on it, which I know for a fact you were not going to have me on, except that they said to you, it's got to be a time when Zioli's on.
No,
we
were going to have you
fine.
on.
We'll just get him on and get it over with and move on with our lives.
For the record, we were going to have you on sooner, but they needed a date that you could actually bring guests to. Like you couldn't auction off tickets.
Oh, is that why I have to wait so friggin' long?
Yeah, no, it is. You're supposed to because you couldn't auction off tickets for, say, March 29th on March 24th or whatever the hell it was. You can't be like, hey, who wants to come to New York in 3 days? Bid now. People can't necessarily stop and doing what they're doing. So yeah, you can thank your benevolence for your decline. But you'll be back. You're here. You're a part of the thing.
I'm right here. I'm right here. We're together. We're like the Alec Ball.
Yes, go ahead. I was just going to show you Trump is now on camera. They don't let him either. What job do you need at the White House to get overhead lighting in a meeting?
You remember when on the campaign trail he'd start firing people for the microphone? Like, whoever put this microphone in, you're fired. Remember that?
Don't pay the contractor.
Yeah. When he looks back on this, which he's probably doing right now, somebody's getting fired. Whoever's doing the key grip, the lighting, whatever it is, right?
The shadowy. I feel like I'm watching the Maltese Falcon.
He looks like I'm not trying to be negative to him, but he looks like the crypt keeper. And I know that that's not what the intention was here because Biden literally was the crypt keeper.
It's such
so what's happening?
Weird lighting. Hey, Josh, can I ask you one question? Is it lit like that in your TVs, or is it maybe just our studio TVs?
Oh no, it's
dark?
terribly lit on our TV.
All right, I figured.
Yeah, because you're thinking it was maybe like the tube. It was the 1990s television where they had the tubes
or whatever that is.
It was just burning out.
Josh has spoken. Pam Bondi's now under the covers telling her ghost story. Look at these lights.
Look at that candle. What flavor is that, you think? Is that vanilla raisin? Vanilla cinnamon?
Rich Zioli's in studio.
It's great to see you, buddy.
We're doing radio, but we're watching TV. And we're telling you what we're witnessing as it happens.
It's a multimedia experience.
It is that's what it is. We're giving you a multimedia experience.
You know, I was thinking about this too because Trump was in Philly Saturday night for that big wrestling thing, and then they loved him there and everything. Like wrestling, UFC, those are all his people. NASCAR, but now that the Eagles are going to the White House for the Super Bowl on I think April 28th or something like that. They're going there, whatever the day is. Manly sports are back. Like, it's cool now to be.
Yes.
Like boxing. Like, can we get boxing back? I mean, the Tyson fight was great.
Yeah, the Tyson Jake Paul.
Except for watching him in his G-string.
Might have been a little bit past his prime. I believe Jake Paul's trying to book George Foreman as we speak. He doesn't exactly.
It's a little too soon.
He doesn't exactly go after the up-and-comers. It's a thing about Jake Paul.
He's trying to get Spider Rico on his dance
Spider Rico's
card.
a bum, Rock. He's trying to get Spider Rico. And that being said, you're right. The idea that not even violent, just manly competition is bad.
Yeah.
I think is good for the country. I just think it's good that they're going.
Good for the country.
I think it's good that athletes are embracing Trump. It's good in general because what happens is ultimately, if sports become common culture and everybody just likes them, then we are actually better off as a country. One of the reasons things got so bad is, as you know, there are no off-ramps. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's sports or music or the Oscars. We talked about Clooney today. Clooney is the biggest fraud anywhere. Okay, because we brought this up on Newsroom. His whole, I cannot tell a lie, it was me who chopped down the cherry tree about Joe Biden's cognitive decline, came after $21 million hit the DNC bank account.
Yeah.
They did because again, his whole op-ed is about, recently, you guys know I did a fundraiser with Joe Biden. I regret to inform you it was not the same Joe Biden. But the inform you came after the checks were cut. Well after the checks were cut.
Yes.
And so, and even then, he still only did that to reclaim what minimal credibility he could so he could go right back into the tank for Kamala Harris. Because nobody that endorsed Kamala Harris, that believed in Kamala Harris. If you remember June media of this past year, one of the trendiest hits guys like you and me would get booked to do if somebody was having you on a show is, there's talk in Democratic circles that Kamala should come off the ticket because she's so incompetent, it's weighing down Biden. A month later, those same outlets are like, no, this is Harriet Kamala. It's Harriet Kamala Tubman. Harriet Tubman's real nickname was Kamala because she was so proficient and profound.
Yeah.
It was the same people.
We were talking about this on your show about should they replace Kamala Harris, and we kept coming back to the same thing. With who? Who do you replace her with?
I know.
But don't you love, Jimmy, watching them try to reinvent themselves? I mean, Newsom's the best. I mean, this guy with his line of BS and this podcast and trying to reinvent himself. I never said Latinx, and then they play the tape.
We played them on time. Said it 5 times. The only person who never said Latinx were Latinos.
Right.
There's not a Latino alive who said Latinx. Did white people on the left say it? All of them did. And they were like, why? Why are you doing this to us? Why did we get a new name for us? We didn't ask for it.
Are we Italian-X? I like it.
I love it. And the one thing, okay, and I thought this was a teachable moment, but it's not a teachable moment, is trying to make this about party leadership, but it's ideas. Whoever you tell me the greatest political leader is of all time.
Yeah.
If you gave him this current Democrat agenda, he's not going to be effective. It doesn't matter, okay? 80-20 issues is what we always say. Trump is on the 80% side of a lot of issues right now that the Democrats oppose. And having a better leader isn't going to make your terrible positions more popular. And that's what I thought was the teachable moment, is the Democrats thought they lost because of the popularity of podcast and talk radio, but it's because of the popularity of the ideas.
Yeah, no, it's true. You can do all the interviews in the world. You don't have the message.
Listen, yeah, if you say men should be beating up women in an Olympic boxing ring, you can go on every podcast you want. You're actually probably going to lose by more votes than you were losing by, because women don't like getting beaten by men, which is shocking considering how many girlfriends Chris Brown has gone through in the last 5 years. But stick with me. What are we doing here? Hold on. I mean, Doug Hemhoff's had a few ladies, right? He's,
Oh, are we allowed to make Doug Emhoff jokes now?
Remember that?
Finally?
Oh,
but your point, though, about how had she done Rogan, she probably would have lost by even more votes is really a valid point, because everybody assumes she didn't win because she didn't do those things. No, if she had done those things, she might have got her, ass handed to her in even bigger numbers.
I love when they say that, though. They're like, Kamala, the Republicans would say this, though. They'd be like, Kamala can't sit for a 3-hour interview. I'm like, dude, that's one answer. Like, she takes a long time. The amount of filibustering and circling and everything in between. But we're talking to Rich Zeoli. We're excited about it. It's Monday. Stock market was up.
Zeoli and Fela hanging out. It's just a great day.
It's a hot day.
Fela and Zeoli.
Did you see the Tim Walz thing? So we didn't get to this on Newsroom. I don't know if we were supposed to. But Tim Walz is trying
Dana called an audible with that painting of the president, which I honestly had not even seen until they played it.
One of the nice things about America's newsroom is it's not your newsroom, it's not my newsroom, it's America's newsroom. So if America needs to hear about it, they do. Panelists be damned.
Like, we had our prep we got from Jen today, and then all of a sudden there's this painting. I'm like, now react.
I loved it. So me and Kennedy were sitting there like a week ago, and whatever the first story was not the story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And as they were playing the video clip that we were about to react to, she goes, just so you know, I had no idea this even happened in the news this week. And I was like, don't worry, come to me first. I'll tell a joke. You can have the ball back. Because I was like, you didn't. Because again, it is not Zeoli's newsroom. It's not Fela's newsroom. It is America's newsroom. And if America needs to hear about it, they do, damn it. They don't matter. But Tim Walz is trying to walk back the Tesla thing. Because what happened, as you know, is he did his stand-up routine. He thought he was doing a politics and pints. And Tim Walz was like, I got the app right in my phone. Do we have the clip, Josh, of Tim Walz? Hold on, let me look at this.
Because it turns out that his state...
Here he is. Yeah, you know this. But I want the audience to hear this clip because we're going to go revisit this.
Let's do it.
Start with clip 24.
Some of you know this on the iPhone. They've got that little stock app. I added Tesla to it to give me a little boost during the day. 225 and dropping. So... And if you own one, we're not blaming you. You can take dental floss and pull the Tesla thing off, and take out, just telling you.
Oh, God. So anyway, so far so good. That's him and a bunch of people who own 2 million shares of Tesla stock cheering because it was down last week. It's up actually like 19% today, by the way. It's a little bit of a bounce back. But here is Tim Walz in Rochester over the weekend now trying to claim. Obviously, he wasn't celebrating the demise of Tesla stock. Clip 23.
This guy bugs me in a way that is probably unhealthy. And, but I have to be careful about being a smartass. I was making a joke. These people have no sense of humor. They are the most literal people.
Oh. That's what it is. We just have no sense of humor, Jimmy.
No, what happened was, and you know this, and you had intimated as much before we got cut off by the clip, that I demanded cut you off. So don't make it look like I'm the good guy here, and you're a victim of some runaway engineer in the radio booth.
Damn you, Josh.
Well, you leave Josh out of this, but stick with me. Basically, he told that joke, and at the time, they didn't ever stop to think what might be in the pension fund because they're children. And they're governed by their emotions. And when your emotions are your compass, you make short-sighted decisions, as he did. And now he's trying to walk it back. But ultimately, all they're really doing is underscore the fact that none of these people, I think, are intellectually evolved enough to lead anything.
You think about it, they're rooting for American auto workers to lose their jobs. This is why they lost the general election. They're literally hoping that an American automobile company goes out of business and all these people on the assembly line who don't have billions of dollars and are not in charge of Doge lose their jobs. That says everything about the Democrat Party right there and why the United Auto Workers did not endorse in this election because they were all voting for Trump. But they have a lot of local contracts with Democrats, so they kind of let their
money
beak on the
coming
local.
in.
Exactly. But so they're like, yeah, we're just going to sit this one out. Wink, wink.
But you know what? It's so funny because even when he went in on Doge for the Department of Education, Minnesota, the proficiency rating is 49% statewide. So over half the kids in Minnesota can't read, write, do math, or do anything. And you're arguing to maintain that approach. And I'm just telling you. It's really what they try to do to sell this is they try to make it about everything but the thing. So when it comes to Doge, it's not about is this wasteful spending. It's about we didn't vote for Elon Musk. You didn't have to. That's not the thing.
That's not the thing.
You know what I mean? And that's what it comes back to with all of this stuff, the federal judge stuff and a judge human shielding violent criminal deportations, knowing how many judges look the other way on people literally just being flown into communities and dumped in the dead of night. The only time anybody reacted to anything was DeSantis shipping them to Martha's Vineyard. And the richest vacation enclave in America was like, we can't handle 40 people.
Buffy and Shad with their mimosas and whale belts. We're like, what is this? They're not white.
The bad guys in Dirty Dancing didn't want 40 migrants in their town.
Past the lobster pate. What is happening here? But don't you think it was something too? And Tim Walz says it's a kind of an unhealthy. This guy in an unhealthy way. He seems unhinged, doesn't he?
Tim Walz. Have you seen his wife with the turn the page and the... Tim Walz,
I'd like to see that guy's medicine cabinet.
I keep coming back to this. You can't rebrand as Tough Guy Tim from Tampon Tim. You need a T in the middle. You know what I mean? You don't get, you talk about a 0 to 60. That's a big ask for the American people. Most people think Tim Walz has the energy of a closeted gay priest. That's not new. It's not new here. Okay. This idea that you now just get to be Tough Guy Tim, no one buys it. You know what it's like to me? Do you remember Boogie Nights? There was this Don Cheadle character that had a different wardrobe every scene. He's like, I'm doing the cowboy thing now. Then he was like a monk. That Tim Walz is like Don Cheadle in Boogie Nights. He's just got to settle on one thing. People have settled on Rich Zeoli, for better or for worse. I say for all the better. Stop it right now. The great Rich Zeoli. Double duty today. I love the way this worked out. We got a morning Zeoli. We got an evening. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll probably have to get you out of the bar across the street if history's any indication.
And thank you for doing my show. Of course, as well, because that's always key.
Josh,
people seem to like us together for some reason.
That makes two of us. I'm kidding. Stick with me. 30 seconds to go, Josh. This story's worth telling on our air because I've told it on PHT during the Radiothon. Zeoli owns the distinction of being the only person I've ever seen drunkenly leave a bar without his jacket, come back for it, and then leave without it again. And I got to be honest, that's a level of achievement the American people need to respect. When is Zeoli going to get his due? I think Phil Collins' No Jacket Required was about Zeoli. A lot of people don't know that.
So wrong. I stole the warm-up comics jacket.
No, try to make it any better. We got to go to break. The great Rich Zeoli, everybody. We're having a coat drive for him when we come back.
A show with substance and style.
This is my oldest guy in the boy band look.
It's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
He's a good-looking Italian.
WIBX.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
You work hard for a living here in the Mohawk Valley. You make a difference. You leave your mark. You deserve a financial advisor who works hard for you.
Local, prudent, and trustworthy. Van Meter & Van Meter are your full-service financial professionals. I'm Chris Van Meter, and I've spent my life helping people with financial planning, investing for the future, managing their wealth, planning their taxes, thinking about their legacy.
And I'm Dave Van Meter. Our team offers you the deep bench of financial professionals you deserve. We have the education, the experience, and the tools to make a difference for your future. Visit us at VanMeterLLC.com.
We're Van Meter & Van Meter. Call us at 315-823-9200 or visit us in Little Falls, Schuyler, or Palatine Bridge.
Securities and advisory services offered through Cattery Grant & Company Incorporated, a registered investment advisor and member FINRA SIPC. Van Meter & Van Meter LLC and Cattery Grant & Company Incorporated are separate entities.
At Steve Ponte Chevy in Herkimer, we'd like to thank our first responders, active military, and veterans,
as well as healthcare employees and education employees.
Not only is Chevrolet offering $500 in savings towards the purchase of your new Chevy, but Steve Ponte Chevy is going to match that with an additional $500 for a total of $1,000 in savings as our thank you to you.
So together, let's drive and see why our customers always say it's so easy to do business with Steve Ponte Chevy on Route 28 in Herkimer.
Customer must qualify for educator, military, veterans, first responder, and healthcare discount. Must take delivery by March 31st, 2025. See salesperson for details.
What if we got rewarded for every good decision?
Dinner. Meal needs a vegetable. Check.
Amazing!
Vegetables cooked with a healthier oil instead of butter?
Fantastic! Replacing bad fats with healthier fats like those in canola or vegetable oil is good for your heart. Take up the challenge for good health because the you of the future will say,
fantastic!
Visit heart.org/facethefats. Canola Info proudly supports the American Heart Association's Face the Fats campaign.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
One minute left in the hour. We decided to bring back Rich Zeoli.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
Kelly's upset with the decision. I'm not. Nice to have you back.
I wouldn't leave. Just sat here. That's the reality.
He's not a guest. He's a squatter. If you put on a Spanish accent, the city of New York can't kick you out right now. They kick out a white guy. You can't. Yeah, if you could squat as a Nash, foreign Nash, you're fine. Isn't that weird? It's weird. Like I was talking about the judge thing earlier. It's like the fact that they are going to bat for the murderers, but they didn't care when we were importing them. It's like, who do they think this appeals to? Nobody, right?
No.
Is there somebody out there that's like, no, I'm telling you, honey, once we get these murderers back in the country, all right, we found the guy. It's Alec Baldwin because he hates his wife. I didn't mean it the way it sounded, but who cares? It's a comedy show. Get over it. We're back. Rich Zeoli will always have this.
Jimmy Fallon, never forget it.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Think you know history? Think again. Journey through time and explore rare, one-of-a-kind artifacts that span from the Revolutionary War to present day. Don't just read about history. Experience it at Sticks and Stones Museum in West Winfield. Open Sunday 10 to 3.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard. So you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
We need a new stuntman!
You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
We believe in patriotism. We believe in our nation's youth. We believe veterans earn their benefits through their service to our nation. We believe in strong national security. We believe in our country.
From the Stanley Theater Studio, WIBX Utica, Rome. W295EI. WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM, a Town Square media station.
Many companies are coming back to the U.S. Lisa Brady, Fox News. That from President Trump during a cabinet meeting, saying there's about $4 trillion worth of companies moving back or expected to, identified so far.
I think they're coming back because of the election that took place on November 5th and because of the fact that they have to come back because the tariffs are forcing them to come back. And remember, there are no tariffs if you build here. And that's a big factor.
He's set to announce more investment in the U.S., $20 billion worth by Hyundai, which plans a next-generation steel plant in Louisiana to supply 2 auto plants in the U.S. Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry at the White House for today's announcement and tells Fox News.
What Americans are going to see today is exactly why President Trump has been a genius, because for the last 20 years, Americans have been sold a bad bill of goods that talked about free trade. And what we want is actually fair trade.
The governor expects more companies to do business in the U.S. instead of overseas as a new reciprocal tariff policy kicks in April 2nd. Now, financial markets have been rattled by the potential impact of trade wars, but Wall Street is rallying today. The Dow's up more than 400 points. Advisor to the president, Elon Musk, attending that cabinet meeting and defending his efforts to cut government waste. He says the Small Business Administration approved millions of dollars in loans to people under the age of 11, the youngest less than a year old.
A 9-month-old who got a $100,000 loan. That's a very precocious baby we're talking about here.
Musk also says his Doge team is getting death threats daily. Musk's car company also continues to be targeted. Police in Austin, Texas, investigating suspicious devices determined to be incendiary found at a Tesla dealership earlier today. A federal appeals court panel hearing arguments in the fight over deportations of suspected gang members. The Justice Department argues a federal judge is overstepping. America is listening to Fox News.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
WIBX 950 AM 92.3 FM. I'm Megan Stone. Utica police are investigating a shooting that left one man injured. According to authorities, officers were called to the 1100 block of Matthews Avenue and found a male victim suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. He was rushed to Wynn Hospital, and Utica police say he has survived. At this time, police are asking the public for assistance. Anyone with information about this shooting is urged to contact UPD at 315-223-3556. They can also leave a 100% anonymous tip to the Mohawk Valley Crime Stoppers at 866-730-8477 or via the P3 Tips mobile app. More information will be released when it's available. The State Attorney General's office is still looking into a fatal officer-involved shooting in Oswego County. The incident started Friday when police responded to an address on Cook Road in Constantia after getting a report of a man having a psychotic episode. Deputies encountered 32-year-old Miles Dignian, and a struggle began that led to a trooper being hit in the head with a metal object. A deputy shot Dignian, who later died at a nearby hospital. The trooper needed treatment for a minor head injury. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik now knows when the Senate will vote on her confirmation to become a member of President Trump's cabinet. The vote to have the Republican Stefanik become the next U.S. ambassador to the United Nations is April 2nd. Stefanik's confirmation vote has been on hold for weeks because the GOP only has a slim majority in the House of Representatives. Once she's confirmed, a special election will be set to fill her spot in the 21st Congressional District. And the owner of a Harlem funeral home is speaking out after he was beaten, robbed, and threatened with a machete last month. 66-year-old Daniel Wilhelmina tells the Daily News he was stunned by the holdup. He says he told the two robbers, "This is a funeral home, not a bodega," as they relieved him of his wallet and cell phone and later used his credit cards to buy a pair of sneakers and a bottle of liquor. Wilhelmina told detectives that with tens of thousands in available credit, the thieves could have bought so much more. He said they should go to jail for being stupid. One of the alleged robbers has since been caught. Your Weather Center forecast. Chance of rain and snow mixing tonight with a low around 35. Showers tomorrow, highs around 44. Wednesday, a chance of snow and rain mixing with a high around 41. And the sun is set to return on Thursday. WIBX 950 AM 92.3 FM. I'm Megan Stone.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
We need a new stuntman!
You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
From everywhere USA, it's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Wow! We got a wild one coming up in this hour. Lydia Moynihan, financial reporter at the New York Post, is going to take us inside a grown-up talk about all things America, but more specifically, something that pertains to parents called Disney movies. One of which, Snow White, debuted over the weekend and bombed worse than a pager store in Lebanon. It was not good for Snow Woke.
Everything woke turns to
And one of the big reasons why, and this is a teachable moment that will apply to our politics more than our movies, it's because a lot of people, whether it's Disney, whether it's elected Democrats, D.C. bureaucrats, unelected, who actually oversee the purse strings and kind of run our government behind the scenes, if we're being honest, all of them are refusing to listen to the American people who are pretty good about telling you what they want. Okay, and as it pertains to something like the Disney movie, what they wanted was Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Okay, what they got was an abject disaster. Okay, the good news is it wasn't so woke that Snow White now had 7 inches, but she didn't have dwarves either, because the social justice people running this project decided that it was rude to dwarves to cast them as dwarves. Ergo, they went with CGI instead. You know, nothing shows your support for a community like refusing to hire the community. I mean,
well, that's the dumbest thing I've heard of.
Especially when you consider there's not a lot of dwarf work out there. It's basically Snow White and Gutfeld. And that's it. I mean, if you're not on one of those two projects, where are you getting a dwarf hired these days? There's no more Game of Thrones anymore. So the point is, Snow White went out, fought all the wrong battles, but it's a teachable moment for so many other people, and that's the reason we were going to cover it in this hour. 888-788-9910 if you want to be a part of a legendary show. It is our very first day of broadcasting in history on WTRW out in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Last week we debuted on EEU in Pennsylvania, big deal over in Reading. So, we're taking over Pennsylvania. JAS, Beaver County Radio, Connect FM. I mean, we're everywhere, okay? You guys know all about it, chapter and verse, okay? We do a lot of fine work. PHT, we had Rich Zioli on in the last hour, okay? We're all over that state. But the point is, the one thing we prioritize when you're on this show is how it affects you. Not how it affects the politicians. How does it affect us? Something happened in the world today. Is my day going to be easier? Is my day going to be harder? Okay, as it pertains to the movies, you wouldn't think it would affect you. But there's a teachable moment here that actually will. Because in the long run, Disney is in business to do one single thing, and that's get paid.
All right, now, get out there and make me some money.
Well, Mickey wants to get paid. That's it. Okay, you can give him all your other initiatives, but they affect the bottom line. He's going to have a talking to you.
Now listen, little boy.
Okay, it's the way it's going to go down. And what happened with Snow White is Snow White is an offshoot of everything that Disney decided to embrace when Ron DeSantis announced he was running for president, and one of his first domestic initiatives was going to be to clean up education in his state of Florida. Now, as you sit here right now, Florida is ranked first in the country in education. So for all those attacks on the state of Florida, he's banning gay people. Would you stop it? If you've been to South Beach, have you been to Key West, and you're going to tell me with a straight face Florida's anti-gay? That's embarrassing. Okay, but take it a step further. The curriculum was lied about. He didn't ban gay people. He didn't ban gay sex in the state of Florida. He banned sexual education of all kinds for kindergartners to third grade. You weren't going to teach sex ed. Nothing to do with sex. Not gender ideology, not you're trapped in the wrong body, not gay sex, not straight sex, not trans sex. How about no sex? That's what he went with. That was the bill. The Parental Rights and Education Act. Parents have the right to send their kids to school to focus on learning, reading, writing, science, math, as opposed to telling they were trapped in the wrong body or they were trapped in the wrong bedroom. Okay, for that, DeSantis became a little bit of a hero in his state. He's wildly popular with parents. And yes, their state ranks first in education. But because political opposition doesn't necessarily run on facts or a good faith bargaining so much as it's an effort to characterize your opponent in the worst way possible, okay, they went in on DeSantis.
Nobody talks anymore about the issues. No. They simply just, this man is for toxic drinking water to kill your children. I mean,
And to that old Johnny Carson clip, that's what they did. They didn't talk about the issue. The issue is, hey, we need to make education better for our kids. Okay, we need to focus on the things that will allow them to compete in a global job market as opposed to the things that are trending on the far, far, far left wing of this country. Do you understand? Transgender ideology doesn't have 10% support in this country, not even 10% support. But they were able to force it on the rest of society non-consensually because everyone in the media parroted the party talking line that everybody was psyched for Dylan Mulvaney and drag queens and transgender everything, and we should be reconfiguring bathrooms so little kids now have to get changed with the opposite sex, even though none of them signed up for that. Yeah, they didn't like it. Okay, but the media reported it as if everybody did.
The media is a bunch of losers.
Totally. And they say, there's a transphobes on the right are in the way of this thing, but everybody else likes it. Everybody else knows men can have babies, right? I mean, isn't that what we've always been saying the whole time? And actually, no. No.
It's totally false.
Never said it, okay? Mr. Rogers is so iconic that Tom Hanks played him in a movie, okay? And at no point was Mr. Rogers considered a bigoted transphobe for singing the song Everybody's Fancy that he sang on TV over the course of 5 different decades.
Only girls can be the mommies. Only boys can be the daddies. Yes, sir.
Okay, if he said that in the modern Democratic Party, they'd want to throw him in prison. They'd be like, this is trans genocide. How dare you acknowledge biology? You don't have the right to tell the truth. I mean, that's what we're dealing with in this country. And you understand, because Ron DeSantis was trying to eliminate that absurdity from the teaching of kids in his home state of Florida, Disney went to work in protesting what they all claimed was a don't say gay bill.
You're a liar.
Well, I'm not a liar. I didn't say it. Okay, it's what they said. They said, Ron DeSantis banned gay people in Florida. And this is absurd on its face, but Disney got behind it. And when they get behind it, you understand, once you take your brand and you put it in an activist lane, you alienate a lot of people, if for no other reason than because Disney was not in the lane of political activism. Okay, they were in the lane of entertaining kids, of making parents want to spend astronomical amounts of money on food and rides and everything in between. That's what made Disney popular. That's what makes it as expensive as it is. Disney is so crowded, you now have to schedule your rides on an app. It's not a spontaneous day at the amusement park. It's like a job. All right, we got a 9 a.m. appointment with the teacups. Then we got an 11:15 with Peter Pan. Don't be late. They won't let us on. Okay, then we're going to go dress up as a princess at the castle at 2:30. But what do you mean? We don't have any girls. Well, it's Disney. The boys can dress up as princesses now. It's not a big deal. Okay, but the point is, that's what the park became. And it became that popular, not because of woke gender ideology, but because people went there and had a good time. It was called the Magic Kingdom. You were living in a world of make-believe where everybody could have this joyous fun and immerse themselves in these stories they grew up consuming, and it made Disney popular. When they started protesting DeSantis and lecturing us about inclusion, it's like, yo, you can't lecture us about being more inclusive if you're charging $150 to get into the park. Okay, $150 to get in, the prices are keeping a lot more people out than the pronouns are. Okay, there's not a family sitting somewhere in Iowa right now going, yeah, gee, honey, I'd love to take the kids to Disney World someday, but these pronouns, we're not going to be able to swing it. I was just looking at the bills this month. Yeah, no way. No, it's the prices. Okay, I'm still paying interest on a Buzz Lightyear toy I bought for Lincoln in 2010. Okay, it's expensive there. And Disney is the most exclusive vacation around when you look at it through the lens of prices and access. So this wasn't about inclusion, it was about political ideology. And because they leaned into that ideology, they're like, all right, we're going to do a live-action reboot of Snow White where we abandon what actually made Snow White successful. And that's what they actually did. Okay, think about that. This dopey actress, Rachel Ziegler, we covered this on Fox News Saturday Night last weekend. She's like, well, the original was made in 1937, and Snow White is saved by a man. We're not going to make a Snow White where she's trying to meet her Prince Charming. This is going to be about her becoming the leader she knows she could be in the workplace. Okay, that's not Snow White. Maybe Snow Woke. Maybe Snow White privilege, but it ain't a good movie. And we now have the box office receipts to prove it, okay? Film made what sounds like a good weekend. Hey, they made $40 million at the box office, but their budget was nearly $300 million, and they're not going to make any of that back. They're not going to come close to making the money back. And Disney has some of the biggest flops in all of mankind over the course of the last 5 years because they took stories that were popular and they injected ideology. Buzz Lightyear had a spinoff called Lightyear, not Buzz Lightyear. It was called Lightyear, and it was like an origin story of Buzz Lightyear, and they put a gay sexual agenda in there. Okay, and Lightyear, not just because it was a gay sexual agenda, but because it was a bad project across the board and the market's too oversaturated with sequels, Lightyear lost $182 million at the box office. Think about how successful Toy Story was. Okay, but they just kept whoring it out and running it into the ground. And lo and behold, the ideologues got a hold of it. And now you had yourself an unwatchable movie. And that's where Snow White is. And the lesson to be learned, whether you're making movies, whether you're a politician, okay, is that the customer is always right. If you have a thriving customer base that comes to you for a very specific set of reasons, you're supposed to cater to those reasons. Hey, Snow White's made $1 trillion over the year. They like the story about the poison apple and Prince Charming, and he kisses her and she wakes up and they live happily ever after. Yay. Okay, that story has been around since 1937, and it's crushed for them in every format known to man. Okay, it crushed on Beta. It crushed on VHS. It's crushed anywhere you could show it. In a theater, at home, Blu-ray, DVD, streaming services. It's a really popular story. Okay, but if you cast a woke actress who decides the story needs to start from scratch, you get one of those. And that's where we find ourselves on Snow White. But it's a teachable lesson just the same for political parties. I mean, what did the Democrats used to be? The party of free speech. Now the Democrats are openly calling for censorship and a ban on your speech rights. That's something they do. They used to be the populist party of the working man. Now the Democrats lecture you all day about money and politics while they rake in more fundraising dollars than anyone anywhere in America in the history of politics.
It costs a lot of money to run for political office.
Maybe it does, but when they lecture us about getting the money out of politics, do you understand? They just ran the 3 most expensive presidential campaigns in the history of this country. Hillary, Biden, Kamala. They all got more expensive. And by the way, Kamala was only on the ballot for 100 days. And she spent more money than any presidential campaign in history. So when they say we got to get the money out of politics, what they really mean is we got to get the Republican money out of politics. But as it pertains to the working class and things they traditionally stood for, they've abandoned them. The open border cheapens American labor, makes our cities less safe. Okay, fentanyl kills kids. Migrants take certain jobs. Crime is imported through the cartels that traffic the drugs into the country. Kids go missing. Not a friend of the working man. By the way, it drives up prices. A lot of the things the Democrats do when it comes to the green energy scam, guys, climate change fake. It's over. It's not a real thing, just so you understand. The environmentalists are setting the Teslas on fire. They're writing graffiti on the dealership of the car they were mandating you drive a year ago. Joe Biden was in office a year ago. They were trying to impose a nationwide electric vehicle mandate. Okay, a year ago. Nationwide, everyone has to have an electric car going forward. Here we are a year later with them setting electric cars on fire. These aren't activists. These are children. Okay, they want control of this country so bad that they'll do anything to get it. But what they've ultimately become are those kids that are pulling on the toy so hard they wind up breaking their own toy because they don't want to share it with you. And that's what Disney ultimately did to Snow White. They couldn't dare dream of giving you the Snow White decade after decade after decade has gone out and paid to see, because that would be common culture. That would be agreeing with you on something. And they couldn't dare, because their whole ethos is that you're Hitler and they're saving the world from bad people like yourself who voted for Donald Trump. Ergo, they need to make a movie that you as a consumer wouldn't like. You know, well, the good news is they made a movie nobody likes. The bad news is they made a movie that nobody likes.
I guess we have some issues, huh?
The show that's not afraid to hit the road.
The stars at night are big and bright.
This is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
WIBX.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Mattress Express's closeout sale on brand new leftover inventory and floor models. Right now, buy a king or queen and get a free adjustable base. Take up to 5 years to pay with no money down for qualified buyers and no credit check payment plans available as well.
It happens more than you think. A customer wants, no needs the goods and services your business offers. No matter how hard they try, they can't find you, but they find your competitor right there at the top of the results page.
And even if they do find your website, when they click, it's like a ghost town.
Hello?
Outdated, not compelling, and perhaps worse, it has information that's not accurate.
Y2K?
But how do you fix that? At Town Square Interactive, we have the tools to help you maximize your online presence. Just go to mylocalcustomers.com and start by getting a free local customer analysis.
This online tool will show you just how many customers in your area you could be reaching. To get in front of those customers, we will build a premium website for your business.
One that shows up well in web searches and converts website clicks into phone calls, appointments, and foot traffic.
It's simple, it's fast, and it's affordable. Go to mylocalcustomers.com and get started by getting your free local customer analysis today.
When you need surgery, you want a remarkable surgeon you can trust. Meet Dr. Pamela Omasiete, one of Bassett Healthcare Network's fellowship-trained colorectal surgeons. She's highly experienced with advanced, minimally invasive and robotic procedures, and she is now accepting new patients. Choose Dr. Omasiete, a remarkable Bassett surgeon, and discover a team you can trust. Visit bassett.org/remarkable surgeons to learn more.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Swimming pools can be lots of fun, but they can be dangerous too, especially for young children. Always practice simple safety steps to prevent tragedies. Fence all pools. Teach kids to swim. And always watch them around water.
No horseplay.
Simple steps save lives. To learn new life-saving steps, visit poolsafely.gov. A public service message from the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
There it is, Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. What would you do if somebody called you from the Jimmy Kimmel Show and wanted you to check in with them? I ask because joining me now on the line is a man who finds himself in a very specific set of circumstances. I am talking about Hollywood legend Mark Holton. Yo, Holton!
Hey! Well, that was quick.
I'll say. Let's talk about this for a second.
I need some advice, man.
So you got a text off the air from a gentleman who said he works for the Jimmy Kimmel Show?
Yeah. So, but he leaves it on my wife's phone. Mm-hmm. So my question is, Jimmy, should I call this guy? Stop leaving messages on my wife's phone.
Oh. I mean, are we sure they're from the Kimmel Show? I guess is my next question.
Well, I would also be able to.
Yep. Your phone cut out on me.
But I just can't. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here now. Go ahead.
Okay.
But there's no way to be sure is what you're saying other than the call. So why don't you just call? I mean, is the message on your wife's phone for you?
Yeah. It's just, this message is for Mark.
Oh.
They didn't call me. They called her.
Well, maybe
her
her number is listed under your plan. You know, weird things work like that.
Who knows?
Jenny's bookie calls my phone a lot. You know, I get it. These things happen. Sometimes you get a call. But I don't know. I think it's worth a reach out so you can report back to us on it and let us know how it goes.
Yeah, it's in the 818, so that would put it
in LA?
In Jimmy Kimmel territory, definitely, right?
Yep. So maybe it's something to do with your extensive film catalog. You don't know.
I don't know, but okay. Well, I'll let you know what happened.
Yeah, I was going to say, because you're not going to find out talking to me, but I think in discussing this out loud, I think we figured out what needs to be done.
I think you should call for me, Jimmy. Let me give you the number. It's 818.
I'll say I'm you. I love it.
I'll text it to you.
All right, rock and roll. The great Mark Holton. You can see him on the Jimmy Kimmel Show tomorrow. I kid. Be well. There he goes. Holton had texted me off the air, and I was like, he was trying to explain this story. I was like, just call into the radio show. For those of you, if you don't know Mark, you do. He, of course, played Francis Buxton in Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Francis, of course, stole Pee-wee's bike, although Pee-wee did get it back at the end. And, of course, you'd know him from the Leprechaun films, and you certainly would know him from Teen Wolf, or maybe even the Naked Gun. Look, it's Enrico Palazzo. Yeah, he just called into the show. We tried to solve a problem regarding him, me, and Jimmy Kimmel. I don't think we made any progress, but it was fun.
WIBX.
Does this sound like you? You own a house in central New York, and there's one home improvement project you keep putting off because it's stressing you out. Maybe it's a leaky window, a shaky deck, or replacing that old fridge. Well, that's why you should listen to The Money Pit. Hi, I'm Tom Kreitler.
And I'm Leslie Segretti, and our show is all about helping guide your home improvement projects. Our combined expertise will point you in the right direction no matter the dilemma and get you right back to enjoying your home.
Listen to The Money Pit every Saturday morning from 8 to 10 a.m. only on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
It's hard to know what to do when you lose a loved one. You need someone you can trust to help you navigate all the options. Mohawk Valley Monuments has been providing comfort and delivering quality memorials in our community for over 95 years. Mohawk Valley Monuments has experience with all the local cemeteries, from simple grave markings to intricate family mausoleums. For personalized service, call us today at 315-724-7629 or visit us at mohawkvalleymonuments.com.
Steve Lennon and Company Jewelers in the village of New Hartford. This is Bill Keeler. The First Bloom Bridal Event is on now through April 30th. 30% off engagement ring settings and buy one, get one free wedding bands. In-store 12-month interest-free financing with some exclusions, and an amazing custom bridal line with custom-made wedding rings and bands. You dream it up, they make it come true with GIA-certified master jewelers and gemologists in-store. Steve Lennon and Company Jewelers, 23 Genesee Street, New Hartford. Your trusted jeweler for over 30 years. Private appointments upon request.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflesh.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe, and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflesh.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflesh.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflesh.com.
When you were a little kid and you thought about what you wanted to be, teaching was at the top of your list. But things changed. And as you got older, teaching didn't seem like the best option anymore. So you're thinking you'll be something else. But what would your 12-year-old self say? Now you want to be a doctor. You don't think teachers save lives? 25 at a time. An actress? Try playing a different role every time the bell rings. How about a scientist? Ever heard of physics? Chemistry? Who do you think teaches that? Teachers today are breaking down obstacles, finding innovative ways to instill old lessons, and taking learning far beyond the four walls of the classroom. It's time to recognize that great things are happening in teaching and put it back on your list. Don't try to convince yourself otherwise. You had it right the first time.
Find out how you can make more at teach.org. Make more. Teach. Brought to you by Teach and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm John Saucier. President Trump holding a cabinet meeting at the White House where he claims his tariffs plans are resulting in companies flooding back into the United States.
I think they're coming back because of the election that took place on November 5th and because of the fact that they have to come back because the tariffs are forcing them to come back.
Tariffs on Mexico and Canada were paused this month, set to resume though April 2nd. The president has vowed to impose a 25% tariffs on countries that buy oil from Venezuela, as well as Venezuela itself. Hyundai announcing a $20 billion investment in the United States, including improvements to its facilities in Louisiana. Governor Jeff Landry explaining to Fox News Channel how this investment happened.
We're seeing record investment in the state of Louisiana as well as around the country, and we can only credit the president and his policies.
This includes about $5 billion for a steel plant in the state. America's listening to Fox News.
Cloudy this afternoon with scattered rain showers, highs around 50. They'll taper off tonight, mid-30s. Cloudy and cooler as we head through midweek, both Tuesday and Wednesday, with just a slight chance to see a rain or snow shower both days. High temperatures right around or just over 40. I'm meteorologist Ken Boone from the Weather Channel on WIBX 950 AM and 92.3 FM.
Start your AM with more info ASAP.
It's the only way to start the day.
Keeler on WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
Introducing the all-new Woke Disney World, the first theme park to dump identity politics on all its guests.
Mom, can I hit the boys' room?
Sorry, honey. It's the they's room.
Let me explain this to you one more time.
It's okay, Mickey. I'll handle it.
All of our rides have been updated, so our woke employees won't flip out on us. From Snow White and the Seven Genders.
I don't understand.
To it's a small reassignment surgery after all.
That was the weirdest boat ride ever.
Woke Disney World. We've transitioned to a new business model, but the goal remains the same.
All right, now get out there and make me some damn money.
There it is. Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. We probably produced that bit 3 years ago, Josh, when all this woke stuff. 2022. That is a 2022 comedy bit we produced on the show because obviously Disney was dabbling in the identity politics back then. It's when all this DeSantis...
that aged well for you, not for them.
Not for them. Lydia Moynihan joins us now, financial reporter at the New York Post, and the reports are not good on Snow White and the 7 inches.
They tried to scale back a lot of the premieres because they were like,
because everyone
we're
hates
not
Rachel
invest
Ziegler
anymore. Oh my gosh.
So,
insufferable.
Let me tell you the amount of angles this movie is crashing from, okay? Obviously, you know Rachel Ziegler's insufferable, as you said.
Yes.
But she's also pro-Hamas, so she hates Gal Gadot. And they can't do events together because Gal Gadot is Israeli and supports Netanyahu.
Oh my
so you got two lead actresses who hate each other. Then you've got the whole Instagram post about may Trump supporters never know peace, which they can know if they go to see this film because there's no one there. I mean, you'll have all you could study you study for the bar exam. Okay, but then you take it to that other thing of it's not 1937, so she can't be saved by a man. Just dumb.
Yeah.
And like as a business person, like when you are, I don't know, trying to succeed in business, there are probably like certain indicators of success that you lean into or cling to. Snow White had the indicators. It had name recognition. It had a massive audience. It had a storyline that has succeeded in every medium.
There's a reason it's lasted for not just since 1937 when the Disney movie did it, but this is a fairy tale that people have gravitated to. It's a timeless classic. And you bash the audience who otherwise would be excited to come and see it. I was thinking about if you juxtapose this with Barbie, can you imagine if Margot Robbie had been like, Barbie sucks, like, ew. You know, no, like people would be like, well, why am I seeing this movie, right? If the main character is like, this is trash, I hate it. Like, okay, you're alienating everyone and you're not going to get a new audience. Here's the thing. No one wants to go to a princess movie to see a princess feel empowered and fight for herself. Like, it's like a rom-com. You want rom-com vibes. You're going because you want a princess movie and you want the prince to rescue her.
And
if you want something else, great. Make an action film.
But what they're learning, and I love this, is that, you know, the market's the ultimate arbiter. And the market for the thing you're describing isn't nearly as big as they wanted you to believe it was. That's the point. They were forcing this on us as a society. And they had the ability to do it because they had a lot of media help, censorship-happy regime at the White House, and they were kind of limiting the lanes of speech for a while. And they tried to convince people, like, no, everyone's doing this. Everybody wants a woke Snow White. Everybody wants a transgender Bud Light. And it turns out they didn't. And again, this is coming from this other problem they have right now in that they're not listening to the customer. They've decided the customer's too stupid to know what they want. You know, if we just let the customer come watch fairy tale movies, all they're ever going to do is fill us up with billions of dollars in the cash register. Who the hell would want that?
I also think there's a level of ignorance, frankly. I think if you're in Hollywood, everyone you know is super liberal. Everyone's on the same page. And so there's just a selection bias. You're like, oh, everyone thinks like me. Therefore, everyone wants the same entertainment. What do you think happens to Rachel Zegler after this? Is her career over?
I hope so, because she's just awful. And when they won't have a premiere because they just need to minimize your exposure to reporters, you know what I think will happen, honestly, because I've watched enough of her interviews now. She's going to Jussie.
I'm so sorry for you.
I know. She's going to Jussie Smollett herself. She's going to write like, you know, then we're going to be reading 5 days from now. She's getting death threats from the right, which is not true, you know, and it'll be like, give me something.
Manufactured.
Yeah, or the bad guys win and, you know, all of that dumb stuff. But basically what I hope people are learning that are listening around the country is that you really don't succeed in business by changing customer preferences. You just do a better job of catering to them than other people do, right?
I think that's a great point because look at Target. It's like people are whiplash because they don't know, like, is Target woke? And they just at every turn try and alienate their customer base. And it's like, why not actually provide a service to the people who actually like buying what you're selling?
Think about the most basic premise as me as a former cab driver. Someone gets in your cab and they go, we're going to 83rd and 5th. You would never turn around and go, you should try 42nd and 8th. They're like, wait, what do you mean? I have to get to 83rd and 5th? What are you doing to me?
I think you'd really like Hell's Kitchen, though. Let me tell you. That's so true. They fancied themselves basically like a teacher and that they could change everyone's mind. I actually, what's so interesting is that I have not seen the film, nor do I have any plans to, but I have spoken with people, sources who saw the film, which it's a very small group there, said it wasn't that bad. And so I think if Rachel had not gone out there and just like at every turn alienated almost every person in America, like it would have been fine.
You might have got by because the truth is you would have made it. It would have been a little bit different. But people would have watched it, reacted to it, and it wouldn't have had a 4-year lead up to this film bombing. Okay, that really started that long ago because this was an offshoot of the social justice summer of 2020. And that's when this movie started. And the first big reaction to it was the fact that they weren't going to cast dwarves anymore. If you remember that. And everybody was like, well, that seems weird. Just because you don't show support for a community by refusing to employ them.
Right. I would be so angry if I was a dwarf. I'm like, this is going to be my big break.
We got your back. And to
7
prove
roles.
You're like, going hungry. Yeah, you got 7 shots at it.
Surely I could get something.
There is not a ton of dwarf work out there. You got Game of Thrones. You got this. You know what I'm saying?
Peter Dinklage has a monopoly.
But he loved this because he didn't want them casting that because he just wants to be the face.
Competition.
That's what it is. He wanted a good racket. So we're talking to Lydia Moynihan about Snow White. And about people just refusing to respect market forces, because that's the bigger issue here. It's like the same thing Disney got into trouble with at the park. Disney is so successful as a theme park. You actually have to schedule your rides. You don't get in line anymore. You have all kinds of fast passes. You have an app that you schedule rides on.
$100s for the privilege.
I know. Think about that. And they lecture you about inclusion, but I always say this. I've been saying this for like 3 years on the show. I'm like, you can't really lecture people about inclusion if it's $150 to get in, because the prices keep out more people than the pronouns. They just do.
Oh my gosh, that's a good way of putting
it. There's nobody sitting at the gate.
One consideration, though, in all of this is a lot of these CEOs are liberal, but if you remember in 2020, 2021, they were more responding to employees who were agitating. Like,
of course.
The reason for the Don't Say Gay thing is employees were threatening to quit.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is, like, now that all of these companies are quietly or not so quietly slashing all their DEI stuff, I think it's just a different job market.
Yeah.
Because you're not hearing a peep from employees today, because that was a difficult challenge for them.
Yeah,
like, I get
definitely.
it. Like, if
But they
your employees
enabled
are threatening to quit, like, what do you do?
They enabled it.
Totally.
New York Times is going through that. The Washington Post is going through that. Netflix kind of led the way, because when there was this big protest against Dave Chappelle, they sent out a company-wide memo saying, hey, there's going to be things we platform that you don't agree with, and if you can't handle that, you might have to go somewhere else.
And if you can't handle that, there's 50 people who want your job at
Yeah,
Netflix.
thank you. It's like this. It was always so insane to me that people felt entitled to tell their bosses "F you." I'm like,
Oh my
wait,
gosh. It feels like classic Gen Z. Like, I think there was an era where people just were willing to cater to Gen Z.
Yeah.
But it's funny. I was speaking with an executive who had a tangential involvement with the whole Bud Light campaign, and she was saying now, it's like, I tell people, do not bring your whole self to work.
Yeah.
Leave parts of yourself at home.
That's a
We
good
don't want
move.
all of you.
We
We
don't need
want
the
the
whole
part of you
thing.
that works.
I mean,
That's
the
it.
part of you that knows how to do this thing we're paying you to do
Right.
would be great.
Right.
That other part is just the other part.
That's for after hours.
Amo. Wow, you got a lot of people excited. After hours. Lydia Moynihan, after hours. That was like a thing. That's an old bit. We're talking to Lydia Moynihan about a lot of things. One of which is Disney. It tanked. What's funny is it made $42 million, but the budget's so big that that's a bad sign.
Yeah.
Because it needed to open bigger than that. But I think the larger problem Hollywood has is they're just making too many sequels anyway.
Yeah.
It just creates some original content, but nobody wants to take the chance.
Spider-Man 100.
I know. Somebody, one of our guests earlier was talking to me about, like, oh, did you see the Eddie Murphy thing tanked on Netflix? They'd made like another Beverly Hills Cop. They made another Coming to America. Nobody cared. Because the other problem specifically Hollywood cinema has is once they started streaming stuff, they destroyed the multiplex. Because we held a certain reverence for a movie.
Yep.
Because it didn't come out all the time. And when it did, you went to the theater and watched it. And it's funny because Martin Scorsese was a guy who was famously being like, you shouldn't be giving Oscars to Netflix. And then 2 years later, Netflix was like, how'd you like to make The Irishman for $150 million? He was like, when can I start?
Say no more.
And now he's on multiple streaming services, including one of ours. There's nothing wrong with that. But what he's streaming on Fox is not it's not a movie. It's a series. And I guess you want to go to series, but they cheapened cinema. No doubt they did, because you don't have to go to the theater to watch it.
Yeah.
So what incentive do people have to go if that's the case?
Yeah. One bright light, actually, in this whole thing is Apple. I think Apple has great content, but there was a story over the weekend. They lose $1 billion. And what's interesting is a lot of these companies, like Netflix, early on was willing to lose a lot of money by investing in good
get
content.
the market share.
Now they just want to make money.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they're not making any more Irishmen or Romas.
No.
They're focused on a quick buck, right?
Yeah.
And it's Apple, really, that doesn't care about making a quick profit, that's investing in interesting content.
That's a good point. And on the other side of it, what they're doing with a lot of the streaming services is just buying the re-air rights.
The IP.
Yeah, to other stuff. That's what they're doing. Think about it's even funny with Amazon bought James Bond. So James Bond is now owned by a guy who looks like a Bond villain. Isn't that kind of funny? Like, yeah, but it's funny. But that's reality. There's a lack of originality. And
I just think that those projects can't get financed because I think there's still so many great artists.
Yeah, of course. My buddy's film just premiered at South by Southwest this week.
Cool.
And it's a pretty good independent film. I'm sure the budget was like $10 million, but that's really low for a movie. Really low. But what's ultimately going to save the box office would be if they had this film renaissance like in the 70s where people were making really good but low stakes movies. Everything doesn't have to be an action film with a $400 million budget.
Yeah.
You know, when you think of a movie like Pacino was in Dog Day Afternoon, it's about a famous bank heist. Okay, that whole movie was shot in one location. And it had some stars and stuff, but it's like an iconic film because they used to make lower stakes movies like that back then.
And some of them would rise to the top.
Yeah, and that created a market for independent filmmaking. What they have now, and this is something Scorsese, to his credit, complained about. He was like, everything is a superhero movie, and if you're not making a superhero movie, no one's going to the theater.
Yeah.
And that is part of the reality.
I'm very curious and a little alarmed to see what happens with AI filmmaking. There are already full-length movies, created by AI. And I think on the one hand, it's going to create a lot more stories that otherwise never would have been produced because it takes $500K to create an AI movie. But I'm worried I can't even handle all the content that's out there now. Like,
it's too much.
It's too much. And now it's going to be out of control with AI making films.
You got to reel it in, you guys. Well, don't blame Rachel Ziegler for that because thanks to her, less movies are about to be made. There's going to be... Takes a lot for Mickey to scale back operations, but I think that's where we find ourselves. Lydia Moynihan, I miss you. Ready?
Always a blast.
Back after this.
It's the show that 9 out of 10 listeners voted the best host on radio.
I don't want to say that they were dumb, but they were dumb.
Fox Across America with Jimmy Thaler. WIBX.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Scott and Jill here from New York Sash. Business is booming, and we need more hands on deck.
That's right. We're looking for experienced installers, windows, siding, baths. If you know your way around a job site, we want to hear from you.
At New York Sash, we take pride in every project we complete because quality craftsmanship is what we're known for, and that's all thanks to our incredible team.
And when you're part of our team, you're family. That means great pay, steady year-round work, and a company that treats you right.
We offer serious perks like company-provided tools, uniforms, continuing education, paid time off, and 401k.
And that's on top of health benefits, advancement opportunities, and a supportive environment where you and your skills are valued.
Ready to take your career to the next level? Stop in or apply online at newyorksash.com/jobs.
Our New York Sash team has over 750 five-star reviews. It's more than a job. It's a career you can be proud of. Join the installation team at New York Sash.
This is Anthony Constantino, CEO of Sticker Mule. I'm a proud Trump supporter, running for Congress for the seat being vacated by Elise Stefanik. I built a successful internet company with nearly 1,000 people in upstate New York. However, much of upstate New York suffers from lack of access to high-speed internet that's necessary to build great companies and enable high-paying remote jobs. In fact, much of our district lacks access to strong, dependable cell phone service too. Of course, we must have both for public safety and to grow the economy. When elected to Congress, I will work quickly with President Trump to fix this problem. With high-speed internet, dependable cell service, and by renewing President Trump's tax cuts, both for businesses and individuals, we will create jobs and return economic prosperity to upstate New York. Follow me, Anthony Constantino, on Facebook today to learn more about my plans to make New York great again. I'm Anthony Constantino, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Constantino for Congress.
WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
Bottom of the ninth on Fox Across America with your radio buddy Jimmy Fallon. A lot to celebrate, including our maiden voyage on the legendary WTRW in Scranton, Pennsylvania. When this show is over, I go down the hall and I appear on the Kennedy Saves the World podcast every Monday on Fox. And Kennedy and I will be headed out to Wilkes-Barre April 19th. It's Saturday night. We're bringing the Laughs and Liberty tour to the Mohican Casino. So if you listen to the show for the first time today and you somehow stuck with it the whole time.
Have you ever had a checkup?
I mean, that's a good question to ask. Have you ever had a checkup? You should probably get one if you're listening to this show because we're a little nuts. But to take it a step further, if you want to do this in person, it is April 19th, Kennedy and myself in Mohican, Pennsylvania. But right now, as we round third and head for home, you can get tickets to every stand-up show I do at foxacrossamerica.com. Every single show in every single city. Always welcome to check it out. But the teachable moment, as we were talking to Lydia Moynihan and we were weighing in on Mickey bombing at the box office with the woke Snow White thing, okay, is there are a lot of things that make you successful in this country, and you should do them. That's it in a nutshell. And I'm talking, whatever that means. Like Snow White had a storyline that's been popular for 100 years. Okay, they've rebooted it. They've made it a cartoon. They've made it a movie. Now it's a live action musical. And they've all worked because people like the story. But lo and behold, they attached some woke ideology to it that kind of reconfigured the story. And it wasn't enough to do it. They had to go out and tell everyone in the world that they did it, at which point everybody hates the film now.
I don't have any friends.
None. Okay, the film tanked. But there's a teachable moment there for you and me in terms of what makes us successful in our personal lives or professional lives, but even the government as a whole. Okay, as we're sitting here, waiting for judges to rule on whether or not Donald Trump can deport violent criminals. Okay, back to that whole speech about the things that make something successful, you should adhere to them. Okay, getting the murderers and the rapists out of your country make your country more successful. I promise you, there's not a republic on the planet of Earth walking around going, if we only had a couple more murderers walking down the street, things would be better, If only we had a bunch of migrant rapists that were free to roam in our country, we could really start making some progress. No one's saying that because it is not a hallmark of a successful country to import more crime. Just the same as runaway government spending. Guys, we take in more tax revenue than any country in the history of the world, and we're $36 trillion in debt.
Country is being destroyed by stupid people, by very stupid people.
Very stupid people. And anyone telling you we need to maintain the status quo on spending is a very stupid person. Again, the hallmarks of successful businesses is managing overhead, as you want your income to exceed your outcome. Okay, you have X amount of income, you have Y amount of bills. In the United States of America, the X amount of income is the largest pile of tax revenue in the history of the planet of Earth. Yet we're somehow $36 trillion in debt.
I'm sick and tired of all this bullshit.
You should be, regardless of which party you're in, because the money they're spending is yours. They don't go, all right, we're going to waste a bunch of tax dollars. Bring in the Republican tax dollars. Or we're going to waste a bunch of tax dollars. Bring in the Democrat tax dollars. Okay, that's not how it works, okay? It's just one big bucket of tax dollars, and they waste them. Whether you voted Republican, whether you voted Democrat, we're all getting screwed, okay? And we are supposed to have these conversations because again and again and again, what it comes back to is this, okay? If America is America. It means the people in Washington work for us. We employ them. We pay their salaries. We vote to get to see who represents us in Congress. But if we work for the people in Washington, meaning we work for the government, that means they just take your tax dollars, do whatever the hell they want. Well, that's essentially what they've been doing. And that's why we've got to sit here and call it out.
The government's going to jump all over your head, Jimbo.
They can jump all over. It doesn't matter. Okay? We're just here to tell you the truth. Okay? That's all this is. We're not recruiting Republicans. We're not activists. We're just doing a good old-fashioned talk show where everybody is welcome, and we'll be back under those same rules again tomorrow.
You got some big testicles to pull this off, bro.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Need a 3-row SUV to fit the whole crew?
Then go award-winning with the 2025 Kia Telluride.
The Kia Telluride is the KBB.com 2025 Best Buy in the 3-row midsize SUV category.
That makes 6 years in a row.
Right now, lease a new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $488 a month for 36 months.
That's with just $995 plus tax and fees due at inception.
Only during the March Save the Sales event at Destination Kia of Utica.
Now that's kooky.
Make that short drive to save.
So go kooky for Kia at Destination Kia of Utica. Puppies and babies not included.
STK number 25U0673. MSRP $42,710. 36 months, 30,000-mile lease. 20 cents per mile over. $995 plus tax and fees due at inception. $0 security deposit. $650 acquisition fee included in payment structure. 720 plus FICO score. Offer expires 3/31/2025.
From the Stanley Theater Studio, WIBX Utica, Rome. W295EI. WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM. A Town Square media station.
Investments mean jobs. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. President Trump making that point alongside Louisiana's governor announcing a multi-billion-dollar Hyundai investment for a planned steel plant in the U.S. to supply 2 auto plants.
Money is pouring in, and we want to keep it that way. And I think that's what's going to happen.
The president calls the investment a clear demonstration that tariffs work. Also, just telling reporters he plans to announce additional tariffs soon related to cars and later lumber and chips. But he also says a lot of countries may get breaks. A federal appeals court judge says Nazis got better treatment under the Alien Enemies Act than Venezuelans deported by the Trump administration, suggesting a lack of opportunity for the Venezuelans to challenge a designation as gang members. This as an appeals court panel hears the ongoing fight over a federal judge's effort to block recent deportations of suspected gang members. The Justice Department accuses that judge of overstepping his authority. There's a new legal fight over the plan to dismantle the U.S. Education Department.
The Trump administration is being accused of exceeding its authority as the president's taking these steps to close the Department of Education, which dates back to the late 1970s. Today, multiple advocacy organizations, including the NAACP and the NEA, are filing the lawsuit to stop.
Fox's Mark Meredith. The groups argue in part that gutting the department will hurt children and families and that congressional approval is needed. The administration has argued that states should have more control and that some critical services, including student loans and nutrition programs, will be run through other federal agencies. 3 Democratic senators urging the White House to seek authority from Congress to extend the deadline for TikTok's parent company to divest and save the app from being banned in the U.S. President Trump extended the sale deadline to April 5th, but in their letter, senators argue that was unlawful and that he should seek Capitol Hill's assistance. America's listening to Fox News.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill?
Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. But don't just take our word for it. Here's Jackie and Veronica, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Just call or click to see how much you can save today. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com. That's 1-888-FREEDOM or consumercellular.com today. Real people paid to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
WIBX 950 AM 92.3 FM. I'm Megan Stone. Your news is brought to you by the Stanley Center of the Arts. 2 Utica men were arrested on weapons charges. According to Utica Police, Oneida County probation officers searched a Faxton Street residence relative to the supervision status of one of its residents. Officers say they found a loaded .380 handgun in the kitchen and contacted police. Officers arrested 45-year-old Aki Lockwood and 40-year-old Ramel Lockwood. Both were charged with criminal possession of a weapon in the second and third degree, as well as criminal possession of a firearm. A man who was wanted for a 2023 shooting on Elm Street in Utica has been apprehended. Utica police say authorities, including the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force, arrested 26-year-old Amiz Hall. Authorities say on July 16th of 2023, a 17 and 19-year-old were shot and suffered non-life-threatening injuries. UPD and the Major Crimes Unit, as well as the Oneida County District's Attorney's Office, brought the case before a grand jury and obtained an indictment for Hall. He was charged with first-degree reckless endangerment and criminal possession of a weapon in the second degree. Hall was taken to Oneida County Jail. Local drivers are finding lower prices at the pump when it comes time to fill their vehicles. AAA says the average cost for a gallon of regular fuel right now in the Utica-Rome area is $3.28, which is down a penny from last weekend, 5 cents less than this time a month ago. The cost of gas is about the same in Herkimer County. Meanwhile, motorists may find cheaper prices in Madison County, where the average cost for a gallon of fuel is $3.18. The least expensive gas in central New York remains in the Syracuse area, with gas going for $3.06 a gallon. Currently, the state average is sitting at $3.10 and the national average is $3.12. And the start of baseball season is just days away, and both the Yankees and Mets are getting ready for opening day. Roster decisions are on the horizon in Florida this week, and for the local clubs, there are still many questions to be answered. For the Yankees, injury concerns have muddied the waters. They have one or perhaps even two decisions to make for their starting rotation. The Yanks also must decide if Oswaldo Cabrera is their everyday third baseman, and if Oswald Peraza will even make the roster. For the Mets, all eyes are on Brett Beatty, and if he will be the everyday second baseman. Both clubs won't have long to make their final cuts. Opening day is Thursday, as the Yankees host the Brewers and the Mets travel to Houston. Your Weather Center forecast: a chance of rain and snow mixing tonight, low 35, and showers tomorrow, high 44. WIBX 950 AM 92.3 FM. I'm Megan Stone.
When I was a kid, I wanted to be just like Cal Ripken. It's definitely humbling to know that now people are calling me a hero. Instead of finding the IED with my metal detector, the IED found me first, and that resulted in double above knee amputations. It's hard to describe the feeling of meeting somebody that you've always wanted to be like. There are people now that are looking up to you for their inspiration and to be their role model.
Visit saluteheroes.org to learn more. WIBX 950 and 92.3 FM.
Well, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song. We'll all be flying higher than a jetliner. And if you want a little bang in your yin yang, come along.
Do you know Elon Musk? Have you met with him?
I have met him before. He was saying, he was kind of an erratic genius. He's now an erratic, evil, not-so-genius.
They've got that little stock app. I added Tesla to it to give me a little boost during the day. 225 and dropping.
On March 29th, it's my birthday. And all I want to see happen on my birthday is for Elon to be taken down. Yes.
Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution.
Yeah, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars
and sing you a country song.
Sean Hannity. The new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America.
All right, thank you, Scott Shannon. Thanks to all of you for being with us. Write down our toll-free telephone number. It's 800-941-SEAN. If you'd like to be a part of this extravaganza, it doesn't get any better than watching Democrats tear each other down and battle for the top. I mean, we're now at a point where the left is now looking at AOC as their possible Democratic presidential candidate in 2028. I perfectly am fine with this, because if that's the direction the country wants to go, we're just screwed. And I don't think that's going to happen anyway. It is getting entertaining to watch. Chuck Schumer is in the fight of his life as now one Democrat after another, even his fellow co-conspirator, along with Barack Obama, George Clooney, to depose Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, is, criticizing him. She came out openly and said that Senate Democrats should defy Schumer when it came to the CR vote that took place in the Senate. And then, it is advising Hakeem Jeffries to take over the role of fighting harder and taking over of what Schumer should be doing. So they're now fighting each other. Here's Schumer rejecting a call to step down as the Senate Democratic leader. Listen.
Our goal, our plan, which we're united on, is to make Donald Trump the quickest lame duck in modern history by showing how bad his policies are. He represents the oligarchs, as I said. He's hurting average people in every way, and we are through over.
Well, I think we got the wrong one. Let's get the right one. Tell me when we have the right one. But he
Leader
did say
Schumer, are you feeling pressure to step down?
Look, I'm not stepping down. And let me just say this, Kristen. I knew when I cast my vote against against the government shutdown that there'd be a lot of controversy, and there was. But let me tell you and your audience why I did it, why I felt it was so important. The CR was certainly bad, the continuing resolution, but a shutdown would be 15 or 20 times worse.
Okay. Well, he's been on record now for years doing this. Anyway, he's angry, and there's just a full-on meltdown within Democratic ranks, and there's no leadership. And if anything is emerging as any reflection of where their future is going, it is in these rallies that Bernie Sanders and AOC are involved in. But, Schumer has been facing a progressive revolt, and that part of the party, some have compared it to like a Tea Party. They've been making Tea Party comparisons to it. It's nothing like the Tea Party. However, there is this radicalism now that controls the Democratic Party, and he's facing a revolt because he's not fighting back hard enough. Did they not try all of this during the last campaign? Are they not willing to look inward? Is there no introspection? Is there no course correction? Because he said that he did this out of conviction, and he fired back at people like Nancy Pelosi and others, and now protest against Schumer. Schumer released a book last week, had to cancel his book tour. It's just a disaster for him. On another note, in the same regards, Axios reported demographically of millions of Americans, like when I left New York, headed for the exits from these Democratic-run blue states. And Axios now warning that the population shift could actually cost the Democratic Party a whopping 12 seats in the House in the next 5 years. This is the 2030 census that'll take place. Senior advisor to Bill Clinton, widely followed by the name of Doz Sosnick, widely followed thinker on political megatrends, told us that the Dems' deepest hole in at least 45 years since Reagan's victory in 1980. Ezra Klein noted this month in his New York Times column, if current population patterns hold, Democrats will suffer a devastating blow after the 2030 census. The party will lose as many as a dozen House seats and electoral votes. Okay, these elections are close. They matter. But the big story of the weekend is, Bernie goes on with Jonathan Karl over at ABC and then had a meltdown and stormed off the set. This is the grandpa from the Democratic Party. Listen.
So you got a whole lot of good people. Alexandria is extraordinary. I am so impressed by her work in Congress and she inspires young people all over the country.
Would you like to see her join in the Senate?
Right now, we have, as I said, just a whole lot of people in the Congress. Okay, Jonathan, thanks.
Wait, I got one more. This is important.
Well, I asked you.
Okay.
You want to do nonsense? Do nonsense.
No.
I don't want to talk about inside the Beltway stuff. I got 32,000 people.
I was just asking you about AOC because she was out there with you.
Yeah, fine, but I don't want to talk about this.
And he's like getting up and cranky old, grandpa, 83 years old. And then he even made the admission, I won't play it now, but he had to